in
All
LA.
right, this has been far derailed. Paz, I was going to ask you on the topic we were talking about in terms of the movement. We know that the ear, like the inner water of the ear and the vestibular system, is very, very sensitive. So when you're level, the reason you feel like you're level when you're level is because of the water in your ear and the vestibular system and the little hairs in the inside of the ear that are able to sense that you're level. Which is why when you turn to the left, you turn to the right. All that very sensitive sensation of that is because of that system. Now, on a globe Earth, I understand you were saying before about, you wouldn't feel it because the mathematics seem to have match up in your mind and all of that. But what I was going to ask you, though, is that if you're in this entire scenario, if you're on the globe, spinning, rotating, all the movements, all the vectors, all the rotations, even if you somehow have been convinced that you wouldn't have any sensation of that, what is causing you to feel like you're level and stationary? Like, what forces do you believe in that have to be counteracting all of those other forces? Because we know what would happen with a ball spinning and flying at those speeds. Everything would fly off. It would be absolutely annihilated. At the very minimum, we would all fly off of it. So I know you're going to say gravity, but I'm just saying, like, what has convinced you of some force that is able to have a leaf just fall, just gently fall from a tree, or that we can feel the very minor sensitivities, when you move your head to the left, to the right, to that level? What force has to be counteracting all of the actual physical forces that would be involved, that would fling you off the ball, in order to counteract everything to that absolute precise level, to where it would be regarded and experienced and physically utilized as stationary?
Well, basically, it boils down to the fact that whatever this downward Z acceleration that you locally perceive is, it's strong, and it pretty much, again, just talking about your own personal referential experience, sitting in your wherever you are in a room now as you go about your daily life, there is only one real force you feel, and that, in most situations, which is gravity. You can contrive other forces on fairground rides and going around to exhilarating on vehicles, or sitting on horses bobbing them down, but the one that's prevalent and persistent your entire life is that downward thing they call gravity. Now the manifestation of these forces are that, in reality, you can contrive environments whereby you don't know the speed you're traveling at. We know that to be true. Now, clearly, if you're in a car and you say, "Oh, we shut your eyes," you don't know where you're stationary, you're moving along. You do, because there are other sensory clues to that which we link to our referential experience. But for example, on a frictionless sled or a maglev with no windows, I could contrive an environment where you're in there, and if you can't hear wind noise, haven't got any windows, you don't know whether you're going 10 miles an hour or 100 miles an hour or 1,000 miles an hour, if there's no external stimuli of the nature we're talking about, that gives the game away. The speed itself is not a clue. So speed is not picked up by these vestibular systems in your body. You react to changes in speed. You react to accelerations and accelerated forces. Now, if you look at that's fine, and that I can sit with that. That makes sense to me, and I can't, in the world in which I live, I can plug all the referential experience vectors into that, and it comes out as I anticipate. If they say the Earth is spinning at a certain speed, I can look at the velocity, the tangential velocity vector where I am, and I know that in itself isn't what I'd feel. I'd feel the rotational acceleration, because that's the only acceleration at play. And if I plug those values into an equation, the force would be either counteracting it directly if you're on the equator in that model, or to some side force it wouldn't be detectable against the ground force. And in terms of we're going around the sun at a certain speed, again, the velocities can't be felt, only the accelerations can. And all the accelerations, if you actually plug them into the mass, aren't that significant.
But how do you know this? You have more faith in the math than you do having your own experience.
Because you can plug every referential experience you have of accelerations and rotations and these sort of things into the mass, and they reveal the forces that we at play, and they match what we experience.
No, but you can't. You can't show me orbital mechanics in action on Earth, bud. You can't.
It's true. You are extrapolating the mathematics you can use on a ethereal and a non-ethereal basis in every aspect of your life, you can use those mathematics. You can extrapolate them out into a realm of velocities that you're not aware of. But this is the whole point. If they're saying that you're traveling at this speed and you're rotating at this speed, and they're
Yes,
saying
it
to
has to be
you,
true because Einstein said it. A Trannian drag who married a big butch man in a dress. I guess. Go
the
ahead. Sorry.
problem this is the problem you have. You can't look at the speeds they say you're going and the rotations they say you're undergoing and say,
But
oh,
you tell
well,
me I'm a monkey mind.
Pete, if you're
You
not going
tell
to be
me when
finished a
the
sentence,
dinosaurs were there, I was a shrew in the ground.
Pete,
So I don't know how to evaluate my
got to stay
mind.
on point, Pete. Got to stay on this one point, Pete. Yeah.
I'm trying to get
If
you to stay on the point.
points where we're talking about these speeds and the accelerations and what I'd feel, we're talking about vestibular systems and how I
Yeah. So why
determine.
can't we feel the millions of miles per hour
Well,
ultimate movement around the Earth,
well,
around the
Pete,
central black
let me answer that point and stop
hole?
talking about prehistoric gerbils.
Jerking? I never said jerking gerbils. What are you talking about?
Prehistoric gerbils, Pete. The point is that
Although I
if you,
guess some gerbil must have been jerked off because we're
oh,
here, right?
Oh, Pete,
Please
this
let him address the point.
go.
For
Yeah,
the
go
love of God.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
within the model, within the mathematics that they propose, within the equations they propose to work out the Newtonian stuff and all the, even the, I don't understand the Einsteinian fully. I'm not going to pretend I do, but every referential experience I have of forces and how they interplay on my corporeal nature, they work. They clearly work. Yeah. Um, if I extrapolate them out to use the silly numbers that they say, oh, the Earth's going round this speed and it's moving in this direction and the sun's going around this, yeah. If you actually take away the velocities, which you can't feel because you can't feel velocities, yeah, the accelerations when you actually plug them in don't actually result in many insignificant forces, much less than the everyday downward force I feel, which they call gravity. It's magnitudes more significant. I wouldn't detect the others.
In your mind, you're only considering all of these equations. You're like the Rain Man running all of these equations through your mind because you accepted the spinning ball Earth model, which takes you away initially from your direct experience via the decision to have the Earth's surface moving. So go ahead, justify it.
I'm addressing one point and one point only, which is
Go ahead.
why can't myself with my senses, detect or sense or feel the accelerations and speeds they propose that the entire cosmos is working in, the mechanic that they propose. That's
Well,
because that's because, and I'll say it one more, and I'm going to leave it there after this, yeah, because you can talk then, yeah. Is if you actually plug in the velocities and accelerations and rotations they suppose into the models into the
you
equations
give me
they,
the answer. I thought you asked me a question,
Oh
Pazza.
my God, Pete. Gonna have to mute you for a bit. Let him finish, man.
if you plug all that in, then the forces, the centripetal forces that will be enacted upon you by these other geometries are massively in magnitudes lower than what we call gravity or the downward acceleration or the whatever you want to call it. Yeah. So you wouldn't feel them. You wouldn't feel them. As non-intuitive as it is, that's just the way the world works.
I hear you. It wasn't really necessarily my question, though. It wasn't necessarily about feeling it. It was more about how you would, how your, it's not even a debate point because I'm not trying to like debate you on it. It was more of a question of, and you did basically, say it there in a sense, but if you're on a ball and you have the absolute experiential sensations and direct experience of everything being stationary and not moving at all, to actually be on a globe that's spinning 1,000 at the axis, 66,000 miles around the sun, etc.
Sorry.
That's a lot of movement. So it wasn't really about feeling it that I was asking. It was more about, in your worldview, how is there a force, as it were, of gravity that's able to counteract all of those rotations and all of those movements to make it seem like it's stationary, to make it actually experientially stationary, because that force would have to be counteracting, like a leaf falling off a tree, for example. Okay, I understand the idea that the downward force to the center of a globe would make the leaf fall to the ground. But there's also all of the other vectors in addition that all have to be counteracted so that a tree or a bird flying, whatever it may be, is functioning as if it's absolutely just stationary. So it's just a huge leap in logic, I think. It's almost like if I told you, well, you're lying on the couch and you're completely still. And I say, oh, are you moving? You say, nope, I'm just lying right here. And if I were to say, well, actually, there's this thing called roller coaster force. So you're actually moving at thousands of miles an hour and you're doing loop-de-loops and you're going all these G forces, but you can't feel any of it because you're on a massive roller coaster that's just so big that you just can't feel it. Are you going to believe me? Is that enough? Roller coaster force, you're going to go with it just because it's got a little bit of a explanatory story behind it?
I could believe in roller coaster speed. For instance, I could drug you right now and shove you on a big, nice, cozy leather sofa and chuck you on an Airbus, and you'd wake up, and for that tiny moment of time before you looked around and thought, "Shit, I'm in an airplane." Yeah, you would be thinking, "Oh, this sofa's moving 1,000 miles an hour."
Could I make a point? It's a pet peeve of mine. Can people stop saying rotation in miles per hour? You don't measure rotation in miles per hour. People say spin it at 1,000 miles per hour. That doesn't exist. Things don't spin in miles per hour.
You can
just talk about tangential.
Every rotating body has two speeds. It has an angular. It has an angular speed and a tangential velocity.
Exactly.
Use miles per hour is to make the
and there is
the reason I use.
And there is a.
So
Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, the reason we use just to address the miles per hour thing, the reason we use it is so that the ordinary layman and laywoman can understand the speeds that we're talking about. But it's still a movement and we can quantify it in that way, and we do, and we will always do that. Sorry.
Of course you will. And actually, to be clear, an object that rotates only has a rotational velocity. A referential point on that object has a rotational velocity and a tangential speed. But the object itself under rotation only intrinsically has a rotational velocity.
Every rotating body has two speeds. An angular speed for the Earth. For the Earth, the Earth's rotating at 15 degrees per hour, and the tangential velocity, also the speed of the rotating body of Earth of your globe model, is 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Two speeds.
Yeah, exactly. You've made a referential point on the surface of that rotating object, and you've given it a tangential speed. The Earth only has a rotational speed. Any point on the surface of the Earth, which is a referential point on the Earth, has a rotational speed which is given to it by the body it sits on, and a tangential speed by virtue of the fact it's rotating with the object. But the Earth itself is just rotating.
The spot on the Earth at the equator is rotating.
No,
the spot on the Earth. We're on the equator. Okay. You're moving at 1,000 miles per hour tangentially. You're also moving at 15 degrees per hour. That's on the Earth. A rock, a little pebble on the Earth.
Jeremy, you're making a pointless argument. The Earth itself has a rotational speed. A point on the Earth, on the surface, has two vectors. The North Pole hasn't got a tangential speed.
Okay. Are you sure?
The Earth itself as a body is rotating. Anything referentially on its surface has two vectors in play, typically.
It's the same. Google this real quick. Hold on.
It's the same reason we don't count the rotation of the crank on an engine in miles per hour. We're not saying the engine is rotating at 100 miles an hour for the same reason.
Exactly.
I mean, if you guys want, I don't know how interested you're in, I could literally do the maths right now on a piece of paper and send a photo of it in chat of me doing all the maths to show the opposing force of gravity that this rotational this rotational speed is actually causing on a point to someone on the equator. I can do the maths right here. Right. Give me 10 minutes. If you want to see it, I can show you all the numbers.
Yeah, we'll see in 10 minutes. So you were right. The North Pole has 0 tangential speed. That doesn't change the fact that at the equator, there is 1,000 miles an hour tangential speed.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I'm agreeing with you. But the Earth itself...
Okay, so Jen was right.
No. The Earth itself as an entity has a rotational speed in the context of what we're talking about. Tangentialism and the tangential vector and the tangential velocity is when you're referential about a specific point, and each one's got a unique tangential speed on the surface. The equator is obviously where it's maximum. It's near 1,000 miles an hour, whatever it is. And as you go north or as you go south on that model, it drifts off on a sinusoidal function. So at the North and the South Pole on the globe model, there is no tangential speed involved. But yes, you're right. There is a distinction between the two, and we shouldn't really, when we talk about rotations of whole systems, miles per hour is only a reflection of a position on that whole system somewhere. It's not shared amongst the whole system, is it?
Sure. So we're at the equator. We're going 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, and then we move,
Mhm.
and then we move. So that'd be a change in velocity, right? If we move off the equator, and then we go to, I don't know, Alaska, and you'd be moving hundreds of miles an hour slower, and you're telling me we can't feel that?
You're on the equator, and then you say, and then we're on the. You can't simultaneously move from one position to the other, can you?
Well, if you
Yeah,
were
you-
like
you
zoomed
fly
out
by.
from the, if you were zoomed out in quote unquote space, looking at a spinning globe, and there was a dude at the equator, you would be able to see the speed that he's moving, 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah, and then if he were to move to 50 degrees latitude south, or even all the way to the South Pole, and that kind of theoretical idea, he would definitely be traversing through space at a different speed.
He would be, definitely, yeah.
Yeah. So 1 minute you're going 1,000 miles an hour, and then a couple hours later, however long it takes to fly from the equator, Hawaii to Alaska, or whatever, you're going hundreds of miles an hour slower.
So
You
how many hours?
wouldn't feel that?
What would be the tangential speed at, say, Alaska?
And again,
600 miles an hour.
And again, the gravity thing has to also make that indistinguishable, meaning that difference of speed between the equator and the south and north, that all has to all be experienced as stationary as well. In addition to keeping all of the other things that are spinning and warping at thousands, millions of miles an hour as if they're all stationary. It's all just a huge illusion that it's stationary, even though it's warping, whipping, flying with a force of gravity that has a theory of gravitation, as it were, that has never even been validated or independently with an independent variable has ever been even isolated to exist. So it's truly, and there's no criticism to anyone who believes it. It is a faith-based belief.
Well, it is in so much as you have faith in the equations and in the science behind it. Yes, that's true. And a lot of it's not the idea that people say about, oh, you're on the equator, you're traveling 1,000 miles an hour, but you're rotating at the same time. How come you can't feel that rotation? Well, imagine you're in a high speed, one of those record-breaking high-speed vehicles on the Nevada salt plains, and you're going 1,000 miles an hour, and you're going in a straight line, so your head is not tipped to the left or the right. Yeah? I mean, obviously, this is a ridiculous scenario because those craft they're rattling around and nearly falling apart. But imagine you were moving smoothly in that scenario. Yeah, if I tip the steering slightly to one side, almost beyond my ability, physically to do so, such that the craft, the vehicle was now turning, such that in 12 hours' time it would be facing directly the opposite direction, 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah, you can imagine that. Do you think that my head would be?
You would notice it.
You think you would notice it? You think that you wrote?
You would notice it because you're moving at 1.5 times the speed of sound. It could never be considered to be a slow speed. It's impossible not to notice it. And we're actually spinning. So we're spinning. So we're being thrown off. The forces would be there. You'd register it.
Jin, do you think there's a way of working out what the force on your neck would be by plugging in an equation that you could plug in the speed of the vehicle and the angle that you're changing the steering to work out how much your neck would be pushed to one side or your head would be pushed to one side?
Yes, it is possible to do that. Yes.
Okay. What do you think happens if you plug in that speed?
The thing is that you're living on Earth. Earth is supposed to be spinning. There's so many vectors.
You're not listening to what I'm saying, Jin.
Plug in the speed of your neck, Jen. What happens if you plug in the speed of your neck, Jen? Go ahead, Pazza. Go ahead.
What happens if you plug in 1,000 miles an hour as a linear velocity of the craft, and the rotational velocity
you would
of 360 degrees per 24 hours? Yeah. What do you think would be the central?
At 1.5 times the speed of sound, you're going to notice it.
1,000 miles an hour.
At 1.5 times the speed of sound.
I just said 1,000 miles an hour. I'm giving.
It's that speed that gets you. Remember that. It's not slow. It cannot be considered as a slow speed. So you would notice it. I'm going to notice it here on Earth.
Okay.
So I'm going to
I give
notice it.
I give up.
Give up. Yeah, do
Okay,
give
but
up.
would
Do
we
give
not?
up. You're flogging a dead horse there, son. Give up.
I am
give
with
up,
you.
Paz.
I am with Jin.
Give
I
it
am
up
definitely with Jin.
and
Flogging
throw
a
it
dead
in the
horse.
bin and come back to the flat earth where you belong. All right? Give it up.
Smash it up. Smash it up. Chuck it in the bin.
So would we not feel the speed change from 1,000 miles an hour to somewhere in Alaska where it's only a few hundred miles an hour?
How quickly do you move from one position to the other?
How long does a flight take? 8 hours? 12?
What's the you know? Do you want me to come up with the numbers? What's the distance between Anchorage and say I don't know somewhere in Equatorial Guinea? Somewhere equivalent to it. How long does it take an airplane traveling at 600 miles
10
an hour?
hours. Let's say 10 hours.
10 hours. So what's the tangential velocity at the equator?
Nothing at the north center, and then you have 1,000 miles. So you have to garner momentum. How do you calculate the momentum contained within the body, you, that has traveled from these two destinations, Paza, with different rotational speeds?
Numbers.
Yeah, that's a question.
Words, not numbers. What's the tangential speed at Anchorage, Alaska?
Go to the North Pole.
I don't know.
Yeah, 600 miles an hour.
Google.
600 miles an hour, approximately. 600 miles an hour.
That's too high, Jen. That's way too high.
You've got a.
Okay, I've got it. I'm giving you a guess. I've got it. I said approximately.
Yeah, I'm 600 miles an hour here at Ireland or something.
Generism did it. Generism did it in one of his shows.
Journism. You always say generism. He's Jern fuckingism.
Geronism, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's supposing it's 500 miles an hour. Yeah, so that's you've got a force going from left to right or right to left. You're traveling at 1,000 miles an hour across perpendicular to the north south. Yeah, and then 8 hours later you're going 500 miles an hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a 500 mile an hour change in the force across you over 8 hours.
How much momentum would you have garnered, Paza? If there was a big wall and the Earth should stop turning, how much would you impede with the wall? That's what I'm asking. Well, how do you calculate the momentum?
Pete, it just comes down to what is an acceleration? What's a deacceleration from 1,000 miles an hour to 500 miles an hour feel like over 8 hours?
It should feel massive, or at least there should be some way of measuring.
How many miles is it a minute?
Momentum within your being, yeah.
All right,
how many miles a minute is it?
Let's do some maths then. So I don't think there's. I generally don't think there's any gaps here. Let me just. Oh my god! I fucking log on. Hang on.
You muttered there a little bit fast.
Hang on. Hang on a minute.
Listen, Paza, while you're looking that up, let's just break it down briefly. Jeremy, on a linear track, like a racetrack, we have a certain mass attached to our body, right? And as we attack and break through a styrofoam wall or something, we can calculate the momentum or the amount of force that is required within us and the amount of resistance within the material, right? So how we calculate that linear momentum is via mass times velocity. We're just going with the agreed upon units, right? Now, the problem is, though, when we get to ball Earth considerations, and remember, we're now stationary on the surface of a moving ball. If the ball was suddenly to stop, how do we calculate that momentum, which is calculated by the mass times velocity, same as linear, but now it's also according to the distance between the center of rotation, which is 4,000 miles if we're at the equator, right? But because everything is moving 1,000 miles an hour as opposed to 0 miles an hour at the exact North Pole, we have a certain momentum garnered, but just for the very nature that we're standing on a sphere. So if the sphere should suddenly stop, I'm asking Paza, just to finish, I'm asking Paza to calculate the amount of momentum contained within the body now that is on this moving sphere, as opposed to at the equatorial areas at 1,000 miles an hour, as opposed to the north center where you're pretty much 0 miles an hour.
I'm working it out right now, Pete. Hang on.
Excellent.
Give me 5 minutes.
Speaking of, I did the maths. I came back with the calculations. The rotational force that opposes this downward acceleration that a person on the equator would experience if they weighed 70 kilos is about 0.4% of their weight, or about 3 newtons.
Yeah, that's negligible against gravity, isn't it?
Yeah, which is 686. Yeah, so 0.4% of their weight is acting in the opposite direction. Now, you tell me if you'd noticed that.
Hang on.
I mean,
Bear
it
in
may,
mind,
Jeremy, yeah,
the
Jeremy
thing
might
is,
want to get in there. Go ahead, Jeremy.
it's persistent as well. It's not like it's ever
Yeah,
changing. So
exactly.
it would always be part of your makeup. It'd always be part of your perception
How do you
cycle.
test something
Listen,
like that?
listen, calculator guys. We're trying to calculate now if the Earth suddenly stopped spinning and you went flying off from a stationary position. We all experience a stationary Earth surface, right? But that's not true, right? In this scenario, we're trying to imagine now as we're at the exact North Pole. Forget about anchorage. We're at the exact North Pole where there's very little rotation energy. So yes, what much momentum is garnered in your body as you travel from this pretty much zero center reference of rotation to the 1,000 mile an hour. If the Earth was to stop, if there was a big brick wall, how much like a cannonball would you penetrate? Go
At the
ahead.
North Pole, at the exact North Pole,
Yes.
0.
Right. Now at the equator, and remember you have to multiply 1,000 miles per hour and convert it to meters per second. You
Yep.
also have to multiply 70 kilograms, which is fine, and you
Yep.
also have to multiply 1 second. One more thing that you have to multiply to calculate your momentum, which is the radius of the Earth. Let's just take it 4,000 miles. You have to convert that to meters, and that
Yep.
figure, when multiplied linearly, will give you that momentum that you have as you hit a brick wall as the Earth stops.
Are we assuming the Earth stops instantaneously? No deceleration,
Yes,
just
but you
instant
said
stop.
the zero momentum was, yes, you said zero momentum was applied to the North Pole, and we agreed with that. So now, can you give the figure out, please, as we now agree we're on the central axis, the equator? Please go ahead, as opposed to zero. Go ahead.
There would be an infinite amount of force because you have an infinite amount of
Exactly. That's
deceleration.
why we know we're not moving.
Excellent.
Well,
But
no,
my
because the Earth
body,
isn't stopping instantaneously.
yes, but my
What?
body
Oh, come
can't.
on,
One
Jay.
second, Jen. Let me just say this then. But here's the thing, bud. People have flown from the north. People have flown all around the earth. My body, in no appreciable level, will be able to experience this gained or garnered momentum. And I think this is what Jeremy was sort of pointing
I'm
out
calculating
initially.
how you'd feel. Rather than just proposing that the Earth stops this in the current globe Earth model, everything stops instantaneously, which is not a tenable proposition because it doesn't do that, does it?
Wish I had no, but I wish I had a little wristwatch
Well,
pass
the
out
Earth
that
doesn't move either,
I had it
by
at
the
the
way.
North Pole, so you zero energy right now as I'm moving on my flight down to the equator. I'm after garnering so much energy that clock is rising and rising. Unless if the Earth should stop, this is the amount of energy I will travel forward with. But I can't find any watch or clock to recognize that change. Even though you say it goes from zero to infinity. Ho ho! That's a great one.
Well,
Who
no,
said
only
this?
because you said the Earth stopped instantly. You're saying you're messing with infinity. Well, you're gonna get an error value. It's just
You're
basic
messing
math.
with
It's not like
sanity,
you built
mate.
You said infinity, but I know the
You are
figure is
messing
an
with sanity,
infinity.
mate.
You said infinity. I know the figure is an infinity because 70 times 1,000 miles per hour converted to meters per second times 4,000 miles converted to meters. It will not give you anywhere near infinity, but it will give you a definitive amount of momentum contained within your now body, which doesn't experience any other variations. It doesn't. How are you going to appreciate it? No way you can
Clearly,
do
you
it.
wouldn't get infinity because you're not using the equations
I
correctly.
never said infinity. You said
But no,
infinity. And let
no,
me just say
you're
this.
not.
Let me say this to you. The answer for the flat earther is the Earth's surface isn't moving, bud.
You're not gonna get the way you're calculating. Of course, you're not gonna get infinity because you're not calculating it correctly.
You said infinity. I didn't say
Yeah,
infinity. I
exactly,
never
which is the
accepted
correct
infinity.
answer. The reason you're not getting it is because you're using it incorrectly.
Yes, I'm not using it incorrectly. You're the one who mentioned infinity. When I asked you, we
Well, you
agreed that
did.
at the North Center there would be no garnered momentum, right? Then
No,
we
you,
agreed,
Pete.
excuse me, please, we agreed, well, at least as we made our way, you said that we'd reach infinity levels of garnered momentum. I didn't agree with you, but it was a deviation. It's a massive number. You calculated it, but it's not infinity. Absolutely. Not infinity. You should hold back, maybe, but
You said assuming the Earth stops instantaneously, that would require an infinite amount of force. Therefore, an infinite amount of deceleration would occur at that instant.
right. This is basic Newtonian mechanics, where we sort of imagine ideal. Actually, this is basic science, where we imagine and weigh up against ideal considerations all practical sort of realities as best as well the modern mind allows. Anyway, but my point is, you mentioned infinity, but what you meant to say was it's an enormous number, attached. Let's just imagine. Remember, I said, imagine the Earth stopped. Of course, it would take an enormous amount of force. But let's just imagine that was the case. You would travel forward then with a certain amount of momentum. Me, twice the size of you, would have a different amount of momentum at the same sort of departure point. You won't be able to break the wall. I might be able to break the wall, or someone twice the size of me will be able to break the wall. Because why? Well, momentum is calculated, just to finish, via your mass times your velocity times, well, your radius, your point of
It's a lot of words, Pete.
departure.
Momentum's not got radius in it, just to let
Yes,
you
it
know.
has. Angular momentum has. Angular momentum has.
Right,
Linear
okay.
momentum
Now
is
you
calculated
specify.
by your mass times velocity. Angular momentum is calculated by your mass times velocity times your radius, center from your distance from the center point. And shut up
Yeah.
out of it.
Paz, if at some point you come to the conclusion that we are actually just stationary, how would you look back on the current belief you have of all the movements? Would you just kind of like would you just sort of shrug your shoulders and be like, well, all right, I guess I got deceived. That
Well,
was
as in, if it came out. Sorry.
Good question could go to you too. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, would you think back and be like, oh, okay, it was exactly what it was experienced to be, or like it's exactly what it seemed to be, and it wasn't this whole mathematical kind of story.
It wouldn't be. You're right. If I was it was suddenly revealed to me that this is one gigantic charade and the Earth is flat, then obviously I'd be extremely cross, as I'm sure you've gone through. You've transitioned yourself through that emotion, and I'd be the none of the maths which pertains to what I'm saying now would be any different, but clearly it would have been misused.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the math is not the problem per se. Yeah, it's the application to the physical world that would have that in that scenario that would be that would have. Yeah, what was the word you used? Misused, misapplied.
Yeah, misapplied or misused. But clearly, the point is there are still observations we make which we were talking about earlier on about this idea of some sort of global refraction making something at a near distance like a satellite appear to be something slightly further away. And you can entertain those conversations. A lot of astronomy works on the basic tenet that you have line of sight to things. You have straightness of light to where you're looking at. We try 2 millennia of astronomy done by both religious people, agnostic people, atheistic people of all cultures across 2 millennia have all worked on the basic tenet that the direction you see something at is the direction it's at. Yeah. So, and from that, and there is a model that you can plug this into, a mathematical model which using that basic tenet works. If you suddenly make the whole world flat and you turn the celestial sphere into celestial hemisphere, you've got some trimming of that to do. That goes without saying. So the question is, that would lead you to one of two conclusions. Yeah, that either and this is a serious point, is that the entire realm of majesty was contrived to such a way that it made it look like everything was a long way away and we were a sphere, working on the basic tenet that light travels in straight lines, because that's our referential experience on a very local level, which would make you question why would that be done. It would have to be some sort of like enormous faith test mechanism, and that's where the truth of the real elaboration would be, because if the Earth is flat, there is this enormous elaboration to make us consider it otherwise. That's my personal position on that.
By elaboration, you mean the deception, like a massive agenda in some sort?
I don't think that kind of illusion would be deception, because it would have to be by definition deistic. So calling deception.
Couldn't it be a scenario? Well, okay, so if this whole realm has like sacred geometry built into it, and certain geometrical constants that involve spheres and planes and vortices and all of the different components of magnetic fields and so on, if that's like there's a baseline there, and and then it also just is what it is, like there's the truth of it. If you could take that sacred geometry and those different components and the mathematics and so on and interpret them in a alternate coordinate system, sort of like just selectively choosing an alternate coordinate system. It is interesting, like I often say, like in Stellarium, you can literally switch between the equatorial grid, which has the Earth as a sphere, with the celestial sphere, all out there, or, far away, or you could put the azimuthal grid on and have a planar foundation with a hemispherical dome around you. So it's sort of shown in that. But what I'm trying to get at is that if there's a geometrical transform that can be done, then it's not that necessarily the creator is doing this whole elaborate thing to deceive anyone. It would just be that the geometry that, in that sense of the creator, the intelligence, is able to be interpreted through different lenses. And then whatever entities or forces or humans or beings or however you view it that are then portraying a globe model would then just be a deceptive, criminal, however you want to view it, act. They get entire humans to go to war and kill each other for absolutely inane reasons. So, the level at which it seems like people can deceive others is dramatic. So, that part is its own thing, deception. But I'm just saying at that point, it would just be an interpreted model based upon certain foundations that are true, and then interpreted through that lens, and then have gotten other people to believe it in this modern era in that sense.
Gio, who are you then in comparison to your grandfather who went to Vietnam not knowing what he was fighting for? Do you know what I'm saying? Your consideration now is to see through the greater literal story and to a metaphor in a sense, right? We accept, I'm not saying this, incorporating, but I'm asking you genuinely as a man, as you express your point of view consistently, which is we're in a different consideration. So we don't take everything so literally, and there's a greater connection between each and every individual and the truth. But then who am I that just to have the comfort of be able to consider this and sort of wax lyrical on it, as opposed to someone who gave up their life for something that they knew not the greater cause? I guess that's the question. Although, can I just say to finish, I think I get your answer as well, Gio, that God creates this whole setting, and we sort of immerse ourselves, or we sort of separate ourselves to our own, story, or influence, whatever. But sorry, Gio. Do you know what I'm saying, though? Do you get the greater or my question?
I think in answer to Gio's point, I wasn't being disparaging by saying it's deception, because clearly there is an entire construct which makes it appear this way, and tries to map it this way. You can use Stellarium to build yourself a celestial hemisphere, but the problem you have is that you, in doing so, you still have issues about how everything in what we call the southern regions, the southern hemisphere, is seen. There is definitely a lot of distortion going on there, which would only pertain to the notion of some external mechanism trying to make it look like these are distant objects in the hemispherical realm like they are in the northern hemisphere. There's a symmetry there.
Consideration, Paza, but you've already accepted an impossible consideration, Paza.
I haven't. Going back to your Pete, while I'm here, yeah, because I've just plumbed it in all the maths, yeah. Going from the equator to Anchorage, yeah. Anchorage is 61 degrees north, which means it's got a tangential speed of 480 miles an hour.
Yeah.
The equator has got 1,000 mile an hour
Yeah.
tangential speed. If you're in a 747 and you're going cruising speed, and I'm presuming you're passing over the equator at that speed, and you're traveling all the way to Anchorage and passing over Anchorage, yeah. Journey time of 7.3 hours, yeah. So as you travel directly north to get from somewhere on the equator to Anchorage, you would lose
Yeah.
518 miles an hour across your body, effectively, as you say, because the tangential speed goes from 1,000 miles an hour to 575.
Right.
So you'd lose 518 miles an hour over the acceleration in force is equivalent to 518 mile an hour change over 7.33 hours, which is 70 miles an hour per hour, which is 1.17 miles an hour a minute, which is, and this is the figure, 0.01 mile an hour per second. Now, if you've been in a car and you apply the brakes, and that car is slowing down at 1 mile an hour
Right.
per second, you can probably feel it. If it's
Okay.
slowing down at 0.1 mile an hour per second, you probably won't feel it. If
I
it's
was actually thinking.
slowing down 100th
Hold
of
on,
a mile
Pete.
an hour a second, you definitely wouldn't feel it.
Okay.
Hold on.
Now,
So it's a
yeah.
mile. Hold on, Pete. So it's a mile a minute. You're saying a little over a mile a minute. We're slowing.
No. The units are important here. It's an accelerative force across your body because you're going north to south, and the tangential is across your body, yeah, across your shoulders, of 1.17 miles per hour per minute. That's the accelerative force. Speed over time
1.7 miles an hour.
per minute.
Per minute. Per minute.
Per minute.
1.7 miles a minute. So if I'm in a car,
Oh no,
So if I'm in a
not
car-
miles per minute. No, listen.
Feed it on your
One-
testicles.
Listen to what I'm saying. An
Pete.
acceleration is this difference in speed over time. Yeah? The acceleration.
okay, we're speeding up. We're speeding up. Okay, our speed is changing 1.8 miles per minute.
No.
Is that correct?
No. Listen. 1.17 miles per hour per minute.
Hold on. I gotta mute Pete. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Would it work if we did in meters per second per minute?
Say it again. How many miles per minute are we decelerating?
You don't accelerate miles per minute. Acceleration.
Sorry,
is the
how many
change-
miles per? Sorry, I said the wrong thing. How many miles per hour is our speed increase, or how many miles per minute is our speed increasing?
Your speed is changing 1.17 miles an hour every minute.
1.1 miles per hour every minute.
Yeah.
I don't even know if
Changing-
that makes sense.
I know.
Right,
It
so-
does. That's a problem. That's a problem of you understanding that an acceleration is a change of velocity over time.
So, in
I'm just trying to figure out how much. I'm just trying to figure out how much speed we're gaining or losing or slowing down every minute.
You're 1.17 miles per hour. That's the speed you're losing every minute. Speed. 1 miles per
Per
hour.
hour per
Speed.
minute. You're not. I don't know. It's really not making
Oh
sense to
my
me.
god.
Right,
I
okay.
know
So,
that's your problem, mate.
so okay. So in 1 minute, you've decelerated 1 mile per hour, like the speed miles per hour, like cars go in 1
That's
minute.
what I was trying to ask. That's
Yeah,
all I
the
was trying to ask, dude.
The second
So every
minute
minute we're slowing down by 1 point whatever miles
per
per
hour.
hour.
per hour.
Yeah.
That's what I said about 50 times.
Okay, so we go a mile per hour slower every minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I'm in a car, now I'm in a car, and if I speed up 1 mile per hour every minute, you're saying you don't feel that?
No.
You're not going to feel that.
No.
If you're in your car and you're on the highway and you
Mm.
put your foot down so that you change speed from 60 miles an hour and you end up at going 61 miles an hour a minute later, you're not thrown back into your seat, are you? You're not
No,
cricking
but
your neck.
eventually, Eventually, after 10 minutes, I don't know, you wouldn't feel it after 10, 20, 30 minutes?
Well, no, because
Deary me, Jeremy, this is so awkward.
you probably fluctuate. You probably decelerate more with your trying to keep your foot steady on the pedal than that deceleration. Like normal people driving on a road trying to maintain a constant speed probably fluctuate their speed more than that.
The wind speed change as you're going down the
Yeah.
highway is probably
Yeah.
a magnitude higher than that.
All I'm hearing is a lot of
A dog sticking his
excuses
face
and
out
not
the
a lot of
window.
evidence. Listen, you saying you wouldn't feel it.
Yeah.
Can you show me? Can you show me that I wouldn't feel it? Can you
Can
show
you
that?
show, can you
Well,
show me a
actually, I'm new
scenario
to
where
the
you would?
conversation. Can you explain
I didn't
how
think
is this
so.
relevant to the Earth and what it's doing? I'm new to this. I just
Oh.
joined. How is this relevant?
It's
all
not
I'm
relevant.
asking.
It's relevant to one. It's relevant to a question that was asked about half an hour ago. That's all it's
Basically,
relevant to.
what was said was if you got a plane and you flew straight south from the North Pole to the equator, what's the change in acceleration you'd constantly feel on average through that journey?
It's from
Oh,
Anchorage in Alaska.
what
to
Yeah.
do we
Equator.
notice?
Oh, right, sorry.
How much change do we measure when we actually take flights? What do we measure?
What do you mean? What do we measure?
That's pretty good. Yeah.
How much change do we measure when we take flights? You're talking about how much we're talking about. Yeah. So
You don't notice it in a plane. You can't measure it in a plane.
Yeah, but I think, I mean, if you're going like if you're going 800 miles an hour, and at some point, because of this change of the claim of the speed of the Earth change, you're going to end up going, from 800 to 500.
Mm-mm.
When are you slowing the plane down?
The plane's
when is this change ever measured or known? If you're saying you don't notice it, how is this change ever actually felt? Where does this change come from?
Basically, asked
Tangible, or is it something you just made up that would happen?
I was going to say,
citation.
hold on a second. I was going to say, where is it tangibly validated?
Yeah, citation.
Yeah,
But the
where
point
do we
is
measure this to know
no,
what we're talking about? Otherwise,
we're missing the point here. They're missing the point here. Someone here said, "How come when you travel from the equator to Alaska, you don't suddenly feel this massive change in tangential speed?" That was the original proposition. That's what we're addressing here. I think it was Pete saying, "Well, I'm doing 1,000 miles now tangentially at the equator. If you go to Alaska, it's going a lot less. How come you don't feel it?" And
Well, I don't know if it was about. I don't know if it was just about feeling it as if it would be some massive instant thing. It was more about how, in any way, can we detect, measure, tangibly test in any way, shape, or form that this is occurring outside of just calculations and mathematical. Outside of the mathematical garb of ideas. Where can
I know this one. Sorry.
Go ahead.
The way I'm assuming you. Well, the way you can, I feel like it's tying into Coriolis a bit. The way this is detected is by taking very precise measurements of unit masses at different latitudes. Correct me if I'm wrong. Going from latitudes to and above or below the equator, and there's these very slight change of masses due to the fact that the sine or cosine factor of the rotational velocity is changing because we're on a spherical Earth. Pazza, clean that up if I've butchered it. It's been a while since I've
that's one way. I mean, the point is that the question someone said earlier, the proposition put forward was, well, surely if you were at the equator and you're going 1,000 miles an hour and then you go to Alaska, you'd feel this massive change. That's what someone said. And I was saying you wouldn't feel it, or you wouldn't be able to detect it in the journey in an aircraft, because the aircraft's being tossed around left, right, up, down by vectors of current and changes.
All right, so give us a citation on that. Yeah, just a citation on when somebody measured that. That'd be great.
Measured what? I'm saying you wouldn't be able to measure it. I've just given you a figure that shows.
Listen, hold on. I'm sorry. You said wouldn't, right? So in a hypothetical situation, wouldn't. Well, we do need to see that situation before we make a determination.
Right.
Yeah,
so you want me to? To be clear, you want me to give you a citation that says you wouldn't be able to.
I want you to back your claim.
No.
Claim.
What you're saying is that you wouldn't measure it, and
the Earth is rotating.
Where was it ever measured? Where did you measure it?
You'd feel a certain thing. I need you to document that scientifically. You would or would not feel a certain thing.
I said you wouldn't feel a phenomena.
Right, you need to show the audience that. You need to demonstrate that to everybody now.
When I get in a plane in the equator and I travel north to Alaska,
See,
I'm not
you're already
tossed
doing it.
left.
My friend,
Okay,
you're
fair
doing
enough.
something impossible.
No,
You're trying to defend a scenario that no one's going to go on with you. I mean, I'll take a flight with you, sure. Pay half and half. You know what I'm saying? Like no one's checking on this, so we're just going to have to take your word for it. I'm not going to do that.
You can talk over me,
Also,
but
I
talk
have
over
been
me.
on over
Right,
100 flights. We're talking
Great.
Concorde,
Well done.
helicopter, fucking gliders, all kinds of things. I've been in the air over 100 times. And I have to tell you, each time I knew I was in a moving object. Thanks.
Great. Well done. It's not addressing what I was talking about at all, not remotely.
Couldn't care less.
Yeah, but
No, I know
that's
you
what I'm
couldn't.
saying.
You
We're,
just
we're
wanted
asking you what it is. Where you said you wouldn't measure it. When so if you wouldn't measure it on a flight going from there to there, where is it measured? Where do you measure it?
I don't think you can measure it.
So
Well, then
okay, and that's your proof that it exists.
Isn't that a problem? Isn't that a
That
problem?
does not a,
Well,
that doesn't bother you that
stop.
you're.
Someone said to no. Listen. The point was, someone said if you earlier on. Listen to what I'm saying. Someone in here said if you travel from the equator to Anchorage, the equator has got a tangential speed of 1,000 miles an hour, and at Anchorage it's a lot less. Why wouldn't you feel that change in tangential speed? That was the point I was addressing, and the point I was making is you wouldn't feel it.
All right, but it's shifted. Okay, but it's shifted, right? Because you did the calculations, 1 degree per minute or 1 mile an hour per minute. I when that was first said, I would agree that you wouldn't feel it either because it's so minor. You know, you're on a 12-hour flight and it's this very minor difference. You know, overall, so a couple hundred miles an hour over 10, 12 hours. You know, I agree. Like, and the calculations,
7 hours.
Yeah, the calculations you guys did were fine, but the thing is, the question moved to measuring it. So, you know, okay, I guess
what do you want me to measure?
I guess I can't speak for anyone else. I am asking how it could be measured because if you're on a racetrack and you're going 1,000 miles an hour and then you start going 700 miles an hour, that is measurable. There's ways to measure that speed difference. So in the same way, if you're going 1,000 at the equator versus 700 at some southern latitude, now you're telling us this is happening because the Earth is spinning and all of the tangential velocity, etc. But now you're just saying it can't be measured.
Well, are you asking me to measure a 0.019 mile per hour per second persistent acceleration in one direction in a plane tossing around in turbulence? How would I do that?
No, what we're asking for is like we're saying, okay, yeah, we got you. Okay, so you wouldn't see it on this flight. Okay, but the thing that you're claiming to exist that has happened and can or theoretically should be measurable, where have you ever done that? Actually,
what are we talking about? What are you talking about? What have I claimed you can measure?
Well, if you're saying that you can't measure something or you wouldn't be able to, that implies that you would be able to it under other circumstances, or that you have proved it in any way scientifically. Any amount of Earth movement. Where can you prove the Earth moves in any way, shape, or form? Can you prove the Earth moves in any way, shape, or no?
Is the Earth moving? How
That's
was
a different
that
question
established?
to what I'm addressing.
By the way, the ring laser gyroscopes that are used in airplanes are very, very sensitive. They would be able to pick up the change in acceleration that you're referring to.
What we're arguing is what we wouldn't see if something that you haven't proven to be real is real. If it was
that doesn't
real,
make any sense.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. You need to prove the thing you're talking about is real. Then you can tell us whether or not something would or wouldn't be noticeable.
What thing am I claiming is real?
That would be the globe. That would be the globe.
Movement.
That would be the globe. That would be the globe. The globe. The globe. The globe.
All right.
Like the whole reason we're here, right?
That's very good, Jin. That's very good.
Yeah, but there would be the change in the actual velocity of the travel of the aircraft through the medium.
I believe that this lateral acceleration manifests itself through the Coriolis effect at particular speeds. I can't prove that.
Well, just to make a dramatic,
an observable effect is evidence of something happening in reality. What are you talking about? The Coriolis effect?
I'm not talking about. I'm saying I'm addressing a claim that was made earlier on by saying you wouldn't be able to detect anything as a consequence of the claim earlier on. Now you can ask me to prove that I wouldn't be able to detect it, and here I am. I can't detect it. There, I proved it. Is that good enough for you? What do you want me to? I'm asserting that someone's claim I would be able to feel it isn't true, and you're saying to me now prove you wouldn't be able to feel it. You can get in an airplane and you can't feel it.
Prove that it exists. Because if I could tell you,
What's it?
if I tell you that the proof of this thing moving is that you wouldn't even feel it moving. I put you on it, don't move it, and say, see how you didn't feel anything? That's proof of it moving.
I didn't say it was a proof of it moving.
Nice.
So where is it?
You're misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting what was put to me, which I addressed.
Okay. So where is it moving? So is it moving then?
I mean, he was accurate in the logic, I think we moved on from the feeling thing. That's kind of subjective. We're talking about in any way measuring, testing, validating on any way, shape, or form that this is existing outside of just mathematical calculations on a sheet of paper.
I can't go on my garden. I can't. There's no way I can go into my garden and I can detect the motion of the Earth.
That's what we're
saying. Is that good enough for you?
Well, that's what we're telling you. That's
totally
what. Who can detect it?
I get it. I get it.
Okay, so no one actually that you know of can detect it.
I didn't say that. I mean, I'm sure there are people who've got evidence.
Asked you, so who can detect this motion? Who can detect it?
Well, the entire body of science
suggests
they have. Okay, you can let me finish a sentence, or you just talk over me. It's up to you.
Okay, no, just tell me about the entire body of science.
Well, let's not do interruptions. Let's let everyone go one at a time. But that's the thing, dude. If we're talking about science, okay, a body, that means other people that are doing something they call science. That's not really. Yeah, we're talking about. If we're talking about the scientific method, it should be repeatable, testable, falsifiable, etc. So
Yeah, I think the evidence is that a lot of the evidence put forward, like Foucault's pendulum, are repeatable and testable. Yeah.
Okay, but that is a separate topic.
Astronomy and the observations that are made over. What measuring Foucault's pendulum isn't science.
Okay, well, what's the independent variable of the experiment?
Time
is the cause?
No, you just asked me what's the independent variable. That's not the the independent variable.
Independent variable is the cause of the it's the cause of the experiment.
Right. Yeah, to be clear, I work with. I'm an observational scientist. I do that every day of my life. Yeah, I don't need any lessons about science and how you use science.
Oh no, observation. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. You can't.
Of course it isn't. No, of course it isn't. No.
Observational science. So how do you do an experiment on an observation that's not repeatable?
What? Who said that my observations aren't repeatable?
Well, if I'm observing something, and I observe it happening, I guess how do I make that into science if I'm just observing something?
Observational science. Observation. Let me talk, or are you going to talk over me again? Observational sciences, most of them, the classical observational sciences, okay, right, don't have in the classical sense an independent variable. They use time as an independent variable. In other words, they make observations of a complex system. They correlate the behavioral changes between multiple parameters, which aren't in their control.
Okay. So it's pseudoscience, not actual science.
Well, you can call it that if you want to, but if you can utilize.
Well, what would you call something that doesn't actually adhere to the scientific method?
I can talk to some. I'm happy to talk to someone who is going to let me finish sentences.
Yeah, you guys, let's keep the audio. Hold on.
Trying not. If I did clip you, I thought you were done, and I'm walking the dog. I'm sorry if I'm dropping out.
No, I know we're both passionate, but observational science where you make rich multiple observations of a phenomena, and you correlate a relationship between parameters in that mechanism, variables in that mechanism, which you aren't manipulating directly, are utilized to come up with scientific conclusions and evaluations of a situation. That's science still.
So no, but I don't understand how you say that they're used to come up with scientific explanations. I thought you had to use the scientific method in order to come up with scientific answers or explanations. And if you're saying that you don't do that,
We do use the scientific method. Yeah, there are several methods you use in science. There isn't one. The one where you just basically sort of like heat the water until it boils. That should the applying of energy is your independent variable, and you look at looking at the manifest conclusion. That's a simplistic, classical mechanism for working out a relationship between something you're in control of and something you're not in control of. The
So is
independent and the
there
non-independent variable.
so
Yeah?
is there any
You haven't.
version of the scientific method that doesn't include experimentation?
Well, there's theoretical sciences.
That's theoretical. That's not actually tangibly practical, right?
They have a utilized they're utilized to it in a certain scope, but clearly then until they manifest themselves into some physical observation or some corroborative mechanism, they are still theoretical.
Right. So you
So
can't really perform an experiment on it, right? You can't physically
but
manipulate it or
that
perform an
that doesn't make
experiment
it
on it.
that doesn't make it pseudoscience. That just makes it a different type of
Well,
science.
that's why I asked which scientific method is able to exclude any kind of actual physical experimentation on something.
I do physical experimentation every day, but I don't have an independent variable other than time.
What are you physically varying or manipulating?
I work with the electronic systems, and I apply multiple different parameters to a system, and I look at how they change and how they change in relation to these variables I don't control. So the only independent variable, example, I work in touchscreen technologies for phones. Yeah, and I help develop silicon for phones for do a particular function. So I apply robotic touches, I apply noise, I apply electronic signals that shouldn't be on the screen. Loads of parameters. They're not in and of themselves the control variables, because I have to put a rich data set across the system, which I'm not in control of one independent variable, and I look at I corroborate the changes of the whole system and try and glean some information out of that. And all that's changing between some of these observations is that I'm making them multiple times over time, and I'm looking at the changes. So the only independent variable really is time. I'm looking at differences over time.
So, but time. Okay,
Now,
so take you. No, hold on.
I immediately throw away time.
No. I'm saying, well, leave as much time as you want. Take you out of the equation. How much time is causing any amount of change on these screens?
What do you mean, take me out of the equation? I'm the observer.
Well, if time is the cause, right? Like the whole point of science is to determine the cause of naturally observing phenomenon, right? Like to determine something scientifically.
The independent variable isn't the cause of something you're measuring in an experiment. When you heat water, yeah, you're looking for a relationship between what happens when you heat things and and the manifest consequence of that. You're not saying if you heat water and you measure when it boils, you don't say, oh, the cause is heat. You're looking for a cause. You're looking for a mechanism that describes the causational relationship between heat and how the atoms in the water behave.
No, if you see something boiling, if you see boiling water and you're trying to determine what causes that to do that, and you try a bunch of different things, heat is one of the things that causes it to do that. If you take,
that's not heat being the independent variable. That's an experiment where you apply. If you want to work out if the experiment is what's the boiling point of water, yeah, then heat is the independent variable, and you measure when it boils. If you're asking why does water boil, then you apply lots of different phenomena to it, heat being one of them, and check if it boils. That's two different experiments.
Yeah, but if you're walking across the road and you see a boiling hot spring, how much time do you need how do you determine the cause by looking at it only observationally?
Well, what you could do is you could look at the temperature of the water at different times to see what the physical nature of the water is at different times.
And
water's cooling down, yeah.
How does that give you the cause, though?
It doesn't. It gives you a causational relationship between the temperature of the water and the nature of the water.
It gives you the confirmation about the time of day and maybe the temperature of the water. But if it's still boiling, it's still boiling and it's still hot.
I'm not talking about time of day. I'm talking about a referential
Well, but
time
that's the only
mechanism.
thing you can correlate. That's the only thing you can correlate because you don't know what's causing any kind of bubbling to happen. It could be air bubbles under there and it's not heat. It could be heat and not air bubbles.
It's boiling.
Like, how do you know?
It's boiling.
Right,
Does
so-
Hazza, 1 second.
boiling.
Is boiling associated with hot? Does something does water have to be hot to be boiling?
It
Good
doesn't actually
question.
have to be. You don't even know if it's boiling because all you're doing is observing it from afar.
Yes.
It looks like it's bubbling. It could just be air bubbles under something, right? Not hot, not boiling, right?
Right.
If
Where
you
are we going with
physically-
this? I
Well,
can
no,
imagine that bubbles are appearing in the water for some magical reason.
Right. Well, no, I mean, there could be an air pocket under there. So there could be all kinds of different.
Yeah, of
The
course.
whole
There
point
could
is
be. There
that
could
in
be a
order
pump.
for you
There
to
could be a
determine,
bubbling pump.
right? But yeah, you have to physically.
This is absolutely pointless. It really
You
is.
have to physically go up to the water and see if it's hot, or go under it to see if there's any air pockets. You have to physically go there and touch and manipulate and figure things out. You can't do it just by observation alone.
But the water, Pazza.
You can do things by observation.
So which is it? Is it boiling water or is it just air bubbles?
Yeah. Good question.
So if I'm looking at bubbling water.
You've imagined this boiling water, which I've had to imagine
No.
to walk up
No,
to.
no, I don't know if
To
it's
imagine
boiling or
a
not.
conclusion.
I don't know if it's boiling or not. I see bubbling water. I see
You're
bubbling
imagining
water,
this
and I
scenario. You
don't
tell me-
know if it's hot because it's hot, and that's what's causing it, or somehow there's air pockets underneath, and that's what it's causing air bubbles to come up.
Excellent.
So how would we determine, in this imaginary scenario of yours, how would we determine one from the other?
I have an
Yeah,
answer.
scientifically,
I have an
with
answer.
science. How would you do it with science?
1 second, Brad. I have an answer. Let me answer him.
He's saying that you can do it observationally.
Well, you do observe it. That's what you'd have to do.
Yeah, but I have an answer that will get him to agree with you, though. Pazza, when water boils in a vacuum chamber, is there heat involved? There's definitely bubbles, right? Is there heat involved, Paz? Go ahead.
There is the triple point of water that it boils with a lower temperatures. Yes, I know that, Pete.
Right, so that's what the guy's asking you here.
No, he's not. He's talking about walking up to
Sort
some water
of.
boiling in the street. He's not suggesting it's in a
No,
vacuum.
I don't know. I don't know that it's boiling or not. It could be the point. No, you're missing the entire point. You think that you in order to
I'm missing
even
the point.
understand. I think I was talking. As soon as you do anything, you have to physically go up to the water and take a temperature reading physically. Correct?
Yes.
So you're
That's an
physically touching.
observation.
Yeah,
Observation.
but you're physically touching the water. Correct?
You can measure the heat of water at distance. Yeah, but you can. Yeah. Where are you going with this? It's an observation.
So you have to be close enough to touch it in order to determine how hot it is. Yeah.
Or you can do it from a distance.
How far
you can work out the temperature of water. Look, I'll agree with you.
Can you tell me that boiling water is boiling from a mile away?
Oh
How about
if you? I'm so sorry. No, this is a legit question. If I observe a boiling pot of water,
conversation,
guys.
No,
this is
I'm
a useful
very serious.
conversation.
I'm
Just
very
genuinely
serious.
asking,
guys.
I'm genuinely asking too. I for really am. Like, you really don't understand how science. Like, if you said we can call it pseudoscience if we want, because by your own definition, it doesn't have the classically used scientific method.
Pazza.
And then now you somehow have a problem with the term pseudoscience. I don't.
Okay, you've won. Well done. You've won.
Okay, let's all relax a little bit. Now,
Yeah.
the point of a scientific experiment is we're trying to find the cause to an effect, right? Would you agree, Pazza?
No, not always.
Yeah.
No.
Again,
What's an independent variable?
He already thinks
What's
that
an
time is an
independent
independent
variable?
variable.
Yeah, of course. No.
What's in it, Pete? Stop with your hot mic and Pete.
I mean, he just said this, Jeremy.
Miking,
Like, did
I'm
you
just
not?
laughing at Pazza. Go ahead.
He literally just said
in.
he thinks time is an independent variable.
Yeah, and if you were a scientist, you'd know that some scientific mechanisms don't need one single independent variable, which you'd wiggle to look at phenomena and come to one single conclusion. I'm sorry that you think that way, but that's your problem, not mine.
And exhale.
No, I didn't ask if it needed one independent variable. I said all experiments need
Go on.
to be
You just said it. You
testable,
just
right?
repeated. I don't say it needs an independent variable. I just asked you what's your independent variable. It's a ridiculous position you're in. You're insisting I have an independent variable, which I use
You've
to
already
corroborate one
said,
conclusion from.
but didn't you already agree that because you don't use a classical scientific method? That's why I asked you, is it
No,
okay?
no. There is a.
Yeah, Paz. He's
Do you not?
asking you where your standards are, Paz. Paz, you're
Because
being asked about your standards. The scientific
No, I'm
method
not.
was
which
evoked to have
which
a
scientific
standard of
method?
integrity to a certain degree. Where's your standard, Paz? Where is your standard? Thank
My
you.
specific
You
question,
can.
my specific question was, which version of the scientific method do you utilize and still are able to skip experimentation?
Who said I skipped experimentation? Who said that?
Well, because that's what I'm saying. If you don't have an independent variable, you're not doing a
There you
scientific
go.
experiment, and you agreed to that.
I disagree. No, I don't. I didn't agree with that at all. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you did. You said you don't, because you don't have an independent variable and you're not doing any
Yeah.
kind of classical experimentation in the scientific method approach, that it still can be considered science. And that's why I said,
I
oh, so could we call that
don't know where you. I
pseudoscience?
don't know
I
where you're
said,
getting.
could we call that pseudoscience? And you said you can call it whatever you want. And I said, great, because anything that doesn't actually include an actual scientific experiment isn't actually scientifically valid, and therefore is pseudoscience. I don't understand why you have a problem with that.
So there is lots of scientific methods that don't have an independent variable.
So
I
that's
think
why I asked, which method of the scientific method did you use that was able to skip experimentation?
Didn't say I'd skip. Who said I skipped experimentation at
You
work?
just said you just did. You just said there are some scientific methods where you don't.
Yeah, I think he's just asking, like, if we use the definition in terms of dependent and independent variables and testing the hypothesis, etc., you have that. If you're saying that it doesn't have to be that, Pazza, I think he's just asking what is an alternative that to you still fits a definition of science that fits in your mindset that would be valid. I think he's just asking.
The different. I mean, if you want to be more specific, I mean, science can be. There's an inductivism, there's imperialism, and rationalism. And inductive imperialism don't necessarily rely on. They're not contingent on wiggling one thing to see how other things manifestly change. Some of these scientific mechanisms rely on you observing a complex system over time or over a series of measurements and looking at behavioral relationship between different mechanisms within inside that system, and from that coming up with a hypothesis, testing it by further observation or evaluation with a wider range of
How do you test it? How do you test something like that? That's, I guess,
I was
my
just about to
question.
explain. I was just about to go through that. You make your hypothesis. You can then test it by giving it a richer data set or a more extreme data set of these things you can't control. In other words, hoof up the parameters a little bit more, evaluate that data, and come to conclusions about whether the relationship still holds true. On the basis of observation, you can draw some conclusion of how you can control one mechanism by looking at another independent, but you didn't actually use one particular variable at the beginning and say, if I wiggle this is the cause. That's not how all science works.
Okay, so you're observing something, then you're taking, then you're saying, okay, now let's take a different set of parameters that we haven't actually observed.
Didn't say different set of parameters. Didn't say different set of parameters.
Oh, what you said, you did it a harder or a different data set.
You can evaluate that parameter set over a richer data set, or if you get the opportunity to and you can control it, you extend the range of those parameter sets. In other words,
but I mean, you extending the range, that's not something that you're observing, right? You're not observing that. You're just extending the range on the paper.
No,
okay,
you're
hold on. This is how it really goes.
Tell me how it really goes, Jeremy. Tell me how science really goes.
This is how it really goes. I'm going to tell you how science really goes.
Okay, go on.
You have an effect. You want to try to figure out the cause of the effect, right? Are we on this? Dude, are you going to talk through me the whole time, or what's up?
No
you have an
one's talking.
effect. I thought Paz was.
No.
No, it's your own voice, Jeremy. You
You
don't.
might be delayed or something, but no one interrupt Jeremy. We'll
Yeah.
give you the floor, even though you've got the delay. Just go ahead. No one was interrupting, but just go ahead. Say your whole thing.
You're
Oh,
hot
I thought
micing,
Paz
Jeremy.
was.
You're hot micing.
I know. So here's how it really goes. You have an effect. We observe an effect. That's your observation. That's something you observe. Then we want to figure out the cause to that effect. Right? So what we're going to do is we're going to form a hypothesis. So you're going to have two hypotheses. One's going to be the alternate. The other one's going to be the null. It's the antithesis of each other. That way, one way or the other, you prove something. You'll either prove your null alternate or your null. Then you're going to go on to do an experiment. What's your experiment going to be? Your hypothesis tells you what your experiment's going to be. It's going to say, if I manipulate hot water, or if I add heat to water, then the water will boil. So the heat is your independent variable. Water boiling is the effect. You go on, you follow through with your experiment. At the end, you can see that you either have validated or invalidated your one of your hypotheses. Then at the end, you'll know that, well, I add hot water or I add heat, it causes water to boil. It's not something where you have an effect and then you don't test the cause of it. That the cause of the effect has to be your IV. That's what it is. It's a relationship.
Great. At the end of it, one thing I will tell you is that in practical terms, that mechanism, which is the Hellenistic classical 6-point cycle, is not representative of all scientific inquiry. Now, you can argue with me till you're blue in the face. You can go look it up if you want to, Jeremy. You can actually do a job where you actually do science that doesn't fit in the Hellenistic. Oh, I've got an idea. I've got an idea what I got to wiggle. I'm going to measure it, and I'm going to come up with a relationship between what I wiggled and what I didn't wiggle. Brilliant. There's a conclusion. Write it down. Life isn't about working out why water boils. Complex systems.
That's the point.
No, it's
it's
not
saying,
qualitative.
Tell me,
what would you?
Everybody, tell me how I use science every day.
What is in your mind? What is the difference between science and pseudoscience?
I'm not interested in what pseudoscience is.
Oh, then I guess we're done here. I guess we're done here. No, we're really done here. What is the difference between science and pseudoscience?
You think what I do. You think that what I do effectively, okay, right, is practices that claim to be scientific but are factual and don't actually have any relevance in the real world, or don't apply to any of the notions of what a scientific method or a scientific investigation actually can utilize or repeat or characterize properly. You think that pseudoscience
I would argue what you're doing is a trial and error. You're doing technology, you're testing and repeating something. You're trial and error more so than you are determining per se the cause of something that's in the natural world via experiment. There is still pseudoscience that's out there that could be perfectly legit. Understandably, but it's pseudoscience, not natural science.
No. Trial and error is a mechanism for trying to surmise how you wiggle something to make something else happen.
Right, but no, that's engineering. But you're not observing anything ahead of time. Maybe you're observing a bird and you want to learn how to fly, but then you're doing trial and error, 100 different ways to make a wing. What are you observing? The whole idea of natural science is you're observing a natural effect and you're trying to figure out the cause of that.
Okay, if you want to frame what science does just in those terms, that's fine. That's
entirely. It's not me. It's the scientific method. This is like Harvard and Yale and Nobel laureates and all of these people are claiming what they do, bro.
No, they don't.
It's the integrity of the situation, Paz. It's the integrity of the situation, Paz.
Not all science is characterized in the Hellenistic 6-point cycle called the scientific method in the classical sense. I'm sorry if you don't understand that. That's your problem.
But people have mistakenly called or assumed that some pseudosciences are actual science, but that doesn't mean that they're right in calling it that. That's why I'm asking you specifically, how do you characterize something that's pseudoscience versus science? And you refuse to answer it because I don't know.
Well, I was a bit taken aback that you presume that anything that doesn't fall in the 6-point Hellenistic cycle is pseudoscience. Is that what you're suggesting?
So can you clear it up for me and explain what pseudoscience actually is?
Pseudoscience is an amalgam of it's basically unfalsifiable claims or things that rely on confirmation bias or things that rely on non-rigorous attempts to evaluate things, hiding behind what we call science.
Excellent. So how do I verify the distance to Polaris? Is that an unfalsifiable claim?
How I didn't say that I verified. I don't say I did that every day.
But you would definitely say astronomy is a science, right?
Yeah.
And it's not. It's not a science.
Great. So could you please
they say
verify for
themselves.
me? How will we verify the distance to Polaris, and when is that even a falsifiable? That's not. It seems to me like that's an unfalsifiable claim that relies on a whole bunch of assumptions, right?
Well, if you're gonna frame it just in the simplest terms, then
I'm
then
framing
really
it the way you just explained it. I'm framing it in the exact way that you just explained it for me.
How did I just explain it?
Did you forget how your explanation of pseudoscience is something that is
astronomy
unfalsifiable?
is.
You guys, can we clean the audio up a bit so we can hear what's being said? Because there's kind of a lot of over talking.
Sorry, my finger keeps slipping off the push to talk button. I'm sorry, and if I jump back on it, I'm sorry. But that's why I said, yeah, you. That's why I'm using your definition of pseudoscience.
To be clear, so to be clear, it's astronomy being characterized as a natural science, which is the prediction of natural phenomena or the description or by gaining understanding of a naturally observed mechanism using empirical evidence and observation makes it pseudoscience.
Well, all right. So then, which science was used to determine the distance to Polaris, and what was used to verify it?
Well, you tell me, because you're the one that thinks it's a problematic.
Oh, I thought it was
he
astronomy.
asked you. He asked you.
Yeah.
Go.
Oh, I've got to know everything that's astronomy is claiming to corroborate the fact that I think it's science.
You said it's science.
All right, so let's supposing I'm saying it's science. You're saying it's not science, are you?
Well, could you name one verifiable thing that we can do from here on the ground to something that's supposedly or verify? How could we falsify the claim that something is 100 light years away? How do we falsify that?
We can observe. We can verify the moon is spherical in nature.
That's certainly not what I just said.
So you're saying when we measure, hold on, Fuzzy, real quick. You're saying when we measure the distance to something, that's science. We're doing science.
We come to conclusions about the distance of something based upon experimentation. That could be arguably science, couldn't it?
Is that science?
Natural science
is us measuring the distance.
Natural science is us making collaborative empirical observations, making empirical evidence of some natural phenomena through some experimental observation, so that we have some predictive mechanism for working out some property of what we're looking at.
What's an experimental observation?
Okay. Are you saying that measuring the distance to Polaris? Are you saying measuring the distance to Polaris is science?
If you're adopting the mechanisms of natural science practices to try and deduce some property of some entity, you're adopting scientific principles. Yes. Why would you argue?
So yes, measuring the distance. I thought you were done. My bad. Go ahead.
To be clear, whatever you're trying to surmise, if you use empirical evidence and if you utilize empirical evidence for observation to come up with some experiment to some understanding of what you're looking at in the natural and some sort of natural phenomena, you don't think that falls under the premise of what's called natural science?
I'm just wondering if measuring the distance to things is natural science in your opinion, yes or no?
Yeah, astronomy is about trying to measure the relationship of things from a distance.
I have a follow-up.
You don't think parallax measurements and triangulation of things is a scientific endeavor?
Okay, I have a follow-up question. Yes, measuring the distance to things is science, natural science. Do you know how many people are doing natural science on Earth every day? Little kids, every construction
Well,
worker out
hold
there.
on, Jeremy, hold on.
There's
It's not
tons
just
of,
about
so all these
measurement.
people.
This is brilliant, Jeremy. This is a
No,
brilliant
no, no,
argument
no,
here.
no,
Guys,
Jeremy, you've got. I'm sorry, Jeremy, you've got it wrong. I just am trying to correct you because here on Earth you can verify and falsify those measurements. You cannot verify and falsify the measurement to the claim that something is 100 light years away, correct? That's unfalsifiable, which would bring it into the realm of pseudoscience, correct?
Which would make a
Why is that
construction
unfalsifiable?
worker a scientist more so than an astronomer, actually, right?
In that
Because
case, yeah.
Why would I say that? I didn't say that every single observation that you make is natural sciences.
No, you said measuring things is science.
No, I said a few more words than that, didn't I?
Okay, so how is astronomy? So again,
trying to build an understanding of some mechanism or make some prediction about the nature of some natural phenomena by empirical evidence and systematic observation and experimentation is not the same as looking at a lamppost down the street and going, "Oh, that's 2 miles away."
okay,
That's
great.
not
So
the same.
how do
Don't
you
be
look up at the
disingenuous.
sky? Okay, how do you look up in the sky and determine that something is 100 light years away? And how do you
That's a
verify or
good question, isn't
falsify
it?
that? Yeah, how do you falsify it?
That's a good question. Well, how do you think they did it?
I don't know, but is it falsifiable? Is the first question. Because you
I
said
don't know.
something
I'm not.
that's
I'm not.
falsifiable. Oh, so is it falsifiable
Are
or
you
not? That claim.
are you in a position where you're expecting me to understand every single mechanism that's been utilized to work out
No.
the evaluation of everything in astronomy, so that I can robustly defend it here with you as you walk
No,
along?
what I'm asking you is I'm using your definition of something that is falsifiable. All I'm asking for is the claim that something is 100,000 light years away, is that claim falsifiable or not? Yes or no? It's not like you
I've got
said
no
something
idea.
that's falsifiable falls into the realm
I've
of
got no
pseudoscience,
idea.
correct?
I've got, as far as I'm aware, and again, I'm talking off the top of my head, any claim made by astronomy could be falsifiable.
How would I go about falsifying that?
Where you need to, it's contextual, isn't it, really? You understand that, don't you? This is all contextual.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
no,
could
no,
use
no.
the same equipment that they used, at least to get,
For example, I don't know what you expect. What do you expect to be the conclusion of this conversation you're having with me?
I would hope that the penny would drop, that you would like somehow understand that something
Right.
that is like, no, you said, did you not say that something that's not falsifiable, if something's unfalsifiable, that it is into the realm of pseudoscience? Do we agree on that?
Something that's not falsifiable. I didn't say that at all.
No,
Where did you
no,
get?
if
you
something, if
100%
something is,
said that.
yeah, you
100.
absolutely, that was when I asked you what was your definition of pseudoscience, you said something that's unfalsifiable, something that you need, you said the words unfalsifiable.
No. I didn't. I
You
didn't.
100%.
I said it
We can
was.
roll back the tape. I mean, I'm not just walking the dog. I can't roll back the tape, but you absolutely said that. That's why I keep using the same exact word.
It's fine.
No,
If
I
you want to
said.
change, so what is pseudos? If it's
Okay.
not, you
Okay.
did say unfalsifiable. If you want
So
to change your
if
answer, hold
No,
on, Fuzzy.
no, I
If
didn't
you want
say
to
that.
change your answer, that's fine. What is,
Go
if you
back and
want
get
to
the
change
tape.
your
Go back
answer
and get.
and or
Go
you
back and
didn't
get the.
say,
Oi, dipshit! Don't get the audio.
dude, you
okay,
guys,
it's fine.
we
We don't need to go get the audio.
we
Don't
just
get
got to
it.
keep the audio much cleaner, guys. We got to give each other space, even though it gets heated. We got to let everyone finish because it's really hard to follow the conversation when it's jumping all around. I know it's heated and there's passion, but let's go, Jeremy, and then Paz, if you want to respond, at least just for the sake of everyone listening, please just try to do our best. I mean, we can do like mute and unmute or make a list and all that, but it's more organic when it can actually be an open conversation. So go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, no doubt.
I didn't say.
If it's not, did you hear what
Hey,
were you listening to what Gio just said?
Jeremy, shut up.
All right, Jeremy, and then Pazza. Go ahead.
Okay. So we heard you say unfalsifiable. Maybe we misheard you. Maybe you misspoke. Whatever. What do you consider pseudoscience?
Pseudoscience is basically it's utilizing contradictory, exaggerated, or information which has been passed through a either deliberate or non-deliberate confirmation bias, or or utilizing unfalsifiable claims, and this is what I said, utilizing unfalsifiable claims in some sort of assertive mechanism which is incompatible with scientific practices.
Right. So when astronomy
So
when they put forward the notion that an unfalsifiable claim, say that something happened 4 billion years ago, 100,000 million light years away, how is that not utilizing an unfalsifiable idea?
Why is the idea that something happened 3,000 years ago a claim of that unfalsifiable?
So how would I go about falsifying it or verifying it? It's just a claim that you can't go back and test.
We're back to where we were 10 minutes ago, where you were saying that something they claim is unfalsifiable. I was asking you why you think it's unfalsifiable, and then you don't answer that. But then you suggest that because I use the term unfalsifiable claims in the middle of a much more complex definition of pseudoscience, somehow that meant that what they claimed was pseudoscience.
Which is why we're getting clarity on this. And if you think so, what about the claim of something that is 100,000 light years away actually falsifiable? How is it falsifiable? If you think it's not falsifiable, because I'm saying it's impossible I can't go that far in any of our lifetimes. We don't have any kind of technology. There's literally no way to verify or falsify or prove that to be right or wrong, because there's no way to do it. But you're going to say that it is somehow plausible or falsifiable. How is it?
Well, they made a claim.
I'm next.
They made a claim, about the existence of something based upon some astronomical
an unfalsifiable claim. Yeah.
Are you going to let me finish, or are you going to come back in saying falsifiable and unfalsifiable till I get exhausted?
But I mean, calling it a claim and
but dude, even if you disagree, though, man, you got to not interrupt, because everyone's giving you the respect to not interrupt you as well. So, even if you disagree, just to hack over someone just talk right over them is not fair.
Any claim made by astronomers, right, is by definition, as far as I can see, falsifiable.
How?
Because they used a mechanism with a quotient of accuracy based on the tools they have at their disposal to make some guess, estimation, or calculation of the distance of something, and then someone else later on can come along with a different set of observations and correct that, therefore making the first claim falsifiable. I don't know why this is a point of contention for anybody. They change their minds about shit in science all the fucking time.
So that's why I asked you, though, where is that ever, where is that measured?
Calm down.
Where is it falsified? Were you just saying that was falsified by, how do it's a claim of 100,000 light years away. Who verified that? When you say its accuracy, who actually pulled the tape measure to determine the over under the error margin? Because someone had to know it for real in order to determine if it was accurate. So how do you know it's accurate, right?
What do you mean someone had to know it for real? What does that mean?
Well, if the sun was first claimed to be 3 million miles away, but so who measured it to be more accurate? It's actually 93 million miles away. Our margin of error was 100 million.
They used a different set of observations with a different set of instruments and a different resolution.
So another observation, but so no one actually ran a tape measure to verify. It's just another look at something, right? It's not actually verified. That's right. So, and what different measurement, how big of a measurement is needed, or what difference of a measurement is needed to determine that something is or is not 100 light years away?
I don't know where you're going with it. I don't know what you think about things being falsifiable in science means that science is no good. Where are you going with this?
So
when Fuzzy's done.
If I'm right here.
Hold on.
He asked you a question.
Fuzzy, when you're done, I want to go. I want to go next after Fuzzy, but I'll let you have your back and forth. So
I think. Let me just summarize. Maybe Fuzzy, are you saying if it's not falsifiable, it's not science, and it therefore shouldn't be called science?
Well, I'm just based on his definition of something, where he said where you're utilizing an unfalsifiable idea, that's part of
pseudoscience. In pseudoscience, yes. If pseudoscience is saying If it's utilizing an unfalsifiable claim, or it's relying on some mechanism of which is dishonest by confirmation bias or some other dishonest assertion, and it doesn't pertain to the standard scientific practices, that's pseudoscience. So I'm agreeing with you that if someone said this is the distance to something and that's immutable, you've got to go with that. You sod you, that's the distance, and you can't. If you measure it to be different, you're wrong. This is the truth. That's not pseudoscience. That's not science. That's pseudoscience.
Okay, so if I say that the sun is 500, I don't, any number, how
Any
can
number.
you then sit there and then come back to me and say, no, the real thing, we clearly measured, here's the actual proof that it's 93 million.
Someone else has made a more accurate observation.
Yeah, I guess you could only use the same tools that they're using, unless they have some other tools. So I guess you could use your own spectroscopy, machines, and be able to just repeat what they repeated. But that also means you'd have to accept the assumptions that they're using to come to their conclusion, because they're not able to. Like if I was going to say my desk is 3 feet long, and then hand you a ruler and say, yeah, check it out for yourself, it's 3 feet long, you could falsify that, because you could come up to my desk and you could test it, you could measure it, you could falsify it. When it comes to these observational things, I know Jeremy was next. Let me just say this one thing, which is what I was going to say in the thing that came to my mind. Let's say you're 50 feet away, 30 feet away from someone, and they're claiming to do psychokinesis. They're claiming to make something float, but you're 30 feet away, and you can't get up to them to check it. You can't go to see if there's wires or anything like that. But you see the guy is moving a spoon with his mind, is what he's claiming to do. But you can't get up there to actually test whether there's a string or whether there's a trick going on. All you can do is observe it from afar. Is that falsifiable? Do you have any way to falsify it if you can't get any closer to actually see whether there's strings or what's actually going on? And if you were to come to a conclusion, that's psychokinesis, the guy's totally moving a spoon with his mind, but you haven't falsified it, then it really isn't science. And if it's being claimed to be science, then it's thus pseudoscience.
Did you want to respond to that, or?
Pazzo went on deaf, and I think he's had enough. But just go ahead though. If you want to talk to him, though, maybe he might have gotten a phone call or something.
Well, I mean, I was just curious. Like he when we said that, he said, pseudoscience is science that claims to be, pseudoscience that claims to be science, but it's not, because it's unfalsifiable. He had a problem with that. So I was wondering if you could have real science that's unfalsifiable. Because that's what it sounds like to me. Like he didn't like the fact that we said pseudoscience is unfalsifiable. So I'm wondering, like, can real science be unfalsifiable?
Real science is unfalsifiable, Jeremy. How can you prove to Pazza that the Earth's surface might be stationary? It's unfalsifiable.
Also,
they'll tell you.
Sorry,
that
I had a phone call.
these accelerations. Yeah, and you won't feel that because the Earth is moving in such a way, because they defined physics. They gave us the fucking mathematical equations.
Okay, Pazza, you're back. Jeremy has a direct question for you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Apologies, I had a phone call to deal with, so I wasn't cutting off disrespect.
So if something's unfalsifiable, is it pseudoscience?
No, I don't think there's a direct correlation between the two.
So can we have science, real science, that's unfalsifiable?
I don't know. It depends what context you're talking about.
What? Science, falsifiable.
Science of what? What are you claiming is falsifiable?
Natural science.
No. These are just two big words. You're just clumping them together. What context are you talking about?
Talking about natural science be unfalsifiable? Which word didn't you understand?
Which aspect? All right, I'll pick a particular example of natural science, geology. No, it can't be unfalsifiable.
Okay, so it needs to be falsifiable. Why did you have such a big problem when we said that you said pseudoscience? So if somebody claims to be science and it's unfalsifiable, that would be not science, right? So pseudoscience?
So I don't know where you're going with this, Jeremy.
Geology is also not geology.
I'm going to the place where I'm wondering why you had a problem with when we were saying pseudoscience is unfalsifiable, why was that a problem earlier 5 minutes ago?
Well,
Also,
there aren't many unfalsifiable claims, are there? I mean, what are you talking about specifically in reality?
Oh, there's so many unfalsifiable
Are
claims.
you
I don't know
seriously
where I would even
Santa,
start.
That claims
Claus
to be
is not
science.
that's not a solved
Hold
problem?
on. I just want to also say
That
I
claims
can't
to be science.
imagine.
In today's world,
Yes.
yes.
Tons of that. I don't even know. My brain just exploded because there's so many fucking unfalsifiable claims that you guys have.
Are you saying there's something unfalsifiable that claims to be scientific,
Yes.
such as?
Are the galaxy's speed through the universe at 1 million miles, 1.5 million miles an hour?
So they've come up with a figure. They've come up with a figure for it, and if they measure it long enough, they might trim that figure to another figure.
I would
Okay,
say
how do we falsify it?
all.
By
Also,
making another observation.
It's unfalsifiable. What observation?
What are you talking about? You make an observation.
What observation?
You just gave me one. The speed of something in the galaxy. They make a measurement. They make a claim. It can be falsified at a later date with a more accurate observation. Where are you going with this, Jeremy?
So you're telling me we could falsify the speed of the galaxy through the universe
if you made
by
a more
making an
accurate
observation?
These are everything they tell you is based on observations, isn't it? I don't understand how you think this is a win, Jeremy.
Dude, there's so many unfalsifiable claims. You've got refraction through the atmosphere, Earth's rotation, weight change with latitude.
All of
I mean, dude, I could start ripping off hundreds of them. The cause for Foucault pendulum being Earth rotation. Go ahead, Fuzzy.
Every claim that geology has ever made is an unfalsifiable pseudoscientific idea.
It's unfalsifiable.
Yeah, if it's something happened 100,000 years ago, how do you recreate that, or how do you observe that?
And they, what are you saying? They make an assertion about what happened 100,000 years ago based upon some observation, don't they?
On an idea, on a preconceived
Right, so geology is one massive preconception with no observations or no measurements. Is that what you're saying? Because I'm not wasting my time with this kind of I'm not wasting my time with this kind of conversation. If you think that geology is just a group of people making shit up in a room, then we're done. I'm not entertaining this kind of conversation.
Okay. If geology is
what?
not, well, you said that before. You said that having a confirmation bias, right? You don't think that any geology is based on any kind of confirmation bias of what the shoulders of the giants before them theorized?
The confirmation bias is an inherent fault in humans, which you have to iron out by evaluating things carefully, don't you?
Right. So a human that was born into an idea and an entire culture that accepts that the world is already a ball, and then you call them a geologist and tell them that they can claim something 100,000 years ago because everybody knows that 4 billion years ago the Earth was formed, and it's from the 4 billion years. You don't think that that's not
characterized geology perfectly.
That's not confirmation.
No, you've characterized it perfectly. That's how all geologies work. People are born, they have an idea, they stick with it, and they die with it. That's perfect.
I'd love to see the observation of a 4 billion old rock. Please, where's the observation for the 4 billion years? Please show me.
Why are you demanding that I show you all the endeavors of science?
Because you're you really don't see that that's an issue. You don't think that that's confirmation bias. The idea that if I go to a college that has completely taught me that this is the way that the world should be thought of, and then teaches me about any kind of something that happened 65 million years ago, because we all know that this other thing happened 4 billion years ago, that's not confirmation bias? Because you're already believing the idea.
That's how the world works.
You're just trying to fill in pieces from 4 billion years to now, right? geology is?
Or what I can
Is
do
that what
if I want
geology
to,
is doing?
or what I can do is I can try and make observations if I can, or work out mechanisms for making observations that are novel to anybody else that smash the paradigm. That's my choice.
How do you make observations of something that happened 65 million years ago?
Good question, isn't it?
Well,
How do
that'd
they
be-
say that? How do they say
No.
they do it?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how the observational science works on something 65 million years ago.
Good question. How do they do it?
It's pseudoscience. It's not an actual scientific
Okay.
thing.
There we are.
Right?
That's that conversation wrapped up then, isn't it? It's pseudoscience.
Well, are you disagreeing with me?
I'm not agreeing with anything you say.
Well, the question is, the larger inquiry would be:
Why would I agree with anything you're saying?
Are there certain things today that are called science, that are labeled as science, and fields, etc., that actually are pseudoscience, or have pseudoscientific strands within them, and
probably
that then fits into a larger sort of system of like scientism, which is like like that term scientism, sort of like a belief in a system of thought that isn't necessarily all the actual scientific method, but a series of assertions and systems, and maybe some pseudoscience mixed with some science, mixed with funding and corruption and God knows what else, to then claim that it's science, while the unsuspecting person picks up a magazine and reads about it and thinks it's science.
Probably.
Can you please name one? Just name one. Something that you think is actual pseudoscience that's out there today. Please.
Biblical science is probably a pseudoscience, isn't it?
Oh boy, that's a can of worms.
well, it's based. It fits your description, Chio. What do you want to do about it?
Well, yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. Yeah, so, but that's not. Yeah, that's clearly not science, right? So, what? Anything else? That's not. But I don't think they're claiming that to be science.
Are they not? Well, they call it biblical science. What are they claiming if they're not? If they're calling it science, but it's not science, what are they claiming?
Well, because
a lot of people biblical, not science.
Yeah, no. A lot of people refer to the word science instead of the word study or field. Like it's a field of study, but people have called it a science because they want to lump a lot of things into it to make it feel special and actually like science. But like you said, they should just call it Bible study. Like it's just the study of these texts, not anything that you can test scientifically, right? But a lot of people, yeah.
I can. If anybody claims that, like ley lines or things that have got no real strong evidential mechanic to it, or that could, and they call it science, then it's probably more pseudoscience than science.
Maybe, but in theory, if the ley lines have some sort of magnetic properties and you can get magnets to do certain things and line up, then that would be something, at least something tangible or physical, or something that you could maybe test and manipulate to determine anything. But at least that would be something physical on a ley line, on a specific geographical point. But that,
then it would just be science. Then that would be science. That would just be science. Then
that would be. I don't know what that. Yeah, that might be science, but it also might be engineering or testing and trial and error to see what is going on, because we don't know a lot about magnetism in general. But that's a different subject.
By the way, I think oh, go ahead.
You can observe something to the nth degree and come up with a behavioral and mechanism for it, and a useful utilization of it, or a manifest appreciation of how it can change other things, without having in and of itself an explanatory mechanism for its very base.
So, all right. So here's the thing, right? Would you agree that the same observation can be made by two different people, and based on what they already have preconceived or their confirmation bias, they could determine what they say afterwards?
Of course.
Right. So for instance, if the two of us are on the beach looking at a sunset, one of us says that it's going around the curve of the Earth because of all the reasons, and someone else says no, it's just getting further in the distance because of all the reasons. Both
Yeah.
people could be completely correct based on observation alone, correct?
Well, one of them is if they've got conflicting concepts, one is by definition going to be correct and one's going to be false. However, whether there's a deterministic mechanism from those two observations working out is probably unlikely.
Well, but that's my but so therefore, if I were to say scientifically based on my observations and all the math that I could look at this sunset and determine scientifically, quote unquote, that it's flat and it's just going away due to angular perception and all these things. And then you
Mhm.
could say with the same amount of observation and a different set of math could absolutely, quote unquote, scientifically prove that that's what your observation shows as well. But one of you is wrong and both claim to be scientifically accurate. But it's not science, right? Because you can't go and determine that or test that. It's just an observation. So inherently, an observation is just that, and it just inherently, the person's preconceived ideas and confirmation bias is what they're going to use based on that information, on the observation alone. So therefore, an observation alone, without further testing or explanation, or investigation, or testing or experimentation, it's not science, right?
Well, it's a component part of it, isn't it? I don't think we're in disagreement here. You've got to be more rigorous in making a couple of casual observations and come to a conclusion.
Well, but
Science
that's
doesn't
what I'm
do that,
saying.
though,
Like,
does
so,
it?
but if I look at something and then look at something from a slightly different angle with the same,
Yeah.
like, how it's still just an observation. I can't go over there and determine if, so, like, when he said, if there's like the magician on the street, I don't know if he's a magician, but I grew up my whole life believing that magic was real. And I see this guy from 30 feet away claim that he's going to levitate, and he does. And I can't go further in to see if he's standing on something mirror or any kind of rope or harness or any kind of invisible trickery. I can't look at any of that. It's just based on my observation. I already believe that magic is real, so therefore my observational science tells me that that is legit.
That's not watching a magician and saying, "Wow, that disappeared." That's
No,
not
but I don't
observation
know that he's a
science.
magician. I don't know that he's a magician.
Well,
I think he's a real
that
magic
that's not
user.
that's not observational science.
But how do you
Making
go to
casual
determine for
observations.
real? How am I supposed to observe him? Every time I observe him, it looks like he floats in the air. Every single time. He's really good at it all day. All these people.
If you're going to use observation, one way of doing it is to get a load of people to stand right way around him, see if there's a different perspective.
That's what I'm saying. That's being able to go closer and figure it out and verify and test to get closer
systematic.
physically. You have to physically go and move and get closer to do
Or
that.
you can,
Correct?
or
You
you
can't
can
just do it
stand.
from 30 feet away.
You don't have to get closer. You don't have to get closer. You just stand at a different perspective.
No, so if you're on a stage, everyone's in the seats. From every perspective on all the seats, it looks like this guy is performing this magic that I already believe in.
To be clear, as useful as this analogy is, we don't make scientific claims based upon stage shows.
But no, they're observations.
Yeah, but this is a weak analogy because it doesn't represent what we do in science.
It makes it. All you can do is observe stuff. Correct? You can't physically test or manipulate.
Yeah, but you make sure science doesn't rely on myopic one-dimensional observations casually made from one perspective.
No, so it takes two perspectives. So it's still an observation from two. So I go from in the theater of the magician of this guy performing magic. I go to the front seat. I go to the back seat on the left. I go to the up into the good seats, the opera seats, the wings, right?
Yeah,
Everything
backstage,
except behind the scene. No, not backstage. I'm not allowed back there. I can't test. All I can do is
this is where your analogy becomes useless in this respect.
Well,
so that's what I'm asking. What I'm asking, therefore, is what is it that you utilize? That what gave you the key? What science or what experiment or what test or whatever was it that allowed you to go backstage to actually test and verify and manipulate something that's 100,000 million light years away?
Who said that astronomy makes any observations and any conclusions by actually getting the spaceship and going there?
I'm pretty sure.
Why don't they call astronomy an observational study rather than science.
Well, what do they call astronomy?
Science.
They call it natural science, don't they?
Yeah, mistakenly. They also call geology mistakenly call it science as well, even though you can't test or manipulate or observe anything.
I mean, I think they just call science. They call astronomy a science. Maybe technically, do they say okay? I get natural science. I don't know whether they use the word natural. Like
you can systematically and collaboratively evaluate things in the night sky and measure them.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like from the audience, you can get with your friend and look from the first row, the second row, the back row, the upper seats, the wings. You can look you can take as many different observations as you want all day. Every performer, you can look and see, and it looks like this guy's doing magic, bro.
Yeah. Well done. What's the point?
How did you get backstage? What was it that got you backstage to actually verify or falsify these claims of magic?
You're missing the point. Astronomers make claims based upon observations.
Yeah, I'm missing the point.
They're not saying that they're not saying that anything they say is immutable or unfalsifiable. I don't know where you get this idea they did.
Are you saying the sun is not 93 million miles away? Are you denying that?
I've never measured it, but from what I can gather, looking at all the evidence that's out there presented by people who've measured it more carefully than I have, and you have, by the way, yeah, that's the figure they're telling us.
Right, from every observation that can be done from the cheap seats to the opera seats in that auditorium, it looks like the guy's doing magic.
You can characterize astronomy as sitting in the cheap seats if you want to, yeah.
No. The cheap doesn't matter if you're in Norway or Argentina or Germany or Arizona. It's all observations from the ground looking up at the sky, right?
Or space now.
Well, that's a different can of worms, isn't it?
Well, that is a different can of worms, isn't it?
Well, yeah. And
let's supposing it isn't from space. Yeah.
Is Voyager able to? So Voyager 1, was that the one that was able to determine that something was 100 million light years away?
Voyager 1 is a 1970s probe that's hurling out the solar system. I don't think it's had any substantive.
Okay, so all right, then how did you determine any of these distances then? If it wasn't Voyager, which was the first one, to get far enough to make any kind of impact or difference to measure something that's 100 light years away.
I'm not an astronomer.
You just said they don't make claims, so why?
They make. I didn't say. I said no. When did I say they don't make claims?
They don't make claims that are not unfalsifiable.
They make claims, but their claims are falsifiable. They shouldn't be that hard.
How are they falsifiable?
By making alternative observations with more accuracy.
You really don't understand the analogy of the guy.
This really is difficult.
This is such a simple analogy. The guy on stage is the thing we're observing in the night sky. We're gonna make a claim that it's magic or 100 million light years away. And your claim is that so from one guy in whatever seat on the left side, right? If he makes an observation and then makes the claim to say, "Yep, that's real magic from this observation," but someone in the upper balcony on the other side makes the same claim and looks at it, or yep, looks like it's magic. How is that false? How is that verifiable? It's everybody in the audience is looking at the guy, and it looks like he's performing magic. So I don't understand.
I know you don't.
Well, that would be in the category of observational science or observational study. Like I'll read this. This is just from Wikipedia for observational study. In fields such as epidemiology, social sciences, psychology, and statistics, an observational study draws inferences from a sample to a population where the independent variable is not under the control of the researcher because of ethical concerns or logistical constraints. So if you don't have the independent variable, at least under this observational study definition, it's if you don't have the independent variable, then it's an observational study rather than the actual scientific method in which you would have an
Again, it doesn't have the classic clear, crisp, independent variable. That doesn't mean it's not scientific.
Well, that's what made me determine that it was pseudoscientific. That was the whole point.
Okay, that's fine.
So if it doesn't use a clear or classic experiment,
I know if you want to characterize everything we do in science to feel either into the standard Hellenistic, simplistic 6-point mechanism, or you out of that, and you call everything out of that pseudoscience, that's entirely up to you. Good luck to you.
Well, it's inference, right? It's kind of like saying toe fungus is caused by people having toes, right? You can infer that, but is that really the cause of toe fungus?
No, not necessarily. But the strength of your inference is based upon the depth of the observation and evaluation of the information you have at your hands, doesn't it? You have confidence in inferences.
Right, but having toes isn't the cause of toe fungus, but I can infer that, right? And you would call that science?
Being able to detect, observe, and measure toe fungus and working out cures for it by observing how different things interact with toe fungus, but not necessarily understanding how toe fungus works, doesn't mean. Wait. I don't know where you'll go. This is such a silly thing to argue. It really is.
Well, if you're talking about treating the toe fungus, now you're going to be using independent variables. You're not going to use penicillin and amoxicillin, right? You're going to do it one at a time until you get a cause for the cure, right? Like amoxicillin may, cause a cure. Then you're using independent variables, right? So there's a difference between inference and the process of elimination, right?
Right, the process of elimination. If you're using the process of elimination by applying different independent things to work it out in your control, then you're fitting back in the Hellenistic model, aren't you?
Yeah, it's called science and not pseudoscience. That's what we're trying to illustrate.
There's not if just because you don't have an independent variable and you draw conclusions from a set of rich observations, it doesn't make it pseudoscience. Now,
but you have to make an inference based on your.
Hold on, he wasn't done.
No, I was done.
You're done, Pazza?
I am pretty done on this, actually.
Yeah. So, I mean, he doesn't go by the classical sense of science. He thinks you're doing that he thinks when you measure the distance between things, that's natural science. So, I mean, every kindergartner with a ruler. My wife did natural science the other day. She got some new drapes. She measured the window length.
Did she?
I mean, everyone.
By the way, since there's a moment of quiet, I think I invented a new word. Unfalsifiability. Unfalsifiability with a V.
Very nice.
How would you apply that?
I don't know. It's just it's not even viable to be falsified. I basically just was typing unfalsifiability and I typed a V by mistake and I was like, it's like, and I tried searching that word and it's not a word. Unfalsifiability.
You should set up a website, unfalsifiable.com. Might be some money in it.
For all of your viably unfalsifiable concerns. Yeah.
Or your unfalsifiably viable concerns.
Well, I think I also made up unviable.
What's the difference? What's the difference when my wife...
Go ahead.
What's the difference when my wife measures the distance between the two curtain rod holders on the window? She's measuring the distance of something. That's natural science.
Well, not quite. She's doing a measurement. She's doing an experiment. She's measuring something, isn't she?
Yeah, I wouldn't classify that as an experiment. You gotta. I don't know. What do you think an experiment is? Like, I'm confused on how you think this works. What's her experiment when she measured the length of the curtain rod?
No, I was being facetious. She's not actually doing an experiment. She's doing a measurement.
Well, she's doing natural science, though, you think, right?
Yeah, but does the term natural science include observation and or experimentation? Could it be both?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So then natural science could not contain an experiment, but could only be observational?
It's not normally it's both in so much as you're not just if you were to measure, how can you? I mean, the current. It's a difficult analogy. I mean, typically, you're looking at some empirical evidence of some phenomena rather than just measuring a curtain rail. You're trying to look at some
a natural phenomenon.
Yeah, typically, you're looking at some interaction, some interplay, or some complex relationship mechanism, which on the face of it, you can't work out how you would prod it to get any meaningful information out of it. So you let it run for a while. Yeah. Now, if you do that, that's effectively an experimentative mechanism, and from that you can come to some deductive idea about the mechanism. And you can report that. You can come up with you can push that through a review mechanism where the data you get can go for evaluation. People can say, yeah, you've actually surmised, which is another way of saying, you've concluded or hypothesized some interrelationship there, which is clearly discernible. That still fits within the remit of the natural science by natural science.
Right. So if I was going to naturally observe toe fungus, right? How would I observe? Would I be able to observe it before before you took the shoe off?
Right.
So how would you ever determine the cause of toe fungus? Maybe there's something in the sock. Is there sock sweaty? Is there fungus? Is there mold inside the shoe? If you're only looking at the toe,
you would typically take some. You would typically take the toe fungus and you put it into a controlled environment, wouldn't you?
If you're going to do an experiment on it, yeah. But I'm just talking observational only, right?
Well, natural science is observation and experimentation, but I wouldn't work out the mechanical nature of toe fungus by just asking people to take their socks off and gobbling at their toes.
No, but you're right. You're right that natural science is observation and experiment, right? Pseudoscience is observation only and no experiment.
Well, pseudoscience is a bit more loaded than that. It's not just a question of observation.
Well, no, but like one has an experiment and one doesn't, right?
A series of controlled observations effectively augment the framework for experimentation, don't they?
Are you varying and manipulating something?
Are we back to that again, are we?
Well, if you're augmenting, I think augment is the same thing as manipulate or change, correct?
Augmenting a set of observations means you are setting up a framework for making multiple systematic observations.
Right. So you're setting up an experiment with testable outcomes. You're testing each of those things independently.
No, not at all. It's not.
So how many things can you test at the same time to determine?
You're missing the point about what in a lot of instances. Okay, you're not doing a set of experiments which individual tests from which the conclusion can be surmised directly. That sometimes fits the standard 6-point Hellenistic model, where I come to a hypothesis based upon a series of observations, which I infer there should be some predictive mechanism through the testing. But a lot of science doesn't do that. It's just the other way around.
But so you're saying that if you observe 3 different things, you're trying to look for the cause of one thing that caused all 3 things to change? Like when you say if you observe different things, a set of things, is that the set of same things or different things?
Natural science can do systematic and collaborative observations of various mechanisms, collate a rich data set, and try to work out relationships or characteristic mechanisms within inside that data.
But how could you call something derived from an inference knowledge, right? Because that's what science means. It means knowledge, right? So if I infer something about the heavens, how could you consider that knowledge without, testing that inference or hypothesis? I don't see how you could say that this is derived from science or knowledge.
Don't you think that if they look at enough information and they infer some relationship, they don't go and test that relationship? We're looking at more information.
Yeah, you should have to test it. It should be falsifiable. That's the word of the day.
Yeah.
The falsifiable, yeah. Their inference could
test. That's an experiment. You use an experiment to test something, right?
we're going in circles. They make an inference from it, and they declare some sort of mechanism so they can make their inference made public.
They
Other
inference
people,
what? They inference based on the tests.
Well,
no,
that's what I was going to
They
say.
observe and declare.
They may try to infer a natural law based upon it.
Declarations are for war, not science.
right? Brilliant. That's we won't use that word anymore then.
What you
Well,
have basically
are
is
they
observe.
making? Yeah. What are they making declarations on? The things that they tested, or the things that they observed only?
Well, basically, all they have is observe and declare. That's it.
Exactly.
Nothing
If
more.
you don't test it, and he
Strictly
keeps
speak.
saying you
Well,
keep
no,
wanting
no.
you keep wanting to say add or you want to test something or change or you keep trying to sneak in something that you're testing. Like you did it with the fungus as well. That you're adding, you're testing different things. Well, that's called experimentation. That's what we're needed to do science. If you're just observing something, that is not science. That's what we're trying
Okay.
to
Okay.
illustrate, right?
I know you are. Yeah.
Well, but I mean, Pazza, like it's not doesn't have to necessarily be about like a one versus one battle thing of who's right, who's wrong. Like, are you open to considering that, like I said before, in the world today of what is called science, that there could be some corruption going on in terms of things being called science that aren't science? And there's, it's like, how many genders are there? Male, female, it's all one, it's all the same. Okay, that's a separate topic. But I'm just using that point, to say that could this be a scenario in which science has been corrupted and hijacked to where all of these other things that are not actually science are being masqueraded as science?
There's
And
always
then when you get into the ability to manipulate people through deception, through finances, all these things with what I just said, the implications are huge for that.
They should be quite apparent to everybody if they are there, shouldn't they, really?
Look, the term science means knowledge, right? So when you look at a star in the sky, the only thing that you can claim knowledge maybe is how it moves.
Yep.
Right? And the brightness of it. Besides that, name me another thing that you can deduce from looking at a star in the sky. Please go ahead, Pazza.
If you observe it long enough, you can look at patterns of its mechanical motion, can't you?
Yeah, that's what I said. I told you motion and luminosity. Those are the only two things that you can say that you know about that light in the sky. Besides those two things, can you name me something else?
If you make enough observations of it with respect to other things, you can build a relationship model between those other things and what you're looking at.
Like what? Name me something.
I can work out the distance between two buildings by observing the two buildings at different locations or different orientations, can't I?
We're talking about stars now.
Oh, same sort of thing. You can again. I'll go back to the point I made. You can you can make observations between two things in the sky and work out a relationship model between those two things, can't you?
Yeah, motion. I gave you that already. Motion and luminosity. Besides those two things, what else can you know? Because science is about knowledge, right? What else can you know about that light in the sky? Besides its motion and its luminosity.
Those are the things you measure on the face of it, yeah. And from that, you can build up a relationship model of how it interacts with other things in the sky.
Yeah, that's motion. That's been known for thousands of years. Hence the Antikythera mechanism. But besides those two things,
and aside from the Antikythera theory, but all the other astronomy around that, before it and after it, let's not just focus on one mystical thing in the sea. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just motion.
There's plenty of orreries, not just that one.
But buddy, you're not listening. You got two things: motion and luminosity. Do you have anything else?
You look at the motion and the luminosity of all the things collectively, and you try and work out a model that represents them.
What? You're just going to do the motion, like the Antikythera mechanism. You're going to say, we know that these stars rotate like a clock gear, and they just go round and round. Okay, besides that, what are you going to know?
What you've done, Montreal, is you successfully dismantled the entire endeavors of astronomy. Well done.
What are you talking about, bro? You're talking about a light in the sky And I pointed out to you that knowledge, science means knowledge, right?
Well, you've got.
So the
You're right.
only
Well,
thing that you can know for sure about that light in the sky, it's the motion and the luminosity. And I challenged you to name me something else, and you can't, right?
The
When
only
you say
other thing I would say, I mean, spectroscopy, which they're going to use assumptions for how spectroscopy works in a lab on the Earth, and then try to make assumptions based upon similar spectrum readings that they can receive to lights in the sky, and then make assumptions and inferences that things in the sky must be that because you're getting the same spectral lines as you would.
Yeah.
Those arguably are the closest you get to unfalsifiable aspects of those entities. Yes.
Yeah, but you must agree it's all speculation, right? It's not certainty. It's not knowledge. It's
absolutely.
inference.
And
it may be a good inference based on light wave, whatever, but it's not 100% knowledge. You must agree on that, right?
Absolutely, and I think you'd be missing a conversation because we were talking about the fact that pseudoscience says that claims are unfalsifiable, which is in contradiction with science, which doesn't make any such claim. Science is quite happy for any claim to be falsifiable if more evidence comes along. And
But you cannot falsify this. How can you falsify it?
We're back to where we were half an hour ago. You can make a claim about some other property of this thing by evaluating it with respect to how that mechanism works with other mechanisms, and you come up with some other. You can transpose that information to come up with some other prediction or evaluation of some other property of it, and you can say, "This is what I think this is. The distance to it, where it's moving, what it's moving around, why it's moving the way it is." Yeah, you can come up with such a claim. No one in astronomy says any claim is unfalsifiable.
Agreed. So then you have nothing. Without being able to test it, you really have nothing. It's just, at best, a guess. Yeah.
But it's a qualified guess. It's a qualified guess.
Could be. Yeah, I'll give you that. That's still a guess, though.
Yeah, but if you get a degree in astronomical quote unquote sciences or astrophysics, they don't tell you get a degree in guesswork.
Well, no, that's where you're wrong. I think every scientist I've ever spoken to, including in my field, know that tomorrow we could come up with a piece of evidence which makes a presupposition we make in electronics now less pertinent or not necessarily useless, because I don't work in that complex field of science, but it could simply supersede and change the paradigm of how we deal with things. That happens all the time.
You know,
break
your
them
whole
off with a Michio
cosmology.
Kaku.
Oh, sorry.
Break them off with a Michio Kaku quote. That's Gio's boy.
Yeah, we're only off by one with 120,000 zeros next to it. That's it. You know.
Yeah, I need to clear that. I need to clear that up with Crypto when he comes back in, because I was on a phone call and I jumped in the live stream and I heard them talking about Michio Kaku, and and Crypto said he's insane, and I jumped in and I said, well, no, actually, some of Michio Kaku's stuff is, he's kind of bold in what he says. I was like not standing up, but I was kind of like repping a little bit for Michio Kaku, and then I just had to jump back on a phone call. So I was like, oh no, everyone just thought I actually did that because I was somewhat joking. But there are some quotes that he has that are actually kind of philosophical and poetic, but he also does say things that are absolutely bonkers. So. Anyways,
yeah, his most recent one is there is no such thing as gravitational pull. Gravity is not acting upon us. We lied to you. That was his most recent one. Michio Kaku categorically stated that. Okay.
Those theoretical scientists, they're bonkers, mate.
So speaking of theoretical science, let me just give you a little rundown of how ridiculous it is, right? So they started off with the distances, right? So they assumed that the Earth was the same size as Venus, assumption number one. Then they went to variable stars that they found that they think shone consistently. Then they went to quasars, right? One guess on top of another guess on top of another guess. So really, it's just a hodgepodge of guesswork to obtain, like, let's say, a 93 million mile or a 1.5 billion light year distance. It's all theoretical. None of it is science.
I was trying to get you to say that. I was trying to get you to say the Michio Kaku quote where he says, "Not, we don't use the scientific method. It's more by the seat of our pants or some shit."
Yeah, he said
Oh
that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. In our
Yeah,
field,
How do you
Lisa
feel
watched.
about
it was like,
Michio Kaku?
Yeah,
How do you feel about Michio Kaku saying that they don't use the scientific method? You would
They
consider that
use.
not science?
It's not. They're not saying anything. Nothing they state is based upon confirmation bias directly or is claimed to be unfalsifiable. Nor are they use contradictory or exaggerated mechanisms for measuring things, as far as I know. I'm not really.
bro,
So you
just
think
listen to the.
Well, I'm not really that bothered about what these guys are saying, because, like you say, they're talking in. As far as I'm concerned, it's theoretical. So that's what it is. It's just It's just high order musing about what could be the nature of the extremes of our reality.
No,
Yeah,
you're talking.
he's a string theorist.
It's all hypothetical. Yeah, he's definitely a string theorist. Michio Kaku.
he's one of the founders of the string theorists, right? But there's this really
Yep.
cool guy, Dr. Eric Lerner, and I think he wrote a book, something about the Big Bang is wrong. And this guy is really interesting because when he was going to college, he found out that all this stuff in cosmology was like not very experimental science. So he like changed up his education and then like went into like experimental science. And now the guy works for NASA using like applied sciences rather than all that theoretical BS. Thanks.
I don't think a lot of conventional scientists think that the claims about the distance to the sun from the Earth are theoretical science, but if that's the way to characterize it, that's fine.
You hear about the latest discoveries they're making with the James Webb Space Telescope?
It's just the gravitational thing announcement today.
It's shattering it's like almost daily news, like of shattering the cosmological Big Bang model.
Yeah, I think it'll go eventually.
What was the news today? Sorry.
Today they found, well, what he said. Go ahead, tell him, and then I'll tell you another thing they found.
I think maybe the same. They talk about the cosmic background radiation. I think, isn't it the cosmic background gravitational waves or something? I don't know. Who knows?
Well,
there's this thing.
I'm talking.
Ghost. Are you talking about ghost particles?
I think it's a separate thing, isn't it? Ghost particles. I don't know.
Yeah, this is something else. The ghost particles are in the Hadron Collider there. But what I was talking about, the latest thing they found was quasars. Quasars, like during the around the ionization period, around 500 million to 700 million years after the Big Bang. Another thing that it's like shouldn't be there. It's another anomaly that they found.
Yeah.
Besides the early galaxies, the ones that are too big, too massive, too well formed. Yeah.
They found a rogue planet as well, didn't they, recently? One that should have been consumed in their model mechanisms, that was consumed by its expanding, dying star, but they just found it floating around in the middle of nowhere. I don't know.
You know what I think it is? I think gravity's too big to fail. Like they told it so many times, it's too big of a theory. It would make them look like idiots if they admitted that they were wrong about gravity.
Yeah, this is way bigger than that, though. This is the whole cosmological model. The whole thing, the whole timeline.
Keeps changing.
It's really, really bad.
That's the key, though, isn't it? Really, it's falsifiable with new evidence.
That's what's exciting for people who are interested in science, is that frontier is always moving, and we're always learning new things. Like, it shouldn't be that shocking that we don't have the beginnings of the universe, finally figured out. Like that shouldn't be that much of a shock that we're off. Like that doesn't. Throw out everything that we, that's very hard that we know, right? I don't think I've heard any astrophysicist talk about, or any physicist talk about, that any of that stuff that you're talking about that's come out from James Webb is throwing out the Big Bang. It's throwing out their models about how everything proceeded from, t equals 0 to 700 million years, or whenever the hydrogen atoms form. I forget the timeline.
Yeah.
But do you understand the ramifications of that if that's wrong?
Yeah, the ramifications are that things they've postulated in the past are falsifiable by definition.
So you're saying that they falsified the Big Bang model?
Not saying that. Aspects of what they thought about the nature of the construction of the cosmos have been falsified to be slightly inaccurate, and they've retweaked it.
Weren't you? You just made that last part up. But you think you'd get away with that? The retweet.
Wait, what? They postulated how it worked yesterday, and today they've changed their mind. That means, by definition, that what they presented in the first place was a falsifiable claim.
So you're suggesting that the model is wrong and they tweaked it and now it's okay? Is that what you're suggesting?
The model they had yesterday was the best they had, and no one said it was unfalsifiable as far as I'm aware.
So Paza, now let's examine the basis of their model building. What is the foundational principle upon which I guess you still cling to when we go back? Now we know that the origin story is under sort of scrutiny. What's the
to be clear, Pete? Yeah, I think you know the answer to this. I'm not clinging to anything. I'm just basically parroting what these so-called experts have told us all.
Like what? What rebuttal do you have to what I just said about what I just said?
Why would I?
The quasars.
I didn't. Did I say I needed a rebuttal? I agree with you. They've changed their mind about some aspect of the nature of the cosmos.
Yeah, but it's not merely that they just changed their minds. This is a big problem here.
Why is it a problem? They didn't state no one in the past has said the model that they proposed, say, 2 years ago was unfalsifiable.
I didn't say that. They said it wasn't falsifiable. What I said was they found. I explained it to you because according to the cosmological Big Bang model, there's a timeline, there's a sequence.
There is,
right?
Yes.
And it has to happen in that way. It cannot, because your model is all about making predictions, blah blah blah. You're familiar with that, right?
But the timeline for the cosmological evolution, as they call it, is theoretical. They're not saying if it doesn't work exactly this way, the whole thing falls apart.
Yes, yes, that's it. Yes, you're wrong about that. That's what exactly is. If it doesn't, if it's not the way they say it is, right? In other words, if they found a galaxy that's 13.5 billion years in size and girth and everything, but it's at a period of time where it's 500 million years, that means it's off by 13 billion years. That is. It cannot be. It's a big, big problem.
I hate to say I told you so, but in like 2016, 2017, didn't I say that the inverse square law proves those distances wrong? So I was wrong about those distances being wrong, but I was right about we shouldn't be able to see stars that far away. And the reason we can see them is because, according to you guys, is that they're so freaking massive, because they would have to be ginormous for you to be able to see them that far away.
I got no idea what you're talking about. Was it privy to that?
Well, that's a separate issue. But I see what you're saying. But you're talking about the seeing too far, seeing back in time. Yeah, that's a different issue. But yeah, I get you.
So if they find some groundbreaking evidence.
1 second, Pazza. Let me just say to SE here, because we're on the sort of the road to the deliverance and beyond. We have to remember SC. So we're told the motion of the Earth's surface, we're told the motion of the Earth around the Sun. But remember that the expanding universe, which you know as well, you know about these topics, it was only up for consideration about less than 100 years ago, so that the Sun now is moving around a greater central galactic influence, and that itself is moving around. Pazza is going to justify each new accelerated motion in terms of the mathematics to explain why we can't feel it. We didn't know about it, so we don't feel it. We know about it now, we still don't feel it. Pazza is going to explain it in terms of the developing theory. Okay, I'm finished there.
Yeah, this is the motion thing. Yeah, that's another issue. What we can do for sure, but this is not what I'm talking about, right? This is much, much bigger than that, right?
Well, we did a motion earlier. We did a motion. We had a discussion about one of the motion mechanics earlier on. That we can do other ones. It's now very early in the morning. Here I am. I got to go. I got to wrap this up in a minute. But yeah, I mean, you're right. If they find something, if they find some observation which completely wrecks the standard timeline paradigm for the evolutionary model, they'll have to rethink what they'll have to pull their socks up, won't they?
Hey, Pazza,
I'm
come back
glad
and
you
see
said
us,
that.
brother. I like to talk to you, Pazza. Come back and see us.
You know,
I'm
I always
glad you have an open mind, bro, and look into it and look into this latest findings. Just Google like James W. Webb James Webb
He's
Space
also an open
Telescope,
mind.
new findings, and you'll blow your mind, bro.
do you think the James Webb is up there in space taking these observations?
No. I think they have either a plane or some balloon or something, or some mountain telescope. Definitely
you
not
think
in space.
But you think there's use in you think the observations are real, but the proposed platform isn't?
A little bit of both, I'd say. A little bit of both, because I don't like with the CGI and their ability to fake stuff. Like I seen a guy put together, the initial James Webb telescope, the one where they were stretched and that. I seen a guy put all those galaxies together, like on the fly. Take this star, take this thing here, put it there, and I was like, oh my god. So you can't really tell anymore.
You saw my Milky Way on the Moon find, SE. You saw that back in 2016, which killed all astrophysics because now we can see a pattern expressed in the greater stellar sky, which is manifested in the moon, which becomes our latest clue. Excellent, bud. And some other people have done that as well. Can I just say to Pazza, just before you go, Pazza, I know it's late where you are, but SE Montreal is complimenting you for your open mind. He doesn't know, does he? You're the most closed-minded person ever because you have to be, but you're encouraging our own questioning.
I'm not.
Well, I'm trying to be gracious, Pete. I mean, he did say, he did make a concession, so.
I can be stubborn on certain things, yeah. But then we all can, can't we?
Yeah,
Can I ask Pazza one simple question?
Yeah, go for it.
So, I just stepped in. Are you saying that when you say an observation, are you saying that CGI and computer mathematics are an observation?
They're not really. They're mechanical methods of producing some
mechanical methods. Hold on a second. What kind of mechanical methods, since the IBM punch card computer back in the early 1900s, has been used when we're dealing with CGI and computer algorithms?
Sorry,
I'm honestly curious, dude. Is mathematical algorithms and mathematical equations, is that an observation in your world?
Mathematical equations are mathematical equations.
Is that an observation?
No, an equation is a
okay. There you go. Thank you. Cool. Nice.
Okay, if you think you've got something from that, that's good on you.
You stepped in, Pazza, and you were going to step out. If we go to bed, go ahead. You did a great job tonight. Excellent.
Yeah, punch cards. Yep, in the 1920s, was it you said?
Well, that would be an observation because you're dealing with physical material that you can observe. That's the definition of observation. So if you're going to observe images on a computer screen based on mathematical equations, is that the same thing as observing a card being punched physically?
Observing. Okay, let me try and unpack that. Me looking at something on the computer screen is not the same as me looking at something with a corporeal sense in the real world. No.
All right, there you go.
So, Pazza, before you go, I dropped two things from NASA. What I was talking about, in case you're interested.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. You're in an interesting position because you're kind of like asking me to take on board information which you think has some substance, which is being presented to you from a mechanism you don't believe happened, for them to somehow use to try and undermine their own model in some way. I mean, you're on a bit of a halfway house here.
That's what I do, bro. I go in your model, right, and show you things that your scientists say against your model. It's like a hostile witness. So this way there can be no ambiguity of where the information came from, right?
What do you think they're going to do with this information? Do you think this is going to break down the model completely, or do you think they're just going to tweak the model?
Oh, they're going to definitely tweak the model, bro. Definitely.
Right.
They're working on it now. I heard some excuses already.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
You got to move the goalposts, man, every time.
Absolutely, bro.
Isn't that effectively them tweaking a previous falsifiable claim?
No, but this is going to be some doozy to do because, look, they're going to have to make a 4-month-old baby a 14-year-old teenager. This is what they're going to have to explain. And that's going to take some freaking explaining.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm serious. That's how big the problem is.
Sounds like they've got their hands full, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think that the paradigm shift is so vast that they're going to completely abandon their current model?
No, they're already working on here. I'll tell you one they're working on. They're already working on early black hole formation that accelerated the birth of stars. In other words, they have to like speed up the aging process. That's what they're working on now.
Harry Potter is
But you do understand their notions of that evolution at the inception of it were all massively theoretical anyway, weren't they? They weren't saying this is the way it was, and if you don't believe this, you're an idiot. It's a postulation, theoretical one.
So what's proven real then, Pazza? What's the foundation, which is I asked you earlier on?
I don't know. You could
down to one foundational pillar. What is it? Is it?
Let me answer him, Pete, because this is important.
Yeah.
Not only did they not like they did make claims. As a matter of fact, this is where we get this whole observation from. They claim that with a powerful enough lens, when we look back, it's like we're looking back in time. This is what this is all about, bro. In order for you to believe this story, you have to believe that we can see back in time 13 billion years.
Yeah.
Well,
this is what fantasy we're in right now. Let's be clear now.
They're saying that the predictions about where they would find the cosmic background radiation corroborated with their theoretical model at the time. Are they saying the universe has got to be a different age than 13.6 whatever it is billion years? Are they saying they're going to have to tweak that part of it?
Well, that's one of the predictions I made, that they're going to say that it's further. They can see further. I think they're going to say now we can see beyond the cosmic background radiation. That's what I'm waiting for next. But that's just my guess, you know?
We shall see. It'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Lambda CDM model is about to be out right here. It's all over for that.
Yeah. Dark matter, dark energy. Yeah.
I see. We're thankful for Pazza with his open mind. Excellent, Pazza.
Let's see what they do. I mean, you know, like you say, it's no one really is going to ever have any absolute certainty of what happened back then, are they?
But
they're probably going to do what they always do. Is they're going to ad hoc some shit in to make the model work. That would be my guess. That's what they've done every time.
Probably.
Funnily enough, Jeremy, it's impossible for nearly every ball earther I've met to imagine life on a stationary Earth surface. Isn't that funny? The most immediate sort of alternative reference within the controversy, and it's almost impossible for every ball earther, including Pazza, I should suggest, to imagine just life on a stationary and expanded flat Earth surface based on our knowledge of water enclosed, based on our knowledge of pressure. And also, yes, based on our knowledge of motion, all the skylights being in motion. It's impossible for Pazza to do that. But I'm glad he has such an open mind. And maybe we'll be back again, Pazza, talking about parsecs.
Thanks for letting everybody know what I think is impossible or possible. That's handy, Pete.
No, but you do already accept that the Earth, before Einstein, before the universe as we know it now in its ever-expanding state existed, you justified, or the justification was there for us not feeling the motion in a really, really a local sense. Now that we have the greater universal sense, well, you also justify us not being able to feel the motion as well.
Within the model that they propose, using the mechanical mechanisms that they propose are represented by the equations that were given to us through Newtonian physics, for example, you wouldn't be able to surmise any of the motions now.
Right. That's it.
I'll tell you what. Pazza. I'm gonna call my wife right now and let her know that she's a scientist. She does natural science when she's measuring windows or floors or whatever she's
Yeah.
measuring. She's gonna be excited.
That's good. That's good.
She's a
She's definitely
scientist.
if she's living with you, she's definitely in some sort of experiment.
Oh, she's an angel. She's an angel
Yeah.
to have to put up with me. I know.
Better believe that, Jeremy, and you better fucking mean it as well, or I'll knock you out. Anyway,
She's
Pazza.
gonna demand a pay rise, mate.
Pete, I'll kick your leg out from under you.
That's okay. I'll poke you in the other eye. Hey, bud. The point is, here we're dealing with certain characters here. What's most important is the health and well-being of your family. So take care of that first, and everything else here is secondary. But I will just say, on a parting note, and all Pazza, you definitely go to bed now because you're looking to take a break. You represented excellent tonight, bud. But I will say that the Achilles heel is you can't represent at all the opposing aspect. And I noticed when Gio asked you an elaborate sort of question, you just sort of almost fobbed him off, which I took as disrespectful. But hopefully, it was just a slight, oversee on your behalf. Maybe be able to pick up tomorrow. But the thing is, you can't elaborate one dot, one jot, 1 degree on a stationary or flat Earth enclosed planar surface. You can't do it. I wonder why.
Don't know what that means. And if Gio thought I was being disrespectful, I apologise.
Yes, well, you don't have to apologize, but he went into an elaborate question, obviously well capable and well expressed, but it just seemed you went off without answering. Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. But anyway.
I had a phone call and I muted myself and I came back again, but I don't.
Oh no, okay, no,
I
okay, it's
apologise.
okay. But the point I'm trying to make is hopefully come back in tomorrow now and sort of put yourself in the rest of our shoes or my own shoe and just think in terms of developing another alternative model.
The fuck, Pete?
Bless you, Pete.
We couldn't walk a mile in your shoe, Pete.
I was just thinking about that song tonight, actually, Jeremy.
Maybe if I listen to you long enough, I'll end up hopping over to your side.
It's okay. Man.
No, I didn't mean
Okay.
it.
I'm a legend in my own time. I've often posted that GIF, right? That's brilliant.
I mean, Pazza's got a leg up on you for sure when it comes,
Yeah, but he hasn't got the leg over it quite yet. Maybe he has a chance with SC Montreal, who thinks he's an admirable character who shows open-mindedness.
I thought you guys were
Pete,
tired.
your favorite.
Hey, I just gave the guy one compliment. Take it easy, Pete.
Hold on, your favorite. Hold on, Pete. Your favorite toy growing up was. Pete, your favorite toy growing up was Legos. Come on,
good.
man. What?
That's so good. That is excellent.
I kind of got interrupted, but it was.
Oh, that was good. My favorite toy growing up was Legos. So here's what someone said it to me, and I was saying that's fucking brilliant because I encourage every more humorous the better. My nickname is Eileen Slightly. Didn't get it at first. Yeah, Eileen Slightly, excellent.
Good night, all.
Good night, Pazza. I want to say something about Pazza. I've been talking with this guy for years, and he always shows decorum. He never really crosses that personal line. And even though we don't agree on very much, he's always a pleasure to have a conversation with.
Well,
yeah, that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad.
I don't. If you come in all guns blazing and start calling people guns, you don't get anywhere, do you? Really? It's a waste of time. Just good night, all. Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Peace, bro. Come back see us.
By the way, Pazza, did you listen? Did you just by the way, just before you go, bad, and me and Pazza know each other from Gem Pandas as well. I posted the Return to Innocence. I was talking to Noel during we were going to write a song together.
Hold on, Pete. Pete.
Go ahead.
Your favorite character from Lord of the Rings was Legolas.
Legolas.
See you tomorrow.
Hey, I am Frododo, Jeremy. That's my favorite character, Frododo.
If you were an American, you'd pledge allegiance. No, I fucked it up.
That's a good try, though, Snacks. I like where your head's at.
Good Snacks. That's excellent. Excellent. I think the best one, though, I have to say, and I actually have a picture or an image to post with it, which is a false leg, and just PJ Dodo is a legend or a legend in his own time. Yeah. Anyway, that's the benchmark, I think.
I know you guys can't see my face often, but I got a big broken nose. And my whole life, my friends growing up told me that I had a Jew nose, and I didn't know what that meant when I was younger. But I searched my genealogy and found out that I am a direct descendant of Judah. Um, so if you guys want to make big nose jokes, I'm all for it. I love it. Call me Toucan Sam.
I got some Jew jokes we could go around.
Did you forget to look down, Larry? You know you're a Jew. Although I guess technically you're looking
I
down.
actually think I used all my Jew jokes on Kosho.
Listen to this quote from James Webb, telescope scientist. Right now, I find myself lying awake at 3 a.m. and wondering if everything I've done is wrong.
Serious? You serious?
Yeah, I wonder that when I'm awake, too. I wonder if everything that he done was wrong, too.
I posted the scientist, her name, and the quote, in case anybody's wondering.
It's like Einstein's cosmological constant, SE, where it was the worst mistake in his life, the most drastic deviation from sort of a truthful path. Let me just tell you this. I think Einstein and James Webb, all of these things are sort of narratives delivered to us. So we got to decode. We got to see why and why not. These things are the case. And can I just say this as well, SE, you might have been here, and I wonder what you think of this in a flat earth setting. I know you don't like to commit, and rightly so, I guess, in a sense, but maybe that's our ultimate quest, is to just figure out our own true nature here. But that the greater the telescope, you mentioned James Webb or Hubble, the greater the telescope on Earth here, the greater the microscope, because we're dealing with the flat Earths around, where we have an enclosure which is of, we don't know the distance, we don't know exactly the arrangement, but yet at the same time there is definitely some sort of barrier. And now the greater the telescope, the greater the microscope. You know how a microscope works. You take a fixed sample and you zoom and hone in on it, because that's not moving. Oh yeah, it's only the microscopic ability or the magnification ability which is changing. So what do you think about that? Honestly, what do you think about that as a viable? Because I think they tell us the truth. The ball tells us the truth, but we have to sort of decode it, understanding that all of us are in sort of an underland or an inversion of the truth. I mean to put that on you.
None of us claim that, dude. We're just claiming what you're saying can't be verified.
You can't, if you're a ball earther saying that, you can't verify that the Earth's surface moves. There's no way you can ever
That's
verify
right.
that the Earth's surface moves. Never do that. Can you do that?
No. Especially if you're a sailor or a pilot.
Yeah, but this is all about man's honest endeavor to figure out reality. The problem with the baller is they assume all determinations and efforts accumulate into an honest representation and deliverance for us, the greater masses here. You know what I'm saying? But they don't consider if there's some deception in play. And indeed, of course, there is a deception in play. This is the nature of life. That's the problem.
I think that's the nature of scumbags. I think what happened is they came up with a con or a scam to put into play so people could argue. Now, if you're going to claim that you can make a definitive measurement of distance, time, or speed, you must have a stationary point of reference. So what they did is they figured out this way for everybody to just argue about whether or not it's what you're standing on or if it's the dots in the sky or something. They're like, either one, something has to be stationary for any of this to work out. Any of it. Something's got to be stationary. So what they did is they come up with this scheme so that everybody just bickers and argue about, oh, is it what I'm standing on or is it what's up in the sky? And here we are.
No, you're incorrect, bud. far as I'm just telling you, you're incorrect from my point of view anyway. There's a greater power in play, and we've been set a sort of a certain scenario. Especially these times where we have the ability to sort of piece everything together. The Earth has become so much smaller in a sense, but your now is always your now, and this is your now right now. What I will say is that the lying narrative, or the he-lying narrative, heliocentric narrative and beyond, is based on the truth being known. I'll definitely say that.
I think you nailed it, dude, when you said you're incorrect based on my view, because everybody is based on that. The only correct view is your own self's view.
Right.
So I totally agree with when you say that my view, or what you said was, I'm incorrect based on your view. And that is actually 100% valid and an honest statement. And I think that's the reality for everybody. And the real problem is everybody tries to claim that their view is the correct view. And that's when you end up with all this war crap.
Okay. 1 second. Let me clarify more on a different level then. It's okay. There is a complete heliocentric or spinning ball blue marble model presented to us, right? What I'm saying to you is that the blue marble is true in a way, but it's true because it's the lie. So everything that's presented via that representation has to be inverted. It's obviously inverted as we come to a stationary and flat Earth, but now we have to take apart the components, which are the knowledge or the thoughts that are in place, putting together this representation and attribute or attach it to our reality. So do you know what I'm saying? There's a higher power in play.
Yeah, well,
I do believe in a creator. I do believe in a creator, and I also believe that the creator has given us some sort of diversion or divisionary scenario where he had to or she had to create the devil, and now we're immersed within the lie. But here's my point here, just to finish, which is that we have the ability now to see through the code, which is, well, the inversion of the truth.
That would be the truth.
Yes,
so
the inversion of the truth is the lie.
Right.
Yes.
Well, right, and that's cool you mentioned that at the end, because in the beginning I was about to say, hey, look, dude, if you think that lies can be truthful because they exist, you're off the beaten path, bro. You're gonna be wandering. You're gonna be freaking spinning around. If you think just because somebody deceives you that in itself is a truthful deception, you're mixing two different paths. The truth goes that way. Deceptions go the opposite way. So if you want to start to claim that a deception is true, I mean, dude, that's a messy pot.
Oh, right.
That's messy.
I'll tell you now. So hang on, please. The greater the deception, the greater benefit to you. And I will say that in this sense, that once you recognize the deception, the greater that deception, if you turn it 180 degrees, then you will get to the truth. Because you have to remember that all there exists is the truth. And if the lie is in place, it's based on the truth. Yes, you have to now use your evolved brain, in a sense. We're flat earthers and beyond. Remember, the earth is not flat. Actually, Bud, can I ask you a question? Do you think the earth is flat? You don't have to answer. I mean, I know it's not a tough question. It's a simple question.
It's a loaded question, dude. It's loaded. It's stationary, and we haven't really determined the shape. That's the reality.
I like that answer.
And we could argue about whether or not what we're standing on is actually stationary, and maybe it's the other stuff. But we can definitely go out there and explore the area we have to verify the metrics of the ball that we're being presented. We could do that, but we're restricted from that.
The lie has presented to us this greater disintegrated reality. So we're on a spinning ball, and our nearest neighbor is the moon, and everything else is separated by immeasurable, inconceivable distances. It's almost irrelevant to us, okay? But the point I'm trying to make to you, well, now that we consider flat Earth or stationary Earth, first of all, which is where I always land on, it's always stationary first. The only way the ball can develop if the decision is made in the mind of man to have the Earth's surface in motion. This is where we bring back to Pythagoras, Aristarchus, Eratosthenes, etc. Characters I don't believe ever existed. Plato, Aristotle. It doesn't matter, but they're all clue givers first. But here's my point, to be more direct about it: that yes, the greater the lie, the opposing deliverance, then the greater we can sort of come in our greater mind as we exit the cave, Plato's cave, to the greater truth. But can
Well,
I
it
ask you a
sounds
question?
to me.
Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead. Well, actually, one second. Let me
Sure.
let me summate it here.
Go.
Let me summate it here. So now, for instance, that the Earth, as opposed to the blue marble and its greater representation at the backdrop of the heliocentric model and the galactic model, now Earth is all encompassing. It's all of the skylights. It's all of the atmosphere. It's all of the energies, the ethers, the electromagnetic effects. It's all of the waters, and most especially, it's all of the land, but most especially, it's all of what's beneath us. You know what I'm saying? So something you could say in that setting where Earth is moving, something you could say in that setting maybe Earth is contoured. Right?
I can see what you're claiming, and what is confusing to me is like, okay, so what you're saying is the lies actually refine your path, and they have a benefit by running into these deceptions and then realizing the truth. And then
Right.
what I'm saying is that that's not necessary to realize the truth and the path of the truth, to run your head into to beat yourself in the head with a 2x4 or deceptions. That's all I'm saying is I don't think that you necessarily need or require to run into deceptions and lies to refine your path into a more efficient
Okay.
whatever. I think the truth in itself is the most efficient path, and then when you start to dabble in these deceptions, that's when you find yourself off course. I don't
But
think that the deceptions are actually helping you in any way, shape, or form at all.
but then
Because if you're
then
focused on the truth, that shit never even comes across your path.
how do you recognize the truth then? I would agree with you, but I would say outside of what I just detailed here via this sort of exploratory intellectual pathway, the other way to truth is, I guess, it's via drug. I'm not saying that in a bad way. It's just via taking that sort of step beyond, taking a hallucinatory a drug or something like that, or else outside of that, it's via revelation. But that there is a greater truth to our existence. That's the one thing all flat earthers must, and indeed, in every sense, emotionally, logically, rationally, must accept. There's no way around that. So you know what I'm saying? So I'm pretty much saying that we're in the midst of a greater construct here, and a challenge has been set for us. And the only way we can come to truth in this divisionary dissection is, via the lie. No other way to come. How would you recognize truth without a contrast? But yeah, can you just answer that as best you can?
No,
How would you
I
recognize
agree.
truth without a contrast? Yeah.
I think that's an awesome. I totally see what you're saying, because if you were in a state of denial, right, of the most efficient path, which is the truth, then yes, it would be beneficial to run into barriers, which would be the deception, to put you back on course. So I can kind of see what you're saying, but all I was saying is that if you really focused on the most efficient path, deception wouldn't even be it. Like it wouldn't even be like you wouldn't even know it exists.
But that's a
Can I
condition of
interrupt just for a
life, though.
second, Pete?
Go ahead.
I just for a second, Pete. I wanted to say that you said something I really liked. I'm going to write it down. The lie is based on a true story. I love that. That is so good. I'm going to write it down literally. And the other guy, I believe his name is Brad. He said something that's really interesting too about the shape of the Earth being unfalsifiable. And that's the thing. When they claimed refraction, at that point there was no the belts go over the horizon. This proves we live on a sphere. At that point, well, the refractive horizon has made it unfalsifiable. Thanks. Please continue, Pete.
Oh, thank you. I was simply saying, I was suggesting it. I'm not even sure if I think our friend here is a flat earther, but we mightn't have talked before. But I'm talking about flat earth and beyond. What we have failed to do right in our own mind, because that's all exists right now. your mind. We're on our own in this venture. We make what we will of it, according to the clues offered us or proffered, right? But let me ask you, okay, how can we determine truth unless you have an opposition? What's your own answer to that? How can you
You already
say that
said it,
something is
dude. It's
true
in
if you
your
don't
own
immerse
mind.
yourself within the greater intellectual sort of consideration?
You already answered your own question. The truth is within
Revelation.
your
Did you say
own
revelation
mind.
or drug-induced revelation?
The truth is within your own mind, and that's as far as it can go. And then when other people claim that whatever you're expressing is what you observe and
Right.
experience as the truth is wrong, well, then all you have to do is realize that, they can't. The truth is within yourself. That's it. It has to start there. Okay? You have to trust yourself and your own observations and your own experiences, whatever projections or information that's being shared by all these other energies, souls, or living beings that you're interacting with. The truth cannot be anywhere else beside within you, because you're the one. That's it. It's based on trust. So you have to trust yourself first. That's where the truth starts, in my view.
I agree. I absolutely fundamentally agree. And let me give you a thought that I've had, that this grain of truth is within us all. And depending on our own sort of endeavors, our own husbandry, a great word actually, then we can sort of encourage that seed to grow, because that core knowledge, that core essence, I would say, is within us all. But the thing is about this intellectual sort of pathway, because we know more than the sheep who are ball earthers, what distinction does that make between, am I better? I don't think so, but what distinction, is my truth greater than their truth, or does truth rely on intellectual sort of consideration and, I guess, discarding? Paza was, like, just to finish, bud. Paza, and I love Paza. You don't know, I speak on, Paza is a member of Gem Panda's forum, this the den of the opposition, I guess you might call it. But yes, I mean, is my truth greater than his truth? Is it all about an intellectual thing, or is it greater than that? Where is our core truth center, I guess? What do you reckon? What is the truth? Tell me one truth. It applies to everyone. Not just intellectually, do you know what I'm saying? We have a guttural truth, we have a brain. Einstein, let me just tell you this in terms of Einstein, the greater story that's told here. Einstein, one stone. But Einstein, from the comfort of his armchair, imagine riding on a light beam and shining a torch at 186,000 miles an hour, and he figured out the universe. But he spent his life looking for the GUT, or the grand unifying theory, which is the God as well. We're also told there's a second brain in our God, and we're told Einstein mysteriously died. He has no epitaph, he's no gravestone or anything like that, but he mysteriously died from a heart aneurysm, which is a blockage of the major artery from the heart to the gut. I think there's a greater symbolic tale to be told, and if any man can stand up and tell the truth as he will declare it and stand by it, which applies to all man, he'll be a brave man. And I'm not saying that you will be incorrect, but you'll be a brave man. To use the word truth in its greater capital letter T sense. Card said, as he listen to this it's a beautiful, but it's a bullshit story as well, honest to God, to take it literally. But he figured out the cogito ergo sum, which was I think therefore I am, while he spent time in an oven, some sort of warmed environment, as he joined the Dutch army or something about 250 years ago. But that basic reference, this is the truth for many, which is, I think, therefore I am. Let me just ask you this. Do you think that's a truth for you? That you think, therefore you are? That's the basic foundational principle of your exertions. That's what I'll put it. Your mental exertion. What do you reckon, Bob? In this day and age, you don't have to answer immediately. But what do you think is? That's what I was asking you. What do you think is a foundational truth that you will put across as your sort of stepping stone for everyone else to begin from?
Okay, let somebody answer now, Pete, please.
I think this question needs to be reformulated. But I just wanted to say that the most important question, I think, is what is truth, sir? What is truth? Truth is that which is verifiable, falsifiable, right? So if something's true, it's verifiably true. If it's not verifiably true, then it's a belief and only exists in the realm of imagination. Thanks.
Thank you for that answer, Bud. What can you say is verifiably true? What can you say is verifiably true? So something to be clarified and classified. This is the realm of science. But remember, science does not deal in metaphysics. But the problem is, as we move to flat Earth and beyond, there is this metaphysical reality in play, because at the very least we all accept a higher immaterial influence or power in play. Do you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You can say something is true in the scientific sense, but it's only, even science admits that, it's only a matter of probabilities. But they don't consider the greater inspiration. And I'm speaking from personal experience. Creators in my life, I've seen miracles, I guess, if you want to put it like that. I could never explain the things I've seen to anyone. But science doesn't deal with that, and it's not as if they're being deceptive in a sense. It's they lay out their boundaries. You know what I'm saying?
That's right, Peter.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I was listening to what you said about how is it, ergo sum, Descartes, something or other, right?
What do you think of it, Kosho?
I gotta go in a minute. I was just gonna say, I think when it comes to truth, that there's something called the objective truth of. Give me 1 minute.
Objective, articulable facts.
Sorry, I had a beautiful lady at my door. Okay. Anyways, no, there's yeah, objective truth, right? The objective truth. That's the thing that exists out there in the world. And this is, I would even think, universal. I was just going to say it's a universal objective truth. It's the actual definite reality. And none of us and nobody or anything has complete access to experiencing it or recording it, for that matter, which is the most important part, is a record of the objective truth. And because of this, like that's what that quote's all about, right, Pete? Like the Descartes thing is, there's an objective truth, but we can't. We're limited with how we
gauge it,
how we experience it.
We gauge it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. How we experience it. But like I said, I think the most important part is how we record it, because you can't. That's the whole point about that quote, is it only talks about how all you can prove is that you're experiencing something. But you can't prove that anyone else is experiencing anything, or that what you're experiencing is real. But so if you can't prove that anybody else is experiencing the same thing you are, then there's no guarantee that whatever you recorded, whether it was data or even a picture you took, there's no there's no you don't have all the information in that picture.
True. There's no benchmark, and if you're going to represent this sort of blind evolutionary pathway to man's mind, intellect, consideration, that's fair enough. I never take away from the ball earth model defender, because it's a model after all. It's an attempt to explain reality. Right or wrong, it's still an attempt, and it's a very, very complete attempt. So what I would say about the truth, we could all be brains in a vat. The vat might be our body itself. We are spiritual or beyond that. The very best we can say in this existence is, well, yes, I think. Well, it's not actually. Actually, I have an amendment to make to that. It's I think, therefore I am at. The very two letters, AT, has to be added to Descartes. And by the way, Descartes.
But explain that, elaborate on that a little bit.
A fabricated card, but Descartes is.
Hold on. Before you get into that,
The charts in
elaborate.
French.
Elaborate on what you said.
The charts, the maps in French. There you go.
No, hold on. I don't want to forget about if he was real or not. But what you said was interesting about the two letters, the at that you would put at the end. Like, elaborate on why you would put that. Like, what do you mean by that?
Because we find ourselves in a place and time. Descartes found himself in an oven in the midst of a war somewhere, as the story goes. We find ourselves in a place, and we can't find ourselves in a place without finding ourselves in time. So that's where we're in the midst of. Only when we recognize where we're at, right? I'm talking about, especially the ball Earth. The only way we can come to truth is realizing where we're not at, which is the spinning ball Earth. But it's only when we realize where I guess we're at in comparison to where we're not at, can we sort of evaluate our greater reckoning, consideration, our greater encompassment, who we are. There's no flat earther. There's no flat earther kosher. Just to finish, there's no flat earther who doesn't believe in a higher power. There's no flat earther.
It's not 100% true, but I will tell you that I do agree with all of what you said, except for that last part, which the only reason I agree with it. I just I never heard that before. I think that's actually interesting what you said, because you're basically saying at is like a specific time and place, or like not even a specific time and place, but you exist at there's a time and place that you exist at, basically, like that. The fact that you exist and it's happening at a time at a place. Yeah.
Yes, it comes before the thinking. So that's a necessary sort of prerequisite. But the point I was trying to make in a greater extent, because I mentioned this many times, is that the flat earther can only ever say, which is so limiting as well and so frustrating, they can only ever say where they're not at. Nathan Oakley specializes in it. We're not on a spinning ball. He'll give you a million reasons all the way to next Sunday, 2025. Well, it doesn't matter. But yes, the point is, the real reckoning is where we're at, where we really are at. And if there's a greater purpose or a greater inclination within us to be able to figure this out and put the pieces together, then that has to be our starting point. I think, therefore, I am at, although I would rearrange that sort of slightly, but that AT comes into it very, very specifically.
That is interesting, man.
Hey, what caused the corona? The BAT, the atom. All very interesting. The bat is the mammal that can fly, that can communicate via sonar sort of waves, right? Blind bat.
And then all Trump was saying is, "I'm the Batman," like the entire time. Kind of funny.
They're all actors, so everything amalgamates and cooperates into a greater clue for you, because now you are forced to reckon with your own divinity and your own connection to the higher power, which was denied in the sense of the ball earth, or the heliocentrist. Aristarchus was the originator of heliocentrism, but the greater galactic and big banger, because there's no greater direction to our evolution. Just decide. That's the lie. So you decide on the truth. And to what extent will you fulfill your own truth? Well, Bud, you tell me. I don't know anything about anyone here. You would tell me, though. I'm with Gio on this one. We're all divine. We're all having some sort of a weird experience here, but it will all make sense in the end. Because the clues were there for all around, and we forgot who we really are, who we really were, which is, well, the true child, before we became divided. But that's the nature as well. Don't feel lost. That's the nature of this. You can't say life without saying lie. Lie of F. Right, of the Father in a sense. F for Father.
I think it's really interesting that I've been a part of this, the largest philosophical debate, and we didn't even know it. We thought it was scientific.
This is the greatest arena going. And forget about anyone who refers or references previous times as truth. This is all fairy stories. This is what John Carter of Mars or Game of Thrones or the Avengers series or the Matrix especially are trying to tell us. You are the one if you want. This is happening right now, and everything is a venture through your own system as you rise from below to above. Can I just say something that to Geo maybe especially, and maybe I'll expand on this in a sort of an emergent sense. I was just thinking today about, I was singing the song as I was busking, but it was about the heart, right? And I was thinking about the map of Monday, where you have the four rivers extending from the central core, and you have the Black Mountain from the center. Okay, I won't go on about that because I have my own thoughts on the flat Earth map. But what the thoughts that occurred to me was, well, this is our heart with the four different junctures, and our heart is like a sort of a combination lock, but it has been distorted. This is why Jesus always points to his heart, and it's always sort of wrapped in a chain and a lock. And a lock needs a key, like a combination lock, so you just got to turn it and in an appropriate fashion, a three-dimensional sense, and also recognize the connection between above and below. So that's what I would say, that all of this shit is happening right now to us, and it's just up for you yourself to maybe consider these up close and personal. Yeah.
The most successful lies based on a true story and it's
What else is it about?
unfalsifiable.
What else is it about? Are you going to put your faith in Moses, in Jesus? Come on, how can you do that? We can't do that. How can we do that when after coming away, the very reason we're flat earthers is because we're stoically stuck to our personal experience. We are stationary Earth surfacers, we're flat Earth surfaces based on our experience of water, we're closed Earth surfaces because we never experienced pressure without a container, etc. So how now are we going to refer to a man pulling 4,000 apparently cooked fish? Would you believe that? Cooked fish, someone told me, out of his arse. I'm not saying out of his arse necessarily, but from somewhere, and feeding a multitude who hung around to hear the word. Come on. It doesn't make sense that we revert to just blind belief after we transitioning away from blind belief, which is the spinning ball earth paradigm. Remember, Jesus is in you. My name is Je suis Dodo. You put the I back in Jesus. Yeah, Jesus is you. He told you. He told you. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I am you. And you are more than me, Jesus told. And I can tell you why he said that in the Bible. Because he already knew where he was destined for. Do you know? You do good because you feel it. You know it in your heart. No matter what's to come, walk in your steps. Be guided by
So,
Jesus.
do you believe Jesus really existed, Pete? Do you think that he was a historical figure?
It's not. It does and it doesn't. It's like the ball exists, but it doesn't. It's a metaphor. It's a
No, it's a
metaphor
yes or
for our
no.
own journey. No, I don't believe. I don't believe Jesus existed in that literal man sense. No.
Okay, well, you just quoted him, and he said this is what he said. So, if he didn't exist, how could he say that?
Right? Because it's the story of all of us. Jesus is just we are. I am in French, but I'm God. I am man, and God is I am. So we were in some sort of fallen state, right? So Jesus represents the Son of Man. It's your condition. You represent Jesus, the Son of God. You represent every man that's in existence. You are Adam in a sense, Adam and Jesus. So that's what I think. That's what I think.
I think,
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think, man. That's all I think.
Okay, you got cut off. I heard it. Good look. But yeah, that's what I think. This is all our story. If I was to tell you, I think we're all in Genesis 1. Genesis 2 and beyond is our venture from, the base levels, which is the grounding levels below, to the heart, right? This is Genesis, the Old Testament. Then we have the New Testament dealing with the heart and Jesus, and then the Revelations, which is up from the heart up. The heart up. So we got to combine everything, the Almighty, and understand that God speaks through you. You are the Son of God. You are. Jesus is the perfect ideal, but Jesus had the advantage because he knew, or she knew where they were going. This is why he said, "As I am, so are you, and more," because you don't know where you're going. But if you follow through with what your heart tells you, then look at then, you're not looking for reward. What are you looking for? Eternal paradise? Would that be the reward for you doing a kind deed on someone? I don't think so. I don't think so. Doesn't matter.
Well, not to mention kind deeds are an objective perspective. So anybody could say that one thing is a kind deed and the exact same thing somebody else could say it's not. So that's kind of a ludicrous path to follow.
No, it's not. You can only follow your own path, and if you see someone in need and you help them out, you might say that, okay, I don't really want to help them out, but I'll do that because, okay, it's going to add to my tally in terms of points as I get to this eternal prize of paradise. More than 72 virgins. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, the heart inside of us knows what's right and wrong. You do things not expecting a reward. You do things because you know that your fellow man and your fellow animal, if you want, I guess your fellow plant, you'll be kind to all things because you know we're all sort of in the same boat in a sense. We're surviving off the same energy.
You're treating them as if you are them. It's really simple. If you treat others as if they were you, nobody wants to be raped. Nobody wants to be robbed. Nobody wants to be stolen from. Right? It's really simple.
Actually, there are people who fucking fuck up their own lives all the time.
Yeah,
So
we love it.
I don't know if I fully agree with that. Like, I have quite a few friends who just fuck themselves up. So if they treated me like they treated themselves, they would not be treating me well.
That is a good way to live, though. If you just act as if like everyone's you, you know what I'm saying? Like pretend like reincarnation is a thing, and you're gonna be them someday. That's and just act like that, and then do unto others. It's the saying.
It literally takes care of like 95% of any kind of obstruction.
But that's what general laws are about, though, bud. It's like saying you can't, a general law will be you can't have a pint of beer without driving because you're in danger. The general law is a sound law, but I can drive better on 3 pints or 5 pints than I can do with 1 pint. It doesn't matter to me, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not even bound by these general laws as well. I'm bound by the laws of my
Fucking
own.
A. Fuck.
You know it, Jeremy. Same thing with a joint or two. Doesn't matter. There's general laws, but in general, they're sound laws. But we don't have to obey those laws as long as we know who we are. So few of us do know who we are, I guess. But your ultimate law would be to do no harm, right? Which actually is a satanic ring to it or a tone to it. Aleister Crowley. Did you know that Aleister Crowley, for all of his students, he made it compulsory to know Alice in Wonderland, Alice through the Looking Glass, inside out, upside down, back to front. And I will just say to you, I hold that Aleister or Aleister Crowley was a fabricated character of history, just like the rest of them, like JFK, and like those characters who went down with the Titan there in the latest Poseidon adventure. Whole game of clues, like Mark Sargent, who's a flipper. Yeah.
I wasn't swearing at you, P. I was hot micing.
Hi, Jeremy. You're the, you know, Jeremy. When I think of you now, I think about Goodwill Hunting, and you're fucking writing all your equations on the board. But
That's right.
the problem is that there's no blackboard now like in Goodwill Hunting's time. So you're writing them all on your iPad or something like that, and they're only pertinent to you. No one can share these greater.
No, I've had the teachers in here, and I've been with the teachers writing stuff on their blackboard, on their whiteboards, magic eraser shit.
Have some excellent arguments to develop, Jeremy. That's definitely true. There's no doubt about that. And remember, every flat earther is greater than the most advanced of all earthers. Stephen Hawking, Albert Einstein. I wipe my arse, literally. But I do see that they're telling a greater, sort of deeper story, metaphoric story. But literally, yeah, they're jokes. They're jokes. They're literally jokes. They're meant to be jokes. But the mind or the thought then behind the nature of our reality, well, that's where you have the capabilities of delving into and seeing beyond. Seeing beyond. Black hole at the center, for goodness sake. There's a black hole at the fucking north center. And there's a big swirling motion. All the tides stem from the north. There is a big root, like Mount Meru, there's something sticking up that's generating the energy, which is separating the barriers, and it's creating all of the rotational skylights. It's metaphysical, of course it is. It's magical, it's fantastical, but at the same time, where are we coming from? Fucking exaggerated, fantastical ball, spinning ball, Earth. I mean, you can't get more exaggerated than that. What's that? We're spinning at fucking 1,000,000 miles an hour ultimately? Yeah, nice one, bud. Nice one, Pazza. Nice one, Pazza.
This is how I break it down. Like, anytime somebody says that they've come up with a way to measure distance and speed, based on the metrics that they present, you would have to have a stationary point of reference. You have to. So that means that you were either born on the earth where you figured out these metrics of whatever that was, or you were born on the sun, right? So what they're telling us is the sun is heliocentric. That's the stationary. And then they've changed that. But the reality is, if you go along with relativity as it's presented, it doesn't make any sense, because the math that they came up with to present it must be based on a stationary point of reference.
Right,
it
bud.
has to be.
Let me just.
That means we were either born where. Well, hold on, I'm almost done. That means we were either born where our feet are standing, and that's what we acknowledged as stationary, or we were born on the sun, which the heliocentrics have been claiming is stationary for the last 500 years. And we all know that we weren't born on the sun based on their own claims. I mean,
right.
It's up there, we're here. So that only leaves one option.
Right. Flack, that's excellent. I was just looking at your name. Absolutely excellent, bud. Because this is a very basic foundation of my argument. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with Gem Panda's channel, where you have all of these ball earthers. Pazza tonight came over from Gem Pandas, but they're all sort of in unison with their sort of codified and collective arguments, and they're some of the best there is. You can fucking believe it. Anyway, I reduced everything down in my own brain. I've actually decoded it in some sense. I make a lot of declarations, but let me just comment on this, Flack. Yes. Our basis of reference has to be that all life on Earth, all experience, and its all testimony of humankind will only testify to a stationary Earth surface. So that has to be established as our foundation for truth, right? So I agree with you in that sense. I agree with you absolutely in that sense. The problem with the spinning ball Earth is we're told via the historic tale that no, it wasn't about the motion that first came. Okay, let me finish by this. Okay, it wasn't the motion that came into consideration. It was Pythagoras with the heliocentrism, which was the spinning ball, or not the spinning ball, just the ball itself. The ball was stationary, but it was a ball that came first. So my decoding was, just to finish, my decoding was that yes, it's all reversed. The ball can only develop when the decision, which goes against the greater testimony of mankind, to have the Earth's surface moving, and then look at the greater surround. I'm just finished now. The greater surround. Then only can the ball develop. He could never proffer up the ball as an offering to begin with. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah,
Just
go
wanted to
ahead.
say real fast, Jim Panda's server, they're the best there is with tactics, but they're not capable of having discussions. Everything with them is only a tactical debate, and I would even go as far as saying that if you go in there, you make a claim, you post a video that proves your claim, the horse's mouth, so to speak, and they're going to ask you what's the source. And then when you say what's the source, they're going to start discrediting the source because they're not capable of having a conversation. And this is firsthand experience. It's why I don't go over there anymore. I went over there talking about a video that was the current president back in 1998. And I'll just sum it up. They weren't capable of talking about that video. All they could say was Jimmy Dore was a right-wing extremist because that was my source for the video. So when I showed them my source, that's all they could talk about. They couldn't talk about the video. So I never went back. They accused me of being a liar. And I was like, oh, am I a liar? We're just talking about the source. But go ahead.
Go back there and
that's
talk
how you
about
know,
something
dude. They
else is
always
my
slam
advice.
themselves
One
there.
second, go back there and go and talk about something else. My point would be to say to you, okay, it's via this opposition that now you will be encouraged to delve deeper, and not just about that particular topic, but other topics as well. They're like the contrast to your greater rebounding. Do you know what I'm trying to say? They're the fixed wall. And everything you mentioned, then you'll take note of their reaction, especially their collective reaction. And well, you're on your own in this life. We're all on our own. So now, depending on the questions you choose to ask yourself, they can be most helpful. I look forward to seeing you back there tomorrow or the day after. Not take it so seriously. Genuinely, bud. Even though I understand and appreciate exactly what you're saying, there's opposition on all sides. But we learn more about ourselves in the midst of, I'll just finish, in the midst of the enemy camp than we do in the midst of the friend camp. How about that one? Go ahead.
Well, this place is better, in my opinion, right? Because if I bring up a video, there are people in here that will enforce the conversation to be about the video, and all these, chaff and redirect. What about Jimmy Dore? He's a right-wing extremist. No, we would be talking about the video that I presented. And if anybody kept bringing up the source and discrediting the video based on the source, that shit would get muted over here. Over there, it's free reign.
But you can't talk about the C word openly here. You can talk about it over there. You can express your whole point of view, be as stoic and solid as you can. But the point is that, yes, you are the one who is trying to make sense of all of this, and you have your own questions to ask. That's my point. I understand that. But yes, I mean, if everyone agrees with you on the moon or the ISS fakery, for instance, how much progress are you going to make beyond that? Not going to, right? You know what I'm saying? But that's obvious fakery. So therefore, we have discredited the script writers or the greater power here because you've got to challenge yourself to your best level. That's what I reckon. We're all Sherlock Holmes here. Honestly, there's a
Well,
much
it's
story.
It's
Yeah.
obvious fakery to you because you question, you're trusting your own observation, your own discernment. But think about kids, that are given this, and the adults are saying, "Hey, this is it." So you don't really, you're trusting them. I mean, that's really what we're
Well,
dealing with here.
but when I found out, actually, I sat my son down in my lap and I showed him the people jumping from the Twin Towers when he was sufficient. He was about 8 years of age. I always had a great relationship with my son, but the truth was always important. I'm living my life, and I know I was immersed within the scientific mind. Just to cut it short as well, I know I can talk, and I apologize for that if I'm wearing and burning on anyone's ears. But let me just say this because you reminded me. But yes, Yeah, I was off the internet from about 2002 or 3 until 2010, just because there was no Wi-Fi back then, and I didn't want to get involved in a contract. And I sort of pretty much brought up my son and myself as my own mind. But all I was relying on in terms of 9/11 story were the official stories. I objected, of course, to the bullshit wars, and I objected to all of the fucking societal scenarios that was going on. They were giving out 120% mortgages here in the midst of wars, and I was going, what the fuck is going on? Anyway, get to the point. I set my son down when he was of sufficient age, and I showed him people jumping from the towers. I really did, because I was immersed within it. And I said, my son, I have to show this to you. This is not representative of the vast majority of mankind, but this is a reality. This is what people will do to achieve goals. And he understood it, and we sort of just, what do you call it? We dealt with it. Now, my friend, here's what I'm saying to you. 2 years later, when I went off to England, and I actually came back to where I left from, but now there was Wi-Fi, and I got internet back, connected back again, and I found out that there was a possible 9/11 conspiracy when I was in England, and a place called York, by the way, New York. Anyway, within 3 months of investigation, or even less than that, going through all the different layers, I've landed where exactly I am now, but I'm much more beyond now. But ultimately, 9/11 was a media and a victim symbolic hoax. No one died. It was a pre-prepared movie for all of us. It was the greatest blockbuster of our time. What do you think I should have done to with my son? Do you think I should have told him that, hang on, son, I was incorrect, I was completely mistaken there because I wasn't aware? Or do you think I should have told him the minute I found out, or I really believed what I'm telling to you right now? You don't have to answer. I know you're going to go because I have to tell him I was faked. I was faked, son. We were faked. We were faked. So I don't want that onus or that burden on his mind. But even though I know that, I know he's gone through the school system, and that will be the official story. But at least he has the truth from his dad, where his dad is, revisited or revised. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, this is the basic truth, and this is what flat Earth is as well. This is what flat Earth is. What are you going to do? Stick to your guns? I love my son. I haven't seen my son in 8 years. Would you believe that? But next minute he's studying physics. He got. I heard that he got top marks in all classes. Well, it doesn't even matter. But he's studying physics, and he's probably graduating soon. But I would take him away from his physics learnings tomorrow. Everything he's learned throughout school, throughout university, I will take him away from that via flat Earth and beyond reckoning, where there's a totally different story and system in play. Is it better that I'm away from him? I'm thinking maybe, because you have to grow up in this lie in order to come out of it. But I'm thinking at the same time, maybe the truth now is all around us, and we're gathering together at accelerated levels, even though we might know it. But yes, everyone is becoming aware that we have been lied to on so many different levels. So sorry for that long spiel. And there's a greater story as well in terms of my life's connection to 9/11. But yeah, that's the question. Should we live and die by the truth, especially to the ones that we care most about, in spite of the cost? Or should we acquiesce? I don't know. I don't know what the better outcome is. Sorry for that long.
No worries. Thanks, Pete.
Yeah, sorry for that. Honestly, I know I speak for long, but it's emotional for all of us. We've all felt a loss in some way. You know what I mean? Speaking the truth. But go ahead, please. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, should we acquiesce, right? And I would say sometimes, but only strategically, right? So there's this book called The 48 Laws of Power, and it says that when you're weak, you should surrender and live and fight for another day. And what I mean by that is that sometimes you should not defend yourself. Now, that sounds weird coming from me, right? Because I was raised on self-defense, stick to your guns sort of guy. But sometimes, like especially with family members or certain things, you should avoid conflict at certain times, like if there's an emotional day, right? And have that conversation later. Now, obviously, you want to get to the truth in the end, but only sometimes. Very rarely should you be political and keep your mouth shut. So most of the time, 99% of the time, you should seek the truth and belligerently spew the truth out of your mouth. So that 1%, good example would be if your wife's mother passed away, right? And she said something that wasn't very logical. Just let it go. just let that one fly. You know what I mean? You can talk about it later, maybe a couple years down the road.
Talking about.
I just think it's interesting.
I don't want to bring it personal, but I haven't seen my son in 8 years. So in a sense, it's like a death, you know. So I'm glad I did say what I said to him, that it's all the theater going on. I did actually tell him, and it was my maybe recognizing at the time that we are all God. We're all connected to a greater, higher power. There is a greater sort of procedure in place, and I might have said it indirectly. I did say that, something like that, but I'm saying it to you now that I realize that life itself involves the lie, and the lie is nothing without the truth. We think about the book of Job, right? If you think about a game of clues, and remember you're immersed within your own now, so all stories about you, but the book of Job tells us that the God and the devil are in cahoots, in a sense. Cooperation.
I just think it's interesting that this label is tossed around. You know, what people call flat earthers, it's not really quite accurate. It's really people that challenge the spinning ball. And then the people that have accepted the spinning ball, they try to redirect it and they say, oh, well, if you can't prove that it's not a spinning ball, then you're an idiot. When they're the ones, our whole society, the entire society is already assuming a theory, and their own claims it's a theory. All these people have done is gone out there and they've tested the theory with their physical observational reality that they can actually experience, and it's not a spinning ball. Yet we get they get this label tossed on them as if we're trying to prove that it's flat, when all we're saying that it's not what you're saying it is. And then they redirect it and they're like, oh, well, you have to prove that it's something other than what we're claiming it is to be accurate. And that's not the case. All we're doing is saying, hey, what you're saying cannot be observed. And every time we go out there and we look at oceans and we look at lighthouses, we even plug in your math that you've given us for the metrics of the size of the ball, and it doesn't work out every time we go out there. We're not saying it's flat. We're just saying it's not what you're saying it is. And then they flip it and they're like, oh, well, then you have to prove it's something other than that, when even their own claims are a theory. Like,
well,
it's
a model,
ridiculous.
Right?
Yeah.
It's a model. So they told you it's a model when you're a child. You know, you don't really know what that word model means, right? But when you get older, you're like, oh, a model. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
so
physical?
I thought it was like reality. So it's not reality. It's just a model.
Well, models are actually physical, which used to be the agreed upon definition and spell of what a model is. It's based on a physical reality. That's what science used to be agreed upon. But they came up with computers and fancy math. So now that's the new model. And I'm just calling bullshit. I'm like, hold on a second. A model is something I can touch, I can reproduce, and I can share with my friends, and they can do the same thing. But CGI and math, that's not the same thing. I have to be part of the club, the coders, the encryptors. I mean, it's ridiculous.
No, 1 second, please. You are. Hang on 1 second, please. Okay. Can you tell me what the stars are then? Frank, can you tell me what the stars are? Can you build a model?
Who, me?
Oh, Frank, isn't it? Sorry,
Oh, are you
Flack.
asking me, dude? What are you asking?
Can you tell me what the stars are?
Other than dots in the sky, not at all. I
You
would
have no
never make a
model. So
claim.
let me ask you a question then. I don't mean to be mean here, but all the children have the blue marble in its full glory, in its cross-sectional extravagance. Paza will come in and deliver that to you, right? So now you're going to erase that picture, tell your child that that's not true. You have a whiteboard. What are you going to draw the earth as?
I know, right?
Right, but maybe that's your quest to come to know. Come to know. Do you think God has not faith in you? God has given us the devil. That's how much he loves us. The lie. The truth has given us the
Well,
lie.
I have to say that everybody has their own idea of what their creator is, but my creator is very intelligent, created everything, so they would not need to. If there was a need for that creator to put some individual to poke and prod me and to test me, that would be my first indication that creator is incompetent. Because if the supreme being and creator of everything is not able to judge my character and then has to throw me into this place to intentionally poke and prod me and harass me because the supreme being that created all of this is incompetent of judging my character, I'm like, nah, that sounds more like a man.
Come on,
That
let me
sounds like a
respond to that.
scam.
Let me respond to that, right? Right? If you're an ugly, overweight man who's married and no other woman want to be with you, but for some reason this one woman sees your value and she accepts you, can you really say for sure whether or not you're going to be faithful if you're never presented with the opportunity to cheat? How do you make gold? You have to refine it. How do you create diamonds? With heat and pressure. So how does he know if you're really good if he doesn't trial and test you?
I don't think it's a matter of testing. I think it's a matter of creating an area where people can like explore and take their paths of self discovery. I think there's a big difference between some kind of being that is apparently incompetent and unable to judge my character and needs to come up with some kind
Hang
of
on,
test
hang
when
on. You
that
said
being created everything in the first place. So I think it's more of a place where people can just go through their path of self discovery. And I think people look at it that way.
How
Like
can you
he
know
already knows,
self-discovery?
like what I don't like calling the supreme being and creator of everything an it, but that entity or source energy, if you will, is completely competent of judging my character. There's no need to produce some kind of place where it like they need to like test me and yada yada. I'm already part of it. I'm already part of the whole source. So
Maybe
I'm
you
already
ventured into
right.
this. Maybe you ventured into this forgetful state. And this is what I'm saying to you is the supreme being of the creator knows everything, knows all outcomes. You say the purpose of life is self-discovery. Well, how can you self-discover unless you sort of forget? Only make a process into recognizing ourselves. So maybe you ventured into all of this. Don't lose faith in the creator about it, because the creator has never lost faith in any of us. That's what I think.
I think that all applies. I think that's why I don't think it's a test. It's an experience, man. It's like if we were to view each other, ourselves, as a little piece of the supreme being and creator of everything, we wouldn't need to test ourselves and try to figure out if we're good or bad. The Babylonian construct: good, bad, up, down, black, white, hot, cold, all that shit.
We do.
We would already know that we're part of this whole thing, and we just honor each other
So
and
that's
treat each
that
other
seed I
the
was
way we'd
talking
like to
about,
be
and you were
treated.
talking about it. Remember, that's that seed I was talking about, and you were talking about in different senses earlier on. That knowledge is within us, but life has to be about something. You can't say life without lie in the English
It's the
language. So
experience,
therefore,
bro.
we're in some sort of a test or a game or a construct,
It
which
doesn't have to be
I
a
think.
test.
Can I just finish? Can I just finish by saying this? We're in a test or a game or a construct which we have divided, and we've only come to rediscover our true nature or true truth. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, bud.
I think we're already I think if you go before the veil, or when you're born, or when you whatever, if we all came from the same energy, there's no reason for a test. It's all about an experience. Like it's like a movie or an entertainment thing, right? Your existence is everlasting. It's infinite, right? And you're just thinking that when your heart stops beating and your so-called blood stops pumping, that's the end. When in reality, it's just it's a video game, really, and it's not about testing, because it's already there. Everything's already here. It's already done. And if
So
you're part
if
of
you
the
are
supreme
eternal,
being, hold on, let me finish. If you're part of the supreme being, there's no need to test yourself. The only reasoning that I personally can come to with this experience is that it's just like, hey, we got all the time in all of existence. There's no limit to anything. Why not have a really cool video game? They call the
I agree
Matrix,
with you, bud.
right?
I agree with you. Absolutely. That's exactly what I was going to say. So we've sort of immersed ourselves within this sort of slice of eternity. Let's put it like that. That's all we can do, though. We're immersed in this. Any other thoughts? These are all notions. How
Yeah.
does it align with these thoughts? Okay, this is the great mystery of life. But yes, the thing we have to do, though. Okay, let me say this. Because I'm recollecting, I have my own YouTube channel, and I've spoken for many hours. I sometimes spoke for 8 hours and then played music, but definitely deeper considerations. Let me say this though: the balance has to be found within our heart, and that's what I was mentioning about a realization. So a consideration actually occurred to me about Mount Meru and the four divided rivers, maybe representing our hearts, right? Which is the divided nature. Remember, our left brain controls our right eye. So we have this spiraling sort of interaction within our body. But here's what I'm saying: we can't live solely in the extremities. If we live solely in the mind, we're playing an eternal chess game. There's no relationship to reality. If we live solely in the gut, then, or in the groin, then we're in the science realm. Actually, we're limiting, or we're denying our own spiritual or greater nature. So we have to live in the heart. We have to find a balance between the material, which is the below, and the immaterial, which is the above, and seeing that there's a connection between everything, between our brains. And actually, let me just say this: the immediate connection between our brain and our gut. Imagine taking an air hose to your brain and just blowing it through, and then wrapping it up like sausages. It pretty much mirrors your gut, doesn't it? So yes, there is this division, and the Almighty then comes through by bridging the gap via the heart. So at the heart, the earth is an anagram of heart. We have to find that balance between the material and immaterial, recognizing that potential that we are eternal, and this is all an experience.
I see what you're saying, bro. Cheers. I mean, like, I feel I just don't like the test thing. I think it's an adventure. I think it's supposed to be fun. And, just think about this. What if the chess game, what if both the pieces on each side were on the same team? Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Are you talking about the Hegelian dialectic where the Jesuits control like both sides of
I'm
the?
just saying. I'm just
Sorry.
saying it's a big Babylonian construct where they want us to divide our brains into this good and evil, black and white, up and down, hot, cold, whatever. When reality, it's all the same thing, and it's just a movie, dude. We're just playing a video game.
Well,
Why I tried to make it simple is saying, look at a chess game. And imagine if both the sides, the whatever, the white and the black pieces, whatever, are on the same team. Like that's what's going on here. So then,
can I ask you,
right?
Yeah. Can I ask you a question here, Bud? Because we're greater than the material, let me just preface this by saying this. Because we're greater than the material, then the material division reflects our own immaterial in a sense, division. So male from female. Have you ever imagined your female counterpart back to back with you, and sort of an amalgamation between the two? We can imagine as a clue, like the Adam's apple is a good clue for us, but also the shoulders, the broader shoulders of the male and the narrower shoulders of the female, the broader hips of the female, the narrower hips of the male. Have you ever imagined that? And that's only external sort of
Absolutely,
representation.
man.
Have you imagined,
the
excellent, Brad, have you imagined now the internal windings, I guess, because that's no more solid up and down, sort of linear. Now we have this curvature, so we have this intermingling. And let me just say this: if you think about the male testicles and the penis, they are just at the solidity to the vacancy which is left within the female genitalia, if you want. They're the space to the man's extension. You know what I'm saying?
Those are just divide and conquer tactics. So if you view the male and the female as the same one, they're on the same team, just like you were saying, back to back, instead of this weird psychological operation where male and female are at war with each other to prove who's better. And if you imagine that you're actually back to back and you are one single unit focusing on the same trajectory and path.
Right. That's why we have a half and a half delivering the one, which is the human
all Babylonian
child.
bullshit.
But don't mind the Babylonian bullshit. Those times never existed. You think in terms of your own times now.
Yeah, it's
you were
a
delivered as a
psychological
child.
operation,
You were delivered as a child as the one, which came from the half, which is the female, which came from the half, which is the male, which is your mother and father. All of us have the same sort of course. So that's the point. Are we deviated? Are we in this checkerboard divisory, I guess, state? And I guess the next question is: are we forced here? That's actually the ultimate question. Are we forced here? Do we consent to being here? That's a question for the individual. But we can all at least imagine this amalgamation as a grown adult male or a female with your counterpart, and not just amalgamating the external significances, but trying to wrap your mind around the internal interconnections as well. This will maybe make us whole.
I would say it's both, because, and that's why I keep trying to say what the psychological operation of the Babylonian divide and conquer construct is, thinking that male and female are separate from each other.
Right.
But in reality, they're reflections of the same in a different form. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's to prove that one is better than the other, which is the construct that everybody's engaging in. And that's when I think the Trinity, the primary colors and all that stuff, comes into play, because what you have is an original projection, right? And then once you enter this field, then you are actually in a state where you can travel and navigate a path of experience, entertainment, based on the fact that you have the ability to discern that. Think of it this way: if there was only one thing in the universe, only one thing before the Big Bang, then there would be no way for any discernment of, like, you have to have some kind of contrast, right? To even if you were the only thing that exists in the universe, how would you know that you're there? Like,
yes,
if you were the only thing and you weren't, engaging in anything, a contrast to recognize that you're there in the first place, if you were the only thing, then you wouldn't, none of this would even apply. So this experience that we're having is basically a way for the only thing, the supreme being creator that we're all from, the source of all energy or whatever. Then this is a place where we can, it's entertainment, dude. I don't think it's meant to be, okay, we're going to come here and be like, oh, I'm better than you because I got a penis or I got boobs or, whatever. It's the same role. It's the same foundation. And that's why I call it the Babylonian con, because it's really, you can't argue and go to war if you don't have that, that idea that whatever you're interacting with is something other than yourself, right?
It's interesting,
if you interact
right?
with everybody around you as if you are as if they are you, then that can't even play. It's not even on the table.
You
Then
don't
it
know
becomes
who.
a game, like a video game.
But you don't know who you are. You're coming to find who you are. But
That's
Babylon,
an
very
assumption, though.
interesting.
I don't. That's your
Yes,
assumption. I don't make that
no,
assumption.
okay, listen, I shouldn't have said that then. Apologies for that, Flack, because I already have said it many times. I have deep memories of when I entered consciousness and I was just a babe in arms. Funnily enough, bring me back to Babe El On. What do you think El represents? El, or Lord God, suddenly appears in Genesis 2. I'm thinking, I'm absolutely on
It's
board
a.
with you, most of what you
It's.
say, right? But what do you think
I'll tell you,
about
dude.
the babe and the
It,
division then from the innocence, right?
the L represents a vector, an efficient path. So you have the 2, right? And that's really, if you look at the L, you can see 3 points, which is the Trinity. So really, it's kind of a reflection of itself, and that's why you end up with the tetrahedron when you have 2 vectors converging, because you're really talking about the one that entered the realm to experience itself in some other form, and the most basic, efficient manner of comprehending the other form would be the a reflection of yourself, right? So that's when you come up with the 2. But you had the 1 to start with, so the 1 hits the veil, splits into 2, so that the 1 can actually experience itself in a video game. Has nothing to do with who's better or who's worse or power tripping or control or anything. It's just a matter of experiencing itself. So that's when you come up with the Trinity and the primary colors and all that shit. 369, all of it.
Consider this. When we bless ourselves as Christians or Catholics, we point to specific areas and we say certain words in the name of the Father. We point to the very center of our brain, right? The pineal, in a sense, right? So the core of our idea form, our mentality. In the name of the sun, we point to our solar plexus, or pretty much about the womb. In the name of the whole E, right? We connect both sides because we're definitely divided down the center. Spirit, we bring our 2 hands together and we say the words to bring the 2 divided, connected aspects together. We're not just divided within ourselves, we are divided male from female, self from self, in a spiraling fashion down the spine. And that's why I think we have to get our heart straight. We have to understand, first of all, this the nature of this division. We can't refer to literally Adam and Eve or Jesus or Hitler or anything like that. As we are alive right now, there's a purpose for us being here, and you can be sure it's a divine purpose. It's not just a game for no reason. There is a greater purpose because it concerns all of us, you know what I'm saying? And we're all fundamentally in the same sort of boat, and the clues are there for all of us. But I will just say that yes, the nature of this division is that we have to become like children again and understand that the children and us ourselves were the purity. We were born into a foreign land, fed a foreign food and taught a foreign language, and we were taught to forget. Only though with the consolation that we can remember or put back together again that what was instilled within us for the very purposes of us making our way through all of this. So yeah, I appreciate the conversation, Flack, and I think we agree on lots of things, and it's nice to talk to you about. PJ here,
Cheers, man.
just
I
we
hope
don't
I didn't
know.
interrupt too much. Cheers, brother. I got a weird delay. I live out in the boonies on a ranch and shit, so people are like, "Oh, you're interrupting." I'm like, "Dude, sorry. I thought you were silent on my end." So great, dude. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude.
As we celebrate this Independence Day, what are we independent from? Do we not have bar members at every town square, inflicting codified rules that apply to me but not to thee?
You got to
What do
look at
we
the spell,
celebrate?
bro. You got to look at the spell. So let's break it down. Independence. You're independent to somebody outside of yourself? Right? Or are you independent in of yourself? And that's called freedom. You got to break it down.
Or is it an in the pen dance? So we are pigs in a pen.
Exactly.
And we think we have freedom, and we're dancing to our freedom, but ultimately we are enslaved. And isn't it funny that the Jewish people don't eat pigs?
And don't forget the word penance, the spell penance, right? It's very similar with the tones.
Or
It's all about those
jewelry, or
tones.
pendants, yeah. A pendant, yeah.
Penance, right? They're very
Jew
clever with
rests,
these spells.
Jew rests on the ground, bud. The Jew rests on the ground. The Jew deals in the material world. This is why Lord God, or El, is the master. This is why Jesus said, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, because you have to leave the material God behind. City of gold God, in a sense. You know what I'm saying? We are greater, shining spiritual beings. It's not that we become this. We are this throughout our lives. We just don't realize it, but we have to be challenged, and the best way to challenge us is to tell us the most immediate, obnoxious lie to wake us up. It kills some of us, but at the same time, it has that ability to wake us up.
You know, I'm an independent observer. I like to say I'm an objective observer. And what I find interesting is this guy Jesus, who claimed all this stuff. There's so many people that really don't like him, and then when you look into that, you're like, they're all the ones that are taxing and enslaving everybody. Like, I mean, I'm not saying I'm not like, I'm an objective observer. I don't really go along with anything, but I mean, I will compare counterintuitive claims, and I think it's very interesting that there's a huge push to, they don't really like what that guy ever said. Whether or not you want to agree that he lived and everything he said was true or really happened, whatever, all I can see in my objective viewpoint is there's a lot of people out there that tend to be really rich that really don't like what he said, or whatever they claim he said, or whatever they claim he didn't exist and never said, right? They're the same people.
Well, let me just say this to you, my friend. I would say Jesus is my best friend, and I'm not talking about any thought of me imagining a man who existed, an old narrative attached to, no, in a different sense. And yes, it's the archetype, it's the ideal man which we live up to, the real Son of God, which we all are. We're immaterial beings, so it's that divine sort of aspiration. That's what makes it real. That's what makes it real. You know what I'm saying? Forget about it in a sense what everyone else thinks. And as you mentioned, the rich people, well, they're after veering towards another side. But I think it's only, they're just learning their own lesson as well. That doesn't make, What does it do to gain the world and lose your own soul or connection to the higher reference? And that's what I'll say as well. The great thing about Flat Earth, it brings everyone necessarily back to this higher reference. You know what I'm saying? It has to be a higher power. Even if you reduce it down to its basic element, that you yourself are God, which I have done. And I said that to my son, one of the last things I said. We didn't understand it. I probably didn't understand what I was saying, but at the same time, maybe somewhere deep inside I knew it was true. We are part of this higher power. I don't think in any way we're sort of subservient. It's an equal level basis, and therefore it changes everything. We have entered this scenario by consent as opposed to being forced, because that makes all the difference. And all of these different characters, then all of these different encounters, well, yes, they're there to encourage us ourselves, because you are more powerful. That's what I think, genuinely. Honestly,
Well, based on their presentation of the random occurrence of the Big Bang and all that. My initial research, I was like, well, the pine cone, seashells, and cymatics, and just the 12 octaves of the musical whatever. I mean, and then you correlate that with the 12 signs of the zodiac, the 12 apostles of Jesus. You know, at that point, I'm like, all right, this ain't no random freaking like Big Bang, like, and then a bunch of guys like Einstein and Newton figured it out for me, because they can't explain pine cones, pi, seashells, the magnetic field that you can see in a Ferrel cell. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. At that point, I'm like, all right, this ain't random.
Sacred geometry, the tree, the seed, all that stuff, the golden ratio. There's a lot of stuff
It
that
just
they
goes
can't explain.
on, and I'm just like, okay, this is not Big Bang sourced.
What is it,
Whatever you're
spontaneous
telling
generation?
me. And then you start throwing in parallax, like with the astrological charts that we've had for supposedly tens of thousands of years. Then you start throwing in some parallax in there, and it's just like, guys, come on.
Nice one, bud. They're never going to come on. All the ardent, stalwart, returning ball earthers, Paza included. Paza is a great pleasure. They all know better, but they're restricted to a role, which is grand. Have you heard of, plain Earth, planet Earth, felled trees? What about the Earth itself being the surface, stump surface of the tree of life? Is that beyond recognition, our ability to sort of consider, appreciate, anyway? It's too metaphysical, is it? Is it too deep? Does the metaphysical interject in the physical? I say yes. So everything is metaphysical. We're all miracles in motion. All of us. Especially now. Especially the children. Being sort of corrupted more so somewhat. But the children of today, have faith. Have faith. Is that the nature of this magical Walt Disney, in a sense, reality? I say yes. The other option is, just via contrast, is the cold, heartless Big Bang reality. By the way, Big Bang, think about it in terms of a reference to your mother and father, or you and your wife coming together to give your beautiful, wonderful child who you give everything for and you recognize deeply, is a deeper emanation of God than you have sort of strayed from. But yes, the Big Bang is when the child's material universe comes into play. Material universe, our material universe comes into play. And when we stop being beautiful children of God, when we were immersed within the world of man, where we were fed a foreign language, fed a foreign food, taught a foreign language, and brought up in a foreign environment. You know what I'm saying? Only as a test. Only as a test. Only as a test. A voyage, like the Pauper and the Prince.
It's an experience,
like
bro.
Yeah.
What's the difference
Yes.
between a test and experience, man?
Yeah, like the prodigal son, something like that. Very good.
Yeah. Not beating yourself over the head and acting as if you're some subservient slave to some supreme being that has no ability to judge your character. That's the difference between viewing this as an experience and possibly a fun video game, since you have eternal existence and time is bullshit. So instead of thinking it's a test, maybe it's just supposed to be fun, dude. Like, maybe it's just supposed to be like, hey, treat other people the way you'd like to be treated, and just check this shit out, dude. Wow.
No.
Check it out.
No.
Maybe.
You're incorrect.
It's possible,
You're incorrect.
right? Can you admit
Let me
that's
tell you why
possible?
you're incorrect, bud. Let me tell you why you're incorrect.
I'm sure you will, but that's your view.
So,
I gotta go, dude. I gotta
okay,
go.
before you go, let me tell you why you're incorrect. Because the truth is told to us as children, and the beautiful lullaby, "Rockabye baby on the treetop."
But
When
that's
the
not the
wind blows,
truth. That's
the
not the truth.
cradle will.
That's a
Yes, it
perverted
is.
version.
The cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby cradle and all. It's the story of mankind's descent, only to rise again. The phoenix has to rise from the ashes of destruction. Life has to be
That's a
about something.
Babylonian recycling
I don't
construct.
care. I'm not
that
interested in that in that determination. I think that's all bollocks talk. The pyramids were built a few hundred years ago. It doesn't matter. It's part of the greater construct. But the whole point is that if we are eternal beings, that life at its necessity is not about enjoyment. We have paradise forever. This is about the fall and the re-rise, right? So I
I
would
didn't
just put
say
that out to you.
enjoyment. All I said was rather than viewing it as a test of your character, which would mean the supreme being creator of you is incompetent to judge your character, rather than seeing it that way, maybe it's just an experience and you can choose that path, you can choose this path, you can go that way, you can experience pain and suffering, you can experience joy and prosperity. You know, it's that's all it is. It's not a test. The supreme being creator of you already knows your character, already loves your ass. That's why you're here. Like, what if we all started looking at it that way?
Can I say something? Maybe it's a game that we chose to play.
Yeah, right? That's why they call it free will.
Yes. And
We
there
get
is
killed
no
many
hell.
times.
There's no damnation. You just, if you fail at the game, you start over again.
Yeah, and everybody has the choice to bail out. Anybody can hit the reset button anytime they want, man. Find a big bridge or a big building, or, you know, maybe your parachute doesn't open, whatever. People come up with all kinds of reasons. And that's the proof that it is free will. And it's not really a test, because if it was a test, you wouldn't have the option to just say, all right, I'm out of here, right? How many times you go into a test, you know, with whatever, and then you have the ability to just get up and walk out, and everything's totally cool after that.
Hang on, bud.
Everything's still
bud.
totally cool. You just decide to
Second,
leave.
bud. That's easy to say. What you just said there. Have you ever been suicidal? Have you ever come close to considering taking
Not
your own
at all.
life?
No, not. I just
Then you should
recognize
shut up about
that is
that, because it's not so easy a way out.
no,
Then.
dude. I've had friends that have done that. It's brutal.
Yeah, but you've
It's
not
the worst
considered
thing I've ever
yourself.
heard of. You're
The hardest
twisting
thing
it.
you'd ever have
What
to
I'm
do,
trying to
bud.
tell you is that the evidence that you have free will is the fact that you can leave anytime you want by your own choice. That's all. Now, if you want to go
Your
into this
choices
emotional
are
freaking
your
attachment
choices
of
are
all
restricted.
that stuff,
Excuse me, please. Your choices are restricted via the nature of your emergence into this life. Already
not at
been
all.
corrupted by your
Not at all.
birth. Yes, they
You're
have.
given all the infinite choices possible, and if you don't like the choices and the path that manifests based on your experience, you have the free will to leave at any given moment. That's a fact.
I
And
agree.
if you want to attach a bunch of emotional things to it, that's fine. That's your deal, and that's okay. But the reality is, you have the ability to literally hit the reset button at any time in this
Yes,
video game.
I agree with that. But the problem is, and the great leap you have to make then is that great unknown, the great beyond, the Ozymandias, right? So the problem is, though, I agree. I think that is the power within all of us, and then we'll find out if you're going to do that. Make sure you know why you're doing it, and you have some idea where you're going back to, because it's all up in the air. But the trap of life is that we're attached to certain things, the things that we know. And I'm saying to you that you have to stick it out. You kill yourself, you're almost killing God in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Because God has
No,
a plan for you.
I
There's a
agree
plan
with
for each and
that.
every one of us.
I agree with that in the regard that your experience is the most efficient path of self discovery, or whatever experience video game you want to play here. I totally agree with that. But that doesn't take away your ability to leave at any time when you think it's not cool. So if you were
Yeah,
to
but
toss
you've
away
never
that
considered it
ability, wait, hold
yourself.
on,
You,
wait,
yeah.
wait, wait.
Well,
If you tossed away that ability to hit the reset button, as I said, then you're enslaving yourself, and the whole idea of the experience shifts from being a fun experiment or experience It's not really even an experiment. It's an experience. And if you don't like what you're experimenting or experiencing, you can just leave at any given
Fun.
moment. Now, you will have to have faith. You'll have to have faith if you want to do that. A lot of people are like stuck in fear constantly because they're not really sure. They haven't accepted that, you know what, they have eternal existence and this is just kind of a video game and shit. Now, I get that. But the reality is that all these people still have that choice. That is what free will is. And what irritates me is when people try to claim, no, you don't have that. This is supposed to be this way based on my perception and based on this. And I'm like, no. If we all came from the same source, then we all have the ability to experience this in the way we choose to be. So for somebody outside of myself to claim that their experience should be the same as mine, that's blasphemy, basically.
I guess in a sense it's all predetermined. So the mind of God knows every outcome. But let me ask you this in terms of our limited sort of perspective. Maybe it's purposefully imposed. And okay, right now, and I can't think of anyone who would answer differently, but I think we'll all answer the same. If you could be anyone else, anyone at all, step into their shoes immediately, right now. Doesn't matter. You name a local character, you name a relation, you name someone you know, or you name someone who's famous, an international sort of name, or superstar. Interesting word, superstar. Jesus Christ, superstar. Would you be someone else? Just transform your own and forget your own existence right now, and just transform into their being. Would you be someone else?
Let me answer that. There. That wouldn't even be possible because I'm already engaging in this personage as if they were me.
Right, but as
I
that
wouldn't
is the
even
case,
like.
Yeah,
I
you
wouldn't even
consider
try
it,
to
right?
think that I'm
Yes.
somebody outside of myself because everybody I interact with, I'm already considering that they are a reflection
Now-
of myself.
What do you think of this song? I know Gio allows music here, so I won't play it because it's late, but I would pick up my guitar. But it occurred to me earlier on, I was singing it coming down the road or in my head. I don't know where it came from. You know the song? Do you remember it? Wouldn't it be good to be in your shoes, even if it was for just one day? Do you remember that song? It was just for one day.
When I hear that kind of stuff, it's like a psychological operation because I'm already assuming that I am that person in the other shoes. So when these things
shoes
come
are you in,
across
Dan?
me, it's like trying to divide my brain, thinking that somebody that is not like wearing the shoes, the physical shoes on my feet, is not me. But I'm already behaving in a manner as if they are. So it doesn't even apply to me.
What do you think then is fun in life as you live out your life? What is a fun sort of endeavor?
Learning.
Are you serious? I haven't read a book in
Learning.
years.
Yeah, dude. Like discovery.
I haven't read
It's
a
the
book in
funnest thing
years
ever.
because everyone I come across now seems to be co-opted in some way or another. I rely on real experiences and core connections. Let's put it like that. But in a sense, so with you on this one that we're sort of visitors here. The body itself separated from us, the vehicle. We are the greater, what would you say, spirit. But there has to be a purpose in this life. Then it's fun all the time elsewhere. But surely the only way we can appreciate fun, I don't say fun in a glib way, right? But you did use a term, have a good time here, is have a bad time. And the worst time you have, maybe within this experience, it will turn out to lead toward the best time. And that's why suicide is not a thing. You know what I'm saying? Because, there's always an option out
I
and
think
out.
I think it's a choice of your experience. And if you want to experience what you call bad times, and if you want to experience what you call good times, it's still the same experience.
How you feel
there's
about
no
it
real,
now then,
like
right? Your
whenever people
memory
bring that
of,
up, I'm just like, that doesn't even apply. I'm not even interested in figuring out whether it's good or bad or hot or cold or whatever. I'm just freaking checking it out, dude.
Yeah, but you have to sort of earn your living in a sense. So you
You
have
do.
to have considerations, things you have to do to maintain a basic standard, unless you've
You do,
already catered for
apparently.
that.
Well, that's you though.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's me, or I'm just saying, and in general, it's what applies. And I did put the out for you there, saying unless you already had catered for that, and if you have, well, more power to you, man. And listen, I'm not telling you anything. I had a great interaction with you, man. I really enjoyed
No,
it.
it's cool, dude. Totally. So think about it this way: if you existed forever, everlasting, there's no time, forever, infinity, whatever labels you want to come up with to understand what that is. So if that was the case, why would you choose to engage in like testing yourself or some kind of suffering or whatever that is? Like if you have forever, and really all it's about is just some kind of experience based on your free will of what you want to experience, okay, cool. And if you want to experience suffering and madness and all that, cool, all right, cool. And if you want to experience prosperity and peace and all that, all right, cool. It's when others claim that somebody else outside of themselves is wrong or naughty because they're not agreeing on the same parameters of what they claim the experience is all about. Okay, so that's when it's just like, all right.
So, are you saying though, if you exited this existence with all your, I guess, feigned morals, ideas, and you came back as a serial killer, or something similar or worse? I mean, is that just a choice? There's no meaning in any of it because it's just a sort of an immersion into some sort of
I don't think there's
warped
an
experience.
end to this.
I don't know.
I don't think you can exit existence. So when you talk about karmic representations of your experience based on previous experience in the physical realm, if you will, then that would just be based on how you treated yourself, really. So if you think about a past life where you treated yourself, which could be anybody outside of like somebody in other shoes, right? Because that's how I look at it. Nobody's like, I treat everybody as if they're me. But if I'm on this learning curve, pardon the pun, that I'm not really aware of how that happens, then yeah, sure, there would be an experience of learning, but still, it's all about your own interactions. There's no preemptive like, hey, I'm going to go in here to be a serial killer, right? I'm going to go in here to be a rapist or whatever. You know, that's what
Are
I
you saying
want
there's
to
no greater
experience. That's
directive?
not what happens. That's not how it
You saying
happens.
there's no greater directive then? Are you saying that this sort of immersion, exiting, it's just sort of random? There's no greater goal
No,
to
not
our
at all. I was
existence?
just saying that when you said when you exit this
Yeah.
whatever, and then you reincarnate as a exit existence, I think you said, and then you reincarnate as
I
a
mean,
serial
the stuff
killer.
that we know,
I
they
consider
take
it
their own
as the
lives.
same existence. Like you never exited anything, and what you're doing when you're here is you're basically determining your navigational path of self experience. Now, if you treat a bunch of people like total dirt, or whatever that means, or whatever,
Right.
then when you come back, yeah, there's going to be a different experience. That's not necessarily a
What's the
test.
goal? That's what I'm saying to you. What's the
That's
goal
just
then?
what you guys have chosen to experience based on your behavior.
But until you learn, it's like Groundhog Day. Until you learn correctly the
Right.
true deals. But I mean, is that ingrained within us then? And why would we set ourselves this repeating scenario in worse or better terms, only to come back to something that
Well,
we
think
knew
about it,
was
dude. If you
intricate to
have
us all
all the
along?
time of eternity, like there's no limit to your
It's horrifying,
existence,
isn't it?
right?
Jesus.
If listen, if there's no limit to your existence, there's no time,
know.
whatever. So why wouldn't you engage in some kind
No.
of experience where you could like it's just a movie, dude. Like everything that
Brad-
ever was or ever has been has already been done. Everything's already known, and it goes on forever.
Although I will say,
So
do you know? Hang on, please.
I'm
Flack, can
just
you tell me
saying, if you
something?
assume
Fair
that,
enough. Can you
then
tell me? Can you answer me a question? Do you think? Answer me yes or no now, please. Because this is where I think I can sort of break the mold in a sense that there is some definitiveness to everything. Answer me this question: the dodo bird. Do you think the dodo bird existed? Yes or no?
now you're refining my questions. Okay,
No,
or
I'm
my
just asking
answers
you a yes
anyway.
or no.
I would say the dodo bird characterization of whatever that was may or may not have existed.
And that's not a
Because
yes or
I
no.
can't.
You're putting you
Listen,
on the
well,
spot,
that's
Flack. I'm
because
putting you on the flack
you're
spot.
trying to confine my answer to something that you want or whatever. I'm just like I said, I like to objectively observe things. And if somebody says, "Hey, this is a dodo bird," that shows me a picture of it, and then they tell me that it's extinct and never lives and it's gone, I'm gonna be like, "Whatever, dude. That's just a freaking picture." And then I go outside and I see a bird that looks like it, and I'm like, "Hey, that's it." And then they just want to argue about, "Oh, that's not a dodo bird. Oh,
Hey,
look,
listen,
here's the
bud.
books
You're
and here's
talking. Hey,
everything. Oh, you're an idiot." I mean, I'm
oh,
just
yeah,
done with
you
that. It's
have to
just
talk
dumb.
again. You're talking to someone who knows definitively the dodo bird never existed and there's a greater metaphorical tale to
But
be
you don't
told
know
through it
that.
that I've much
The
exaggerated
dodo
upon.
bird is just a label that somebody came up with to describe, I'm assuming, is something that can fly in the air,
No.
right?
Do you
Like
know
you
that the
don't
central
know
C
whether
scale
like
of your
these.
88, hang on, bud. Do you know the central C scale of your 88 key grand piano goes from do to do, do, re, mi, fa, sol, and ti, do? Do you know the basis of subsistence
Well,
is
those are
money?
labels.
Money is do. You know, bread is also made
Well,
from
those are
dough.
all
There's a
labels, and those
greater,
are spells cast upon the
yes, but there's a
tone
greater
vocal.
key here. There's a greater
Listen,
significance as opposed to
listen,
us coming back endlessly and meaninglessly
dude, you're going
for the
crazy
fun
here. You're going crazy on
infinity
spells.
behind us. There's a meaning behind
You're
all of our
attaching the
existence
dodo
here.
bird to the 12 notes of the octave because of the
Yes, I am
spells that
indeed,
they've come
and
up with,
yes, I am indeed,
based
and there's more to
labeling
it.
animals and music. You're trying
There's
to
more
connect.
to it.
To
Everything
me, I'm
connects.
just like, all right, whatever, dude.
It's
It's
okay,
just like
Flack. That's okay, Flack. You lived a million lifetimes. You're happy in every
I've
one,
played
I'm
a
sure.
piano and I never thought of a dodo bird, bro.
Well,
So,
now look at your
I
central
mean,
C scale from C, do, re, mi, fa,
well,
sol, la, ti,
yeah,
do.
but those are
Now, I will
labels
tell
too.
you more.
Those
I
are
will tell you
labels as
more.
well.
You're a flat
A, B,
earther,
C,
Flack,
D,
right? Are
E,
you a
F,
flat earther,
G,
bud?
sharps and flats. Those are all labels.
You a
What we
flat? I
can
know that.
actually guarantee and experience
Black
are the
and white,
same
like the chessboard,
tones.
right?
It's the same tones.
Ebony and ivory.
Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting. Like everybody attaches these spells to the same thing, whether it's the 12 apostles, the 12 signs of the zodiac, the 12 hours a day, the
Not
12 months
spells,
of
they're
the year.
clues.
I mean, it's just the
Clues,
12
bud.
tones of the octave. I mean, it's so absurd that people can't see this pattern, and the fact that
Right.
somebody's trying to diverge your attention from something that is very consistent over tens of thousands of years that even they will claim is valid. I won't because I'm
I
not
won't either.
10,000 years
I
old,
won't
but
either.
yeah, I'm just like, well, if I look at all this stuff, why are we all arguing about the same thing? Like, what
Because
is
that's the only
this?
place. That's the only way you can get places. Otherwise, it's just quietness
No,
all around.
no. I've
Yeah.
found that my most efficient path is by just focusing and not arguing. Anytime somebody wants to argue or grab the captain's wheel and say, "Oh no, you got to go that way," I'm just like,
Nice.
get out, get
Look
away.
forward to talking to you, Flack, again. Honestly, I haven't mentioned about the Gleason's map and how if you turn it around, so Australia is at the bottom, Ausland. Then you have if you drain away some of the waters, like the Mediterranean or the Philippines or the Mexican basin there, or whatever. Then you have something that looks remarkably like a dodo bird. If we're dealing with a metaphysical, I actually came up with a new word, metaphorsic. So I hold we live in a metaphysical reality, and the truth is transmitted to us via the blue marble and beyond, via metaphor. So metaphorsics rules. But yes, if we're on the divided tree of life, the dodo represents the stump. If the dodo represents the stump, well, what's the tree itself? Aristarchus. And the funny thing is, you can actually see Aristarchus in all its glory. That's a conversation for a later time. Lovely to meet you, and it's been a pleasure to talk to you. And I thank Gio and all of the Earth Awakening crew here tonight for bearing with me, because I know I've spoken for
Cheers,
a
man.
lot. It's been
I would
great.
just
I
say
really
that
appreciate that from my heart.
the dodo bird and dividing, like that all came out at the exact same time as the Darwinian, Einsteinian excuse of disproving the fact that we live on a stationary position here.
Nice one, thank you. And it's just a
Cheers.
coincidence, like the moon and the sun are 400 times as
Right.
far away, and
It's
400
such an
times as
amazing
small.
coincidence.
Cosmic. Hey, bud, it's
And no
cosmic.
parallax. No parallax over thousands of years. It's still there. Huh.
Yeah, excellent. Well, the last thing I will say, when I said you can see Aristarchus, well, it's only listed on the moon as the most mysterious crater on the moon, the most mysterious object in our universe by modern day science. So if the moon is a reflection of the sun, this brings us into deeper, sort of shallower territories as well, more childlike, immediate, up close and personal considerations. But yeah, I'm definitely going to go. Brilliant. Thank you for your conversation, which was excellent, Flack, and thank you everyone else, and thank you very much as well, Gio, for putting up with me for talking for so long. Excellent. Oh well, friends, and yeah, my heart is meaning. Thank you.
So I watched a 10-hour documentary recently, and they claimed that Jesus was a homunculus. Go ahead and chew on that for a second. I expected somebody to ask what's a homunculus, but you guys didn't respond. Am I still on air?
Well, that's interesting because if you want to claim Jesus was a homunculus, then you're claiming that he was genetically crafted and formed by some kind of whatever. Which is interesting because that still falls in line with the supreme being creator that crafted him. So, it can go both ways. That's why it's just that these guys, they throw out this shit that everybody will just argue about, argue, but there's no actual definitive direction. Like, it's always some new argument. That's how you know. And I'm not talking about the dude that brought that up. I thought that was a pretty cool point. But I'm just saying that the ones that continually require proof that isn't even possible, those are the ones that are they're the parasites, man.
Yeah, I really thought that was an interesting concept because I've known about the homunculus for a while now. And watching this documentary, it was a 10-hour documentary. And by the way, if you find it, it's got some really good art. It's so much Christian art from the Renaissance and 1200s, really cool art. And
yeah, it's killer,
yeah,
dude. I've looked into that. I think what I think is interesting is because let's say that's true, and if I were a Christian, like I said, I'm an objective. I don't claim anything. But let's say I am a Christian, and then if somebody says that Jesus was a homunculus, well, then I'd be like, all right, well, then the supreme being and creator is the one that genetically produced the guy. Oh, whoops. Oh, I guess the arguing and bickering disappears. Whoops. Dang it. Got to come up with another one, right?
Yeah.
Not you, but the construct.
Right.
These
I got you.
these scumbags.
Yeah, it wasn't really meant to start a debate. It was just like ponder on those terms together in the same sentence.
Right.
You know,
Well,
if you will, if you dare. Yeah.
If he was a homunculus and he was genetically created, right? Then how come he couldn't be genetically created by the supreme being creator to deliver a specific message?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. King back in the day, right? He had to send a message to the rivalry, the other clan, the other kingdom, right? So he created a messenger, an emissary, right? So, if you have to do that as an earthly king, what would our heavenly Father be capable of? So much more, right? And all he would need was a vessel to create the homunculus in. And what better vessel than a woman of royal lineage who's going to be protected better than any other vessel on earth? I mean, if you think about it, wouldn't Mary have been the most protected vessel on earth? Her being of the royal line of David?
Got it, brother.
Yeah, obviously I'm not saying I believe this. I just, don't know what to believe. It's just kind of interesting. Yeah, so I went over that documentary, and, when I started to figure it out, you can imagine I was like, oh man, like, what is he saying here? But, a lot of it has to do with like alchemy and stuff like that, stuff that most people don't study, occult knowledge. And I was kind of already, on board with the concept. Not that I believed it, but that I could understand the concept, right? Because it's just a concept. And I'm going through this documentary, and I like to explore new ideas. Like you say, you're an objective observer. I try to be an objective observer and look at all theories and look at all people, and I've even tried to understand some of the stuff that Dodo was talking about just a second ago. I tried to try my best to understand what he's talking about, and although his stuff isn't as clear to me because he's on a higher frequency than I am, I don't think I'm tuned into what he's talking about, but I still try to understand it, because I think it's our duty to test all things and keep that which is good. So it doesn't matter who comes up with what theory, no matter how improbable, we still should look it up and test it out and weigh it against the facts and measure it against the scripture or whatever you do. Try to see, congealing with reality. I have to admit, I didn't know who Aristarchus was until I listened to the Dodo. And it's funny calling him that, but that's his name on here, I think. And I was looking at this Aristarchus character, and it's like, oh, okay, that makes a little more sense. And then the possibility of the dodo being like an invented animal. Well, we know there's plenty of those, so that's not outside of the realm of possibility. Now, how he ties it all together, I can't really make some of the connections that he makes, like the 12th note being the octave. I don't really get that one. Like, I think that some people make connections like the Son of God is like S-U-N. Like, that doesn't work in any other language. So, if you said that to me in Spanish, I'm not sure if this is the correct Spanish term, but soul, mijo, like, that's not the same word, right? So sun and sun etymologically it sounds the same, but the sun in the sky is not the sun. So when it comes to like zeitgeist, the first portion, not the second or third, the first portion of zeitgeist where it was talking about Jesus and the 12 disciples, and I forget what that's called, astrotheology, I think. Yeah, I didn't really get that. The story of the heavens is where they created the story of the Bible. I could, entertain a little more easier that the stories in the Bible is God's words, it's God's word, and the heavens line up with God's word. I think that's an easier thing for me to understand. And of course, I might be biased, obviously. But to think that they looked at the stars and they were all suffering from pareidolia so bad that like these different authors wrote 66 books, and the Catholics were like tired of the fighting and the debating and the Council of Nicaea. They were like, "You Arian guys got to shut up. We voted you out. Obviously, we're going with the Trinitarians, not the Arians. So we're going to go with this triune God. That way, we can unify the power under one unified religion." And then Catholicism was birthed out. Like, I don't know, man. People saw the stars and they came up with the story of Christ. That, no, man, that sounds weird. It sounds really weird. I may go to the church. So if astrotheology is a real thing, and the story of the Bible was conceived because the men looked at the stars and they wrote like all these amazing stories about the sun died on the cross for 3 days, and December the 25th, solstice, equinox. Like, I think that you would have to say that all these people were insane, suffering from apathenia, which I gave the definition earlier. I think you would have to say that they're going into like deep psychosis in order to write this stuff. And the people of the New Testament literally were persecuted unto death for their beliefs. Would they do that over some shit they just made up? Like, I looked at the stars and there's 12 houses and there's 12 disciples and yada, yada, yada. Like, is that something you would die for? Your hallucinations? But if you saw the man rise from the dead and come back, that might be something. That's a different story. Well, anyway, I'm going to quit talking to myself. Peace out.
Not at all, dude. I'm listening. I would just say that the labels are where people get weird because you can look up and you can see a pattern recognition of dots in the sky, whether they're big or small or whatever. And then they come up with these labels of what that is or what it means or where it came from. Okay, that's one thing. But then when they engage in like obfuscating and interference of your path, of your experience in this realm based on their claims of what those dots in the sky mean, then you have a problem. I can tell you one thing: the parasites really don't like the host. They call the host having pattern recognition because then you just swat it like a mosquito.
You better not repeat it.
Dude, it's crazy. Like, I've been looking at stars like toward the north, looking to see stars going the opposite way, dude. And it's like you sit there and watch them and then look back or stare at them for a little while. They don't do that shit, dude. How the fuck do the star trails that? Like, I don't see stars going in opposite directions, like circling one and down the other. I don't know what it is, but see the star trails that project a circle, which is stars moving from east to west and west to east, essentially. But that's just not what I see, man. But I don't want to doubt this fucking star trails. It's just a time lapse, right? Strange.
No, that's interesting, dude, because I know I've got my best friend's 20 years plus wife is from New Zealand and got a bunch of friends in Australia that claim that what they're saying is total bullshit. And I haven't been there, so I'm not going to go either way. I'm just going to be like, that's interesting, right?
Yeah. I talked to a couple people in the Southern Cross, like it's not the center, but still it's pretty fucking close. And when you look at the star trail, it looks like just some tiny little motion, but it's literally moving. I don't think you'll see it come up over the horizon and set over the horizon, but you literally see it traverse your whole sky. That's what Ross said, and Ruhiff kind of reluctantly added to it. You know, he didn't say that, you know, he didn't church it up any, but he, you know, said that it does move across the sky, you know. So when you look at the star trail, it just looks like it's just taking up a little portion of your vision, you know, right there, just, you know, a little ways off the center, 25 degrees or so, and doing a tight little circle. But it's not, it's, you know, from the few people I've asked, it's moving from one side of the sky to the other. You know, like I said, I don't think you're going to see it hitting the horizons.
Nope.
Still, that don't mean shit. I mean, it's covering the whole fucking. In other words, it's not like this tiny little circle. Not saying there ain't any stars doing that, but shouldn't we see stars going in two different directions? Like even in the north, like that's what the star trails are showing. I don't know.
Well, if you were on a ball, yes. And that's what's interesting, is because based on the perspective that is presented, if you were standing in Australia and you were looking at the stars, then you would see the same thing that is if you were, well, not the same stars, but the same motion. You would be able to verify this motion because you're on the same spinning ball that's spinning to cause the motion, as they claim, right? And if you were standing in Canada looking at the stars, you would see the exact same metric of what they're claiming the motion is in relation to the Southern Cross or the stars around Polaris in the north. But you don't.
Yeah, and like
you
if
don't.
you're, yeah, and if, like if I look toward the but mainly like if you go to I mean you look toward the equator. I thought to do this because this dude baller. I don't think he has a dog in the fight, but he was just an astronomer talking about Orion and everything. And he showed how it's making a tight little circle. Like if you're far up north, like say North Alaska or whatnot, and you see Orion's belt, like if you're at the equator, it's just going to go basically from one horizon to the next. But if you're in like North Alaska, you're going to just barely see it come up over the horizon and dip right back down, doing a tight circle. Like,
yeah, if you were on a ball, yeah.
Or no, on anything.
No, I'm just
even on a
saying,
flat
like, you
Earth,
would see what you're saying, but
I
you
don't think you'd see that on a ball, though. What? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what you should see on a ball. That's what I'm saying. You don't.
Why would you see it doing a small? Why would you see it sitting there almost stationary? Like, why would you see the belt just barely come up over the horizon and it's, more slow and then dip right back out of sight? Like the equator's like the big circle. Like if you're underneath it, then it's going to go straight from one side of the sky straight across to the next. Why on a ball? I mean, if you're on a ball and perspective isn't an issue, you should see it do that circle just from a distance. In other words, perspective ain't a thing with the stars. So it should take a big giant track across your sky looking south.
Yeah,
That's to me is the way a ball should work.
Yeah, and that should be proof positive. Like they should have this. Like there should be YouTube. There should be all kinds of freaking hits on this shit just to put it to rest, right? But it's not there.
I was talking. I just said the best thing ever, and No, what I was saying is that, like, you look at the star trails, and the ones that are above your head are the ones at the top of the circle. Like if you're looking toward Polaris, the ones that look like they're at the top of like a two-dimensional circle. If you think you're on a ball, but them are the stars that in reality are closer to you and over your head, basically. So you couldn't get that in a time lapse. I don't think you'd have to face your camera like maybe northeast to see it rising, and then almost straight up over your head, and then point to the southwest. Like you and a time lapse don't work like that. You gotta, if you move, you can't move your camera during a time lapse. So some of these star trails, I'm questioning a lot of them. And then I'm
Well,
looking
hold
into
on a
it.
second, because
Yeah, I'm not
relativity.
questioning them all.
Wait, because of relativity, somehow your camera is moving relative in a way that makes it so you can't actually record any motion, while that same claim is saying that you're moving. It's just psychotic, dude.
And I know, and I
It's
follow
psychotic.
you, bro. It's funny, but here's the thing. So I'm looking toward Polaris right now. Now, if I'm gonna show somebody a star trail, I'm gonna get, and I don't move the camera. I'm gonna get like a few stars, not that many, not a big percentage of the sky, but the closer, the ones that look like they're doing the path, the biggest loop up top, they're closer to me, and they're going from left to right. I'm seeing more of them. It's not, and people are picturing this 2D circle, and that's just not reality. It's 3D. It's over our head, and the closer the stars get, the more you see them coming up from the horizon, and just taking a bigger path due to perspective. What else could it be due to? I don't get it. How in every direction it's different, and them not incorporate perspective. I don't see it possible.
Yeah, they're having a real problem right now because you can literally just look at all constellations and distance using spectroscopy, that's an relative yada yada. You can what they're claiming, and then you look up there and take some time-lapse photography, and you would see a variance in the your watch that they're claiming. See, like the one some would spin. You're looking at the lapse photography. Some of those that
Hey, bro,
at
you're
different
breaking up
rates than
big time,
others,
bro. Hey, hold on.
right?
The word.
Like you would
It's me, but you're
have
breaking up, bro.
You'd have really fast dots compared to slow dots based on the distance, right? But all of those dots move at the same rate when you're looking at time-lapse photography. And if you compare the distance that they're telling you based on spectroscopy and all the methods that they use, the Voyager, satellite, whatever, right? If you compare that, there would be a different rate of rotation based on parallax. So that's you can see all those dots moving at the same rate with time-lapse photography.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a problem there.
Even then again, and but when they get toward the horizon, I mean, they do slow down a tad, but altogether, altogether, and
well, the slowing down near the horizon could be explained by the density. The density.
Yeah, but I mean, ain't that exactly what we would expect though on a plane?
Exactly.
How would they expect that shit? I don't know. I'm sure that I think they say refraction or something. Refraction slows the stars down, but it's accumulative. Like right when they get under 30, it's pretty freaking predictable. It slows down, and the more it gets toward the
you don't even have to deal with those stars near the horizon or whatever. You can just look at The clearly ones that are like, okay, you're saying that's Alpha Centauri and you're saying that's the Andromeda, whatever, yada yada, based on these metrics. Well, how come they're rotating at the same freaking rate? Where's the parallax? They hate that word.
Yeah, star trails are deceptive, man. Like I said, the ones higher up are closer to over our head.
I'm just using their math,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
With
I'm with
their
you.
math and what they're presenting, I'm like, okay, well, where? There's something missing here.
Yeah, people keep talking. Sean Little G was or Sean G, whatever it was, literally is a little G though, but he was talking about, and I hear all these globers saying that Polaris wasn't the North Star, and every 80 years, it moves, or like every 85 years it moves 1 degree, and this and that. But dude, if you look at the ephemeris and you look at this shit, it's part of the great year. Like if you multiply 80 times 360. You get like 26 or 20. I forgot exactly what it is, but you get the great year, the precession. It's just they're doing a very, very slow circle, which takes like I think 26,000 years or something. Don't quote me on that, but it's one of the cycles. And but if you look, I went back in the ephemeris and I made a video out of it because I'm looking at focused in on just one star, but they were all doing the same thing together. But all the way back to 1981, this star hasn't moved any, like as far as declination, and it moved a couple times. It moved in like 2002, like a couple fucking arc seconds, or I mean barely anything, and then it went back. Like they just probably updated it. But the point being is that they're just doing the same circle, and they're off a little bit with the sun. It's basically just a real slow precession that's part of the system, and Polaris always was the North Star. It always will be the North Star. It's not exactly over the North Pole, but it's right there. To the unaided eye, it looks stationary, and like I said, it's always going to be there. Date back to the ephemeris and the almanacs. I don't think they'll show anything different without updating it and correcting it. I don't know.
I can't say whether it's north or south or east or west, or all I can say is it's always there. It's pretty much always right there.
That son of a bitch is always there. But I did it for the hell of it because they were saying, I heard the Morgal talking about it, and he's like, if every 80 or 90 years or whatnot, that the stars move, like referring to Polaris, but all of them basically are, and I mean mostly move about a degree. Okay, you'd see like a third of a degree. That's something. If you took the time. I don't even know if you really could measure it, but they say they are, so I'll give them that. So over 20, 30 years, whatever it is, you'd see a third of a degree motion, and longer than that, you might even live long enough to pay attention to it to see half a degree or even a little more than that. But when I multiplied it times 360, it was no shock to me that's just a precession. That's the not moving. It's just slower in the circle, basically. And it's, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like the great year where it goes through all the zodiacs and then resets, like the age, like the Iron Age, the Golden Age, all that shit. Ain't that like 26,000 years?
Well, it depends. If your Eastern astrology is different, but what I find interesting is it's always some kind of metric of this that is really close to life expectancy. The only way you can verify it is, oh, whoops, sorry, I guess you're dead. Imagine if there was people, that lived like over 1,000 years outside the 60th south parallel that are outside of this dampening field. And maybe they actually do know, and that's why, this information is available, because they have verified it, and we're just told, oh, you know what? This is how it is. It's too bad you can't live 26,000 years to verify it. Just trust me. Right?
Yeah, but it's not
I
a. You
find
see what I'm
that
saying? Though?
that is
It's
a very interesting pattern.
I just looked it up, and it is almost 26,000 years. So they do say that that
That's
Polaris is
Western.
moving. What?
That's Western astrology. Eastern astrology, it's only 12 years.
No. The 26,000 years, he's right, but it goes back
That's
to being
what's
the North.
weird.
It goes
It's
back to
always
being in the
12
North.
tones.
It goes
12
back to being.
months, 12
It goes.
hours.
It goes back to being in the North Star every 26,000 years.
It does
So we align it at one point and only one point only. The rest of it's at the end of it's out of its circle.
I'm just saying that nobody's 26,000 years old to verify.
Yeah, let me respond to that though, Zenik. It's just a procession, dude. It's just it's the sun basically moving through the zodiac, and based by that, it's just a circle. All the stars are doing it, dude. It's just a very
They don't change. None of the change.
You call it a wobble in your model.
Okay,
We call it a clock.
Do you know what procession means, Brian?
Yes, it means it's processing, bro. It's slowing down. It's either down or speeding up in reference to something. It's processing. Pre-says.
All 12 signs of the zodiac pass over your head every day in a
Right. We get that, but
that's
Zanik,
for the rotation of the Earth.
You see what I'm saying, though, Zanik? Your model calls it a wobble. It's just a circle. In other words, the stars of the
circle
equator,
makes the wobble makes the. Brian, please, for the love of all God and all that's holy in the world.
What? And then say please. What?
So yes, this wobble shows a precession. With the precession is something that shows a movement of the star, but actually the star is not moving. It's the Earth is wobbling. That's why they call it precession. Just like a focal pendulum precesses, it's not actually rotating. The ground.
What's the star?
Okay, so
what's the stars processing in reference to, Zanik?
Stars aren't moving. The Earth is moving. It's had a wobble in its rotation.
A wobble, so it does a very slow fucking 26,000 year circular wobble, right?
Correct.
So all the stars are processing, like processing, like very, 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 very slowly through the zodiacs. It's like a little over 2,000 years for each sign. Okay.
All of them do the same. All of them have the same value of precession. Roughly.
The answer is it's in reference to the sun's position in the zodiac. I figured you'd know that.
No, it's not reference to the sun. It's reference to.
Yes, it is.
Think about that for a second.
How else would we know, Zanik? What else is up there? Think it's in reference to the moon?
No, the reference. You see the North Pole. You see it actually when you rotate. Is it exactly at the center of axis of rotation? If it's not, then it will be or get closer to it with time. And in 26,000 years, every 26,000 years, it'll be exactly on the axis of rotation. It has to do with the axis of rotation. I don't believe it has anything to do with the sun.
Zanik, but how are they measuring the axis of rotation?
You look at all the stars. It scribes out, all of them scribe out a circle. And the circle has a center, and the Polaris is not at the center.
Zanik, slow down a second. Please don't let this be one of them times where I'm trying to teach you just a little thing.
Oh boy, don't even go there, Brian. It's disrespectful, arrogant, and you're always wrong. You're never right, and now you're going to teach me something from your wrongness?
Can you ever research? Please quit interrupting me, for one. For two, is it possible that you research something that I haven't and you could teach me? Okay, it's also possible for me to just research something and I'm giving you the knowledge I found, okay? Whether you agree with it or not, but don't argue the fucking facts, bro. The facts is that the precession of the stars and all that is where the sun is placed in the zodiac, okay? There's nothing else. You can't refer the stars to themselves. And the Earth's movement is in reference to the damn heavens. So that's not up for debate, bro. You talk about, let me think about it for a second. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just trying to go over some details, and try and make sense of it.
Brian, if you look up into the North Star, will it, if you take out time-lapse photography, will it be at the center of rotation, or will it actually have a slight circle trace in your photography?
It's between 2/3 and 3/4 of a degree from the center, bro.
What's
And it always,
can you give me an answer? Can you give me a real, honest answer rather than give me gobbledygook? What is the answer? Will it be at the center?
Bro. Just
So it will
off
not be
center.
at the center. So you can't do. We can't have this conversation without you talking over me, can we?
Ask me a question, asshole, dude. Don't do this.
Well, it's very frustrating to talk with you because you continue to talk over me. Just stop for a second and answer the question. Don't make some.
Just leave. If it's so horrible, then
no.
just
I know he's got potential. He does it sometimes, and I wish he would do it now. So, is it a circle? Does it have? Is it at the center, or it has a little bit of an arc around it, a circular path?
That's the third time you've asked it, and when I answered, you lied and said I'm interrupting you. Okay, it's a little bit off center. It's always the same amount off center.
No,
the size of the.
It's not. Because at some point,
not the size of the circle.
26,000 years. Once every 26,000 years, it'll be dead nuts on the axis. It'll pass through this axis of rotation.
It'll do a circle in 26,000 years. Okay, it's
but
not
on the circle. On the circle, at one point on that circle, would you agree that it will not have any measurable whatsoever rotational path off the axis?
Okay, don't blame me for interrupting. I'm answering. Okay, it's never at the exact center. It never has been. It never will be. It's always just a little bit off center, and it is in a different position every year by 1/26,000th of a fucking degree in that circle around the center.
Is there one point in the 26,000 year path or time frame that it is the closest to the axis of rotation? Maybe not perfect, but the closest to it.
No, it's not. Hold on, you think it's the Earth moving? What are you talking about? Hold on, if it's the
Can you answer the question?
Precession, it's not a path, bro. It's not a path. It's a circle.
Yes,
it's
it
a
is.
Circle.
Can you answer the question? Is there some point at which the 26,000 mile time frame where this circle that the North Star scribes out in your field of view, it'll be the smallest of all the positions, all the time that passes over 26,000 years?
Talking about the 26,000 mile. You talking about the 26,000 year?
26,000 year. Who talks about 26,000 mile? What the hell are you talking about? No,
mile.
Years, baby, years.
Okay, that's what I thought you meant. Okay, here's the thing. It's never going to be in the center. It never has been. It never will be.
That's not the question.
It's always going to be in the same spot away from the center, and it's going to be in a different rotate. It's going to be at a different point of its rotation due to either a wobble or the stars moving, which I'm sure that's what it is.
There is some point where you'll see that precession, that circular path be as smallest, near on point, near on the axis. And everywhere else in that 26,000 year time period, it will be a larger circle. It'll get larger and larger and larger, start getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and be at some point, one time, 26,000 years where it is the smallest.
How's it going to do that, Zanuck? How's the circle going to get larger? Due to a wobble.
Oh boy. Because it has a wobble, and it's a cycle because of this circular path. And every 26,000 years, it gets very close to being the true North Star. Everywhere else, it's not. Everywhere else, it describes a larger and larger circle.
Okay, so if everything's making a larger circle, then what about the stars of the equator? You think it's the Earth moving, and you're saying every star makes a larger circle, bro? I don't think you thought that one through, bud.
I did.
So
No,
take a second.
No, dude. You're smoking crack now. You're not even understanding what I'm even saying by that response. The only star that doesn't make a circle would be the North Star. That means it is aligned with the axis of rotation. All the stars' distances from each other still stays roughly fixed. There's still some movement, obviously, in 26,000 years, but the axis of rotation aligns with the North Star, Polaris. Anytime other than that one period within the 26,000 years, it will wobble. And the wobble will get larger and larger as it gets farther and further away from that axis of rotation.
So what you're saying is there's parallax. We just can't live long enough to see it.
No, it has nothing to do with parallax.
Right? Oh, it has everything to do with parallax.
Explain how it has something to do with parallax.
100 years, the sun precesses through the freaking zodiac. Okay, and in 26,000 years, it does one full precession. Okay, it's not the star, it's the sun. I mean, you're still not answering questions. You're not telling me what it's relative to unless you agree that it is relative to the sun.
The axis of rotation.
The sun. Oh my God. So the axis of rotation. What's that in reference to, Zanuck?
It's in reference to the North Star.
You can't got a lick of sense, dude. Are you joking? To the star,
you're referencing the axis of rotation with the North Star, and you could actually measure this with all the stars in the heavens. This wobble is.
Zanuck.
One point in 26,000 years, the North Star will be that star that isn't in line with the axis of rotation. Any other time, with that one period of time within 26,000 years, it will have a wobble.
So, do you agree that about roughly every 2,200 years, the sun moves to a different house, a different zodiac?
We're not talking about this.
I'm just asking
We're
you.
not talking about anything else other than North Star. We're not. You're conflating. You're conflating your astrological signs and your houses with something with the sun that we're not even talking about. We're talking about the North Star relative to the axis of rotation.
I'm talking about the almanac, bro, the ephemeris, okay? I'm not talking about fucking signs. I'm just using them because it's called the zodiac, okay? The constellations are called, the main ones are called the zodiac, bro. They're the main ones that reference shit, okay?
They have movement as well with respect to each other over a vast periods of time, like the dual stars. Some of the dual stars have different positions that they take over this periods of time. They're revolving around each other, orbiting around each other. Those kind of things do play a part, but it has nothing to do with the North Star. Even though the North Star is a pair of stars too, by the way.
Okay, do you agree that about every 2,200 years, okay, the sun on the vernal equinox, okay, the first minute of the first day of the vernal equinox, the sun moves, from one sign to another, or 1/12. How about I put it like that? 1/12 of our circle. 1/12.
I know what you're saying, Brian. You're not talking. We're talking about the precession of. We're talking about the precession of the North Star, and you're bringing the sun.
I'm talking about the great year, okay, and the fact that the sun enters another zodiac or another 12.
The great year is 26,000 years.
Right, and divide that by 12.
Why?
Okay, because that's where the equinox presents itself. Every vernal equinox, every 2,200 years roughly, it's a little less. The sun moves, it precesses through in reference to the heavens. You still haven't even. So, are you still denying that all this is in reference to the sun, the stars and the sun?
All I'm ever spoken about here with you, Brian, is the position of the North Star with respect to the axis of rotation. You have not accepted the fact that at one point in time, it'll be very close to being the true North Star, where the axis of rotation aligns almost near perfectly to the North Star. Happens once. In every other place, there's a greater and greater wobble.
Why are you dodging questions, bro? I'm asking you, simple as day.
I'm not going there with that. I'm not going with your question. We're not talking about that. You're talking about the precession of the North Pole, and you're trying to conflate it with something else.
I'll let you finish your sentences, and you just start puking up. Please don't start, bro. I'll let you finish. Now let's have a conversation. So do you or do you not agree that the sun's position for the vernal equinox every 2,200 years moves 1/12?
I'm not talking about that. That's not my discussion. I'm not going to address it because it's not the discussion. You're conflating something that's not even part of the discussion.
You're going to get off center. at its greatest.
Oh, it's a fraction of a degree. It's a fraction of a degree.
Okay, so it's going to take 26,000 years. And so you think all the stars are doing like a straight line precession?
What the hell does that mean?
I'm just asking you. Think of another star and think of the middle star in Orion's belt. What's it doing as Polaris cuts to the center? And what's the farthest Polaris will be from the
doesn't
center?
cut to the center of Orion.
No, of the fucking North Pole. Okay, now what's the farthest?
Polaris is the brightest star
from the center. Well, at its furthest point, don't just say a fraction. What fraction? Because it's a certain fraction right now, and it was 50 years ago.
I think it's like 6 arc seconds or something.
No, right now it's almost 3 degree, dipshit.
What is it? I don't know the exact value. I don't have it memorized.
I know you haven't looked into any of this. You're
No,
arguing.
dude, we're talking about the concept. I don't have a value for you. I can easily look up the value. It's not a big deal. Don't make me look up the value.
I'm trying to teach you something, man.
You're not teaching me anything, Brian, but how silly you're being.
Teach you my idea, man.
Brian, you're not going to. You keep on saying that in your silly tone. You know nothing about shit, Brian.
Dude, you act like
you're brain dead. Seriously, come on.
Gets from the center, because you don't know nothing about this, bro, and it's showing. So just calm down and listen. It's not traversing; it's processing. Whatever model you want to call it, globe, flat Earth model. It's a great year, and it moves every roughly a little less than 20. It moves zodiacs or 1/12.
Brian, we're only talking about. Brian, we're talking about its precession about the axis of rotation of the Earth.
I got nothing else to say, bro. You don't want to learn nothing at all, bro.
It's not a matter of learning. You're not learning. I'm teaching you something. That you don't understand that there's one spot in 26,000 years where that North Star truly is the North Star. There's no measurable precession. But we have not seen it because we're off. And you agree we're off. I didn't know the value that we're off. I can look it up, but I don't need to because it's not the conversation.
I literally asked you 2 simple questions. What is the precession in reference to? What is the star's precession in reference to? And you said the Earth's axis. And then I said, what's the Earth's axis in reference to? And you said the stars, bro. It's the placement of the sun on equinox.
I said Polaris. I said Polaris. That's what it's reference to.
So the Earth is in reference to Polaris, and Polaris is in reference to the Earth.
Well, if I want to look at the precession and they're aligned, they would be reference to each other. There's no deviation off the axis of rotation. The axis of rotation is what we're talking about. What's in line with the axis of rotation? Polaris.
You now know that Polaris is not a couple arc seconds from the center, right? You do know that now, right?
Of course, it makes a circle. It makes a circular precession path.
Okay. All right. Well, then you are learning something. Okay. Now let me tell you.
No, I've already told you. I said that from the very beginning.
Go back in the ephemeris and look at where it was at in 1981. You can use just the Nautical Almanac, the online, and you'll see, bro. It's not doing some line across the center. It's doing a very slow circle. Very, very, very slow circle. I mean, it does its circle every night, but it's precessing by 26,000 a degree every what's 26,000 times 365? So it's like 1/2,000th of a freaking degree or something. I'd have to hold on. Let me get the math.
Well, it's off by 1/2 degree, a little over 1/2 degree, right? As I said.
Polaris, though, it's all the stars are doing this.
Polaris
doing it. It's not.
All of them have the same angular near the same angular distance from the axis of rotation as well. The celestial sphere all is off by about 1/2 degree, right?
It's not just Polaris, right?
Well, all the stars they don't. It's not just Polaris, no.
So now, how do they judge this? They use the sun and where it's at. Okay, now let me tell you.
No, they don't actually.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. Why do you say that? Why do you say they reference the sun?
That's precessing, bro. It's not the stars. It's the sun that's precessing. It's not a wobble.
Why would the sun precession change the axis of rotation with the Polaris?
It doesn't. It just changes its location in the circle, bro. The circle never changes, bro. Ever, not even a little bit.
What doesn't change?
The stars up above. They take the same path as they always have, and they always will. Look
No,
it
they
up.
don't. They're changed by the amount the Earth processes. Yes, the Earth
Change
moves
time.
in rotation.
That's all they change in is time.
Is there a spot in our sky that the Polaris will reside in where there is no precession or little or none?
No, it's going to be just in a.
No, that's not true. It gets worse and worse. It has a maximum and a minimum.
Doesn't.
Yes, it does. Because every 26,000 years, there's one time when it is truly the North Star, which means it's not precessing.
Look up the definition for precession, and you'll get this linear path out of your head, bro.
I know what the word precession means. I mean, you don't think you know what the word means.
You think it's cutting across the center, bro? That's ridiculous, bro. It's
I
just
didn't
in a
say it's cutting
different
across.
spot.
Now you're putting
It
words in
doesn't
my mouth. Why are you trying to mind fuck me? Come on. I didn't say that.
You did say that.
No, I didn't
You
say
said
this whole
cut.
line to the center.
You literally
I
said it was in
said-
the middle, and it's cutting across the center, the very center.
No,
You
I
literally
didn't.
said that.
I didn't say that. I never said anything cut across the center. That you're making things up now.
Thanks that you're giving me content now.
Go ahead.
Okay, I will. You know I will.
Go ahead. You're just going to show that why you're wrong.
Anyway,
The
this
North
is what
Star.
I found out.
So
This is what I. Go ahead.
The North Star will be the North Star. Polaris will be the North Star at some point in 26,000 years. And there's another star that will take the place of the North Star during that 26,000 year period.
Subin.
That's the bullshit you've been told, bro. But that's not what's up according to the ephemeris and according to the.
What do you mean? No, of course it's not what I've been. Yes, I've been told, and I've read about it, and I've learned about it. You should learn.
So, how many years would be 1 degree off, Zanuck?
Right now, it's about a half a degree off, right? 0.6 degrees.
How many years before they say it's off 1 degree, before the stars precess 1 degree?
Before the Polaris precesses 1 degree? For all the stars.
How many years, I mean?
Both.
How many degrees, how many years per 1 degree, basically?
Well, in 100 years, it only changed about 20%.
Okay, it does a 360 degree precession based on the sun. It's not the stars, just so you know. You in your model, you think it's the sun, but in reality, you think it's the stars. I'm sorry, the stars. In reality, it's the sun's position.
How many times would the Earth revolve around the sun in 300? How many times would the Earth revolve around the sun in 26,000 years? Well, the answer is pretty simple. 26.
Fucking interrupt me, would you? Okay, we can go back and forth. Why do you do this, dude? Listen. Okay, in your model, it's the sun. Whatever you want to say. Okay, they say that Polaris is moving like a degree. Okay, I've heard this several times. I don't know if I've heard it from you, but it's moving at about a degree every 80 years. Okay, and then when I started looking at the ephemeris, I was looking at this, and I studied up on it and everything, and it says so. I multiplied 80 times 360, and what do you know? Of course, that's 26,000. It's the great year. They are mistaken the precession. Somebody made a mistake and it spread because nobody cross-referenced this shit. It's the precession. It's doing 1 degree every 80 years of a 360 degree precessed circle. The precession is literally a circle, and it's the sun in reality. That's what it's measured to, the sun. They do the same circles every day, always have, always will. But they change in time, just 1/26,000th of a degree every year. It's a great year.
Well, I beg to differ with you, and I say that the degree that the precession takes based on the axis of rotation and Polaris. Now, there could be another star that we can't see, or we could use a high-powered telescope to see. That would be the true North Star, but it won't last for long. It changes about 20 or 30% every 100 years. So I don't know where you get these numbers for 80 years, this, that, and the other. I know for a fact that we've measured these things for the last 100 years. We can see it, and it has nothing to do with the sun. has to do with our axis of rotation and the position of the star above it. In line with it, in other words.
I actually appreciate whoever's modded, man. That's fair, so we can take turns. And I mean, it's stupid, but they shouldn't have to do this. I think we should be able to take turns, bud. But thank you, whoever did that. Yeah. So you look at the ephemeris. So you know what Aries is, right? You look in the ephemeris, and it gives you the position of Aries. Okay. You know, it doesn't give you the position for every star, right? It gives you the position for Aries, and Aries is basically, it gives you the stars, every star of the 80 something relative to Aries. So you know what Aries is, Zanuck?
Yes, it's a star. Aries is a constellation.
It is
a group of stars.
In the ephemeris. In the ephemeris, do you know what it's referring to? Aries. It's not a star. It's not a constellation.
I just said it was a constellation.
It's not.
And you're saying it's not. Yes, it is. It's 4 stars make up Aries.
You want to learn something else?
So those 4. So it doesn't make up 4. It's not made by 4 stars. You're telling me that's not true?
That's not what the ephemeris is referring to.
You asked me what Aries was.
Oh my God. Okay, here's what it is, Zanuck. It's a fictional position that moves around. Okay, throughout the year, it's where the sun's at the first second of the first minute of the first day of vernal equinox. That position is a fictitious position, and it moves basically with the sun. So it changes a little bit every year, just a teeny bit, and time changes. It's just a different circle. It's not a different size circle. It's nothing cutting across. It's just a time. It changes in time. The sun in reference to the stars, and it's a fictitious location. Nothing more, nothing less.
Well, it's a constellation, and we can look at this precession of their star. And I told you it's a little around a half a degree, and it changes about 20% in 100 years. And I don't know what else to tell you, Brian. At some point in time, it will be in line with the axis of rotation.
You're doubling down that in the ephemeris, point of Aries, literally called the point of Aries, is not what I just said. You think that in the ephemeris it's referring to a constellation.
I didn't say that. I just told you we're focusing on the actual issue at hand. The wobble has to do with the axis of rotation of the Earth and reference to the North Star. And in about half this time, there'll be a new pole star that will not show any kind of wobble at all, no precession. And that will be, what is that, Vega or something, right? But at some point in time, it'll also align with Polaris again, but there won't be a wobble. So it's not constantly moving around some circle. It actually aligns with the pole star Polaris at some point in time. I don't know where it is in its precession today, but you probably look that up too.
So I take it you looked it up. Okay, good. So you're admitting you looked it up, and you do agree now that it's not a constellation. Hold on, don't interrupt, please.
No, I haven't looked up anything. What are you talking about? Yes, but you said I looked up something. I didn't look up anything.
This is fucking ridiculous, dude.
What did I look up? I told you Aries is a constellation. You said it wasn't. I told you Vega, whatever the other star is, that's going to be eventually in 13 or 14,000 years, that's going to be the next pulsar where it will not have
no control over himself. He has zero control. Like, I'd sit there and let him talk, and then we got a mod even helping us, and then he starts saying some more. So I just let him finish. And right when I go to talk, dude, he just said that he could look that up too. Okay, he's doubling down that Aries in the ephemeris. Okay, there could be a constellation or a star named Aries. Who gives a shit? I'm talking about the ephemeris, the point of Aries. I just defined what it is, literally straight out of the book, and he's denying it, doubling down, and interrupting me, saying this is conversation to be had, man.
It's because you guys are being cut off at the beginning of your sentences, so you're missing words. It did sound like you said Aries the first time, not point of Aries, and that's why you got confused. And anyway, I'm getting confused both ways, both So I think it's about the connections. I think.
Who's this? M?
Yes, sir.
What's up, dude? No, I was just going over with him, that I think that, I mean, you've heard Bob before, and Bob the Science Guy, and other people say that Polaris was, it was, or 1,000 years ago, Vega was the North Star, and that Polaris moved through and moving further away. I'm looking at, when you study the ephemeris and you look at it, you realize that it's all part of a precession. It's just changing in time. The circles aren't changing. I literally showed one star. I focused in on one. You could see about half of them, but they're not changing. It's the same circle. They've adjusted them slightly and then adjusted them, but they're just doing a same circle year in, year out, changing in time. So just a different position in that circle in reference to the sun. Zanuck, if you're listening, or even if you're not, I thought about that, because if Aries is a position and the stars are literally coordinated to it down to the arc second, how could it be a constellation when the stars, the navigatable stars, are all in reference to the point of Aries? Okay, how could it be a whole constellation and it be accurate to the arc minute? I mean, think about that. You just, and I'm sorry for being condescending about teaching you, but literally it's just something I've studied. Like I said, you could study something that I haven't and teach me something, man. We don't got to make everything into an argument, bro. If I've just studied something, I'm just teaching you what I studied, and then we could hash out the argument, bro. You're arguing against the fundamentals, man. And gets on my nerves.
You are talking to someone who's not here, right?
Okay. Well, maybe he'll listen to it. Someday.
Hi. Oh man. So, I was just listening to something with Damok ranting on it, and the guy next to me gets up and he goes, "I spent my whole life avoiding people like this." He walked away. So I had to turn it off.
DMOC cracks me up sometimes, man, but he gets a little out of hand in one of the moods and shit and joking around and shit. But when he's in a big crowded room, is not a very good fit. Maybe I ain't either. Sometimes I guess it depends on the chemistry of the room. But
well, let's say you were the leader of an army, right?
What?
If you were the leader of an army, you might send him out into the thick of battle just to take up their attention,
He's got some crazy good ideas, dude. I mean, he's got so many outside the box ideas, man. I'd like, some of them I don't agree with to even try, but some of them, about like the rotating with the HHO generator, like he's just come up with some off the wall ideas that he spitballed so many of them, dude. It's like, dude, they should be taking notes and trying some of this shit, dude. But when it's just a few of us, bro, he literally cracks me up. But I ain't seen him in a while, man.
My friend gets up and just goes, "I spent my life avoiding people like this," and walks out of the room. It's pretty good.
That is funny. See what I'm talking about, man? They had us fooled, like saying Vega was the North Star and this and that Polaris. Like I go back and date back, and it's just besides a couple updates. And they I mean, I put it in a video and showed all the way back to 1981 that the precession of the equinox is what they call the wobble. So it's basically the sun. You know, in their model, it would be the rotation of Earth. But the only way to reference it would be the position of the sun in the constellations. And it just does every 26,000 years, roughly. It does one full circle. So it's every year it's 1/26,000th of a degree off its starting position in reference to the sun. And so every 2,200 years, the sun, where the sun's at on the first day of vernal equinox, is changes houses. It changes signs. Like it'll change from like Capricorn to like Aquarius, whatever order they're in. You know, it's just basically divided into 12. Whether you're a Glover or a flat earther, you know, it's just.
I thought it's divided into 13 now.
It might be 13. It might be 13.
Yeah. Used to be 12. 13 now.
If we could pronounce that 13th one, we'll accept it one
It's
day.
Octavius, some shit like that. Octocontraean, some shit like that.
Right, but the point is the stars they're doing the same thing, day in, day out, year in, year out. It's just a change in time. You know, they don't rise at the exact same time. They just barely change, and it's a cycle. You know, and it's in reference to the sun.
Change, dude. It's like it's just the cosmos, dude. But if we're gonna always be expanding and shit, it's gonna fucking be different, right?
No, it's not.
Why not? If everything's fucking expanding, if everything's expanding and moving away from everything, then over time, shit's gonna change, right?
Yeah, I guess if everything was expanding, you would expect that, man. But I'm just telling you what I looked up in the ephemeris dated back over 50 years, and nothing changed. And I realized that it's just a point in time where they're at. Is the time that changes. It's not the position. Well, it is the position of where they're at in that circle. Nothing more, nothing less.
I guess, man. I guess so. But I mean, I guess the point is this, though, too, right? Like, why wouldn't it change?
Well, you got people going around saying that Vega was the North Star and that Polaris is going to be nowhere near the center and like 10,000 years. That's not true. It's always just slightly offset from the center, like a little over half a degree.
But that's just precession. That shit's not even got to do with expansion. That's precession, right? That's the wobble of the fucking Earth a little bit.
Right, in reference to the position of the sun.
Not really in position to the sun. It's just the wobble of the Earth in position to its axis.
Yeah, that's what it is, though. Every 80 years, they say that Polaris moves 1 degree every 80 years. But yeah, that's 1 degree of the precession. It precesses 360 degrees in 26,000 years. Okay, that's 1 degree of precession. So it moves 1 degree of a circle. It's just time. It's always a little more than half a degree. Hold on. I tried saying this last time, but you cut me off. It's half a degree away from the, just a little over half a degree. To the naked eye, it looks like it's stationary, but it's just doing a teeny tiny circle. But every equinox, every 80 years, it set 1 degree off in that circle.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I'm not really sure what you're trying to convey.
In other words, Polaris has never been in the exact center. It never will be or has been. Just slightly off center. It just, in every star, the circle that is the circle that it's always done and always will do, that I know of. And that the ephemeris I looked at stated, but it just, they in accordance to the sun, in reference to the sun, they change every freaking, every 80 years. So multiply 80 times 360, you get the great year. Or your 6,000 years. Or the age, like the Iron Age, the Golden Age.
You think that the Iron Age and the Golden Age and fucking like Stone Age and all that shit was based on Rotation
Maybe.
of Earth.
Maybe like the Bronze Age and all that. Maybe. I mean, they call it an age. So every 2,200 years, just barely under, the sun's position at vernal equinox moves houses, or it moves signs. It moves to the next one. I think it's, it was actually in Capricorn like I think like 10,000 years ago or something. I think it's like in Aquarius or something, moving to like Pisces. Don't quote me on that. But every 22,000 years, it moves its section. The guy just said 13 sections. I was thinking it was 12, but I've heard 13. But it's a section of a circle.
So check this out. It's in the 26,000 year cycle. That means halfway through is 13,000 years. And if you look up the words, type in 13,000 years ago, that's when Younger Dryas happened. 12,900 years ago. And so I think that's the flood. I think that we have a pole shift every 13,000 years and get wiped out. Our history gets wiped out all the time. That's a cycle I'm guessing exists.
I mean, we didn't have a flood 13,000 years ago. Like the last thing we had was a big thing was the Ice Age, right?
No, look up, type in 13,000 years ago. You'll see something called Younger Dryas. It's a melting event.
It was called Meltwater Pulse 1B. Massive, massive floods. The sea level rose like 200 meters or some shit.
Jeremy, did I tell you my idea? We're gonna have instead of thank you cards, we're gonna have fuck you cards, and they're gonna be like, it'd be like, dear Jeremy, fuck you, build your own boat, love, Noah. Something like that.
You know what though? I think Jeremy built a good boat.
Boats and O's.
Boats and O's. Boats. That's what life's about, right? I mean, seriously, like, what's more to life than boats and hoes?
Cars and bitches.
Yeah, but cars get boring, man.
So one more thing before we squash this, I'm gonna have to back off anyway. But my point is when they tell us, I don't think they were lying. Like maybe Zanuck, maybe not. But I don't think they were lying when they were saying that like Vega was a North Star and then Polaris is moving away from the center every 1 degree every 80 years. I don't think they were lying. I just looking at the ephemeris and going back and studying it, I just realized they were off. It's literally just like I said, it's just a position. It's 1 degree in the circle. It's basically time. The circle hasn't changed. And so if they try and tell you this shit, then pull up the ephemeris and show them how much it's moving away from the center. It's pretty. All the stars are consistent, except for updates.
Is that bad for the globe?
I mean, it's kind of catastrophic, really, but unless you just say that it's far away that they never move. But they move together. Is what I noticed, and the procession is not them moving like because we're moving. Well, they say it's because we're wobbling. So at least they have a story, but it's just a procession. It's the sun's position. It has nothing to do with the stars. Stars do the same circle day in, day out.
Wait, stars do the same circle? You sure that we just don't do the same circle?
Well, if in a globe, you could say that, that it does the same wobble, the same circular wobble.
On a daily basis, the Earth like wobbles what? Nothing? Right, we're talking about the Earth wobble is like some shit that happens over millions of years, right?
it's 26,000 years, bro, in the globe model.
So over 26,000 years, there's a wobble of what, 1%?
There's a big wobble, and then there's I think a 2,200 year wobble, and then there's a Parker's wobble or whatever the third wobble. There's 3 wobbles, bro. It's just getting comical, bro.
Wobble. 3 triple wobbles.
In reality, bro, it's the signs and seasons, bro. It's just slightly different rates of precession between the moon, the sun, and the stars. It's very slight cycle, and it's been charted in history.
Really? I mean, I think you're right, though. It has. I mean, the Earth obviously wobbles. Just like any, you spin a top, it wobbles a little bit, right?
Yeah, but I can see 1 wobble, but man, 3, I don't know if you're gonna sell me on 3 separate wobbles. That's a tough sell, bro.
What's wrong with the Earth wobbles? I don't understand why this is a problem.
I might even give you 2 wobbles, bro. Like thinking about the top and shit, like it's spinning and it does the wobble, and maybe there's like a little wobble inside of that wobble. But like I said, 3, man, that's kind of an insult, man. You want me to think it's spinning, and there's the wobble, and then the wobble inside of that wobble, and then a wobble inside of the wobble that's inside of that wobble. Man, that's
wobble, 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 wobble.
Life's messy, man. Shit's messy.
I know, man. Isn't it fun that we live in a world that wobbles?
Shake it.
Right, man. Shaky, shaky, shaky.
I don't know the other wobble you're talking about. I mean, the Earth rotating you consider that a wobble? And then I get the top rotating and the pole star shifting, but I'm not sure what you're talking about the third wobble. What's the third wobble?
Yeah, Brian. What's the fucking third wobble?
Or the Parkers. Well, man, I forgot the dude's name. They named it after him. The third wobble. I think it's for the moon or something. A moon, I believe. It might be for the planets or some shit. But here's the reality of it: is Aries is because the sun it moves different than the stars by like 4 minutes a day, right? I believe it's 4 minutes a day, like in 8 seconds or some shit. So so the sun and Aries are in the same spot on the first minute on the day of vernal equinox. Okay, but then. So Aries moves around with the sun that day perfectly almost. Okay. Then the next day it's off by 4 minutes. And then the next day it's off by like 8 minutes. And the next day 12 minutes. Okay. But it just does a circle at the same rate as the stars. Okay. So it's the Aries, which is how you refer the location of all the stars, is just that point. And that's a fictitious point. And except for that one moment in time when the sun lines up with it, and then it spins around the same rate as the stars, and it precesses one constellation, one zodiac every roughly 2,200 years, and it'll change houses or whatever. And then 26,000 years, it does a full circle, the Great Year.
Damn, that's crazy, bro.
I think Bacon tried to tell me this a long time ago, bro. And I thought star by the equator too, man. I think I argued the same thing as Zanuck did, but I didn't really argue it like Zanuck did. You know, I took it in and looked it up and shit a while back. But it's not until I put together 2 and 2 together that how Bob the Science Guy and a couple other people, like I think Toon and all them, I think they were just wrong that when they put 2 and 2 together, realizing that the Polaris ain't moving a degree away from the center every 80 years. It's literally moving 1 degree, and it's 360-degree precession every year, not moving away from the center. We need to squash that. That's I'm gonna start a little series called fairy tale. What do you call it? Not fairy tales, but like Mythbusters, like flat Earth myth, globe Earth myth busting. The myth that Polaris is transversing a degree away from the center every year. That's wrong. Never exactly in the center. It's always right there, almost.
We gotta fix that shit, man. We gotta flatten the wobble. Right?
One way at it, right?
Just fix that shit, bro.
God needs a watchkeeper.
Ain't it more likely that the sun and the stars just all have their certain paths and the time it takes, and they just do what they do, and we could chart it, clock it, make timepieces, all this shit, and make calendars, and they just do what they do, and that's what makes it so perfect. It's a perfect cycle, perfect system. Ain't that more likely than 3 separate wobbles? I mean, it's kind of ridiculous.
Perfection.
Think about.
Do you know anything that's perfect in life besides my wife?
Bro, your wife?
Hey, honey.
Your wife is perfect?
You goddamn right, son.
Let's show us some pics, bro.
I'll send you an OnlyFans link, okay? $5.
What? Your wife is an OnlyFans?
Maybe.
Damn. You guys got freaky and shit then.
Dude, you wouldn't believe how much money those females make. What's her name?
Oh,
Well, then that Catch Me Out Girl, or what'd she say? Catch Me Outside Girl. You know what I'm talking about. She was on fucking, what's his name? Fucking Dr. Phil. You know what I'm talking about?
Dr. Phil, that bald-headed dude.
Yeah. There's a girl on there. She was like 14, 15, and she told Dr. Phil to catch me outside.
Oh yeah,
and he
yeah.
was like,
Vicky, fucking the Vicky shit.
Yeah. And anyways, so like there's like people had she had like a clock counting down like on her fucking Twitter or whatever website until she was 18. And when she was 18, opened an OnlyFans account, and she showed receipts that like she made millions in like the span of like a few days.
Yeah, man, those girls make so much fucking money, bro. Like, I swear to God, like,
who's paying for that shit though? Like, I don't like
bro.
There's free porn out there. Like, I don't get it. You can go to YouPorn, you can go to ChatterBait. Like, I mean, why do you? I don't get it.
ChatterBait's the shit though, but like, I don't know. These girls, man. You know what though, man? It's fucking odd.
I mean, I can't knock them, but I guess the only thing I can think of is I would hope they're injecting some kind of like I think they're getting something personal back from the females.
I mean, honestly, what's more beautiful than the female fucking body, right?
True. I'll give you that.
People look objectively to fucking porn and shit, right? But like, honestly, like, why is it so bad? Why is it so taboo?
The Christians, man. You're not supposed to have sex.
Shit, like, it's not all these fuckers, right? They think that fucking, and they look down upon these girls that they're doing some bad shit. These girls are fucking at home. They don't fucking do anything wrong. They're just fucking at home, fucking expressing their beauty. There's nothing wrong with that.
And most of these men know for damn sure if they could sit at home and make thousands of dollars wagging their dick around, they probably would.
I could, but I mean, my dick's just not big enough, so.
I feel you, dude. I just saw Philip DeFranco show today, and he had this article about a doctor who was implanting like penis enlargement things, and it was literally like a silicone sheath. And it's been so long that he's been doing this. Now there's like tons of horror stories coming out where like You know, they're coming out and they're just so all this crazy stuff about how he's fucked up. You know, thousands of dudes' dicks. And I mean, that's just so weird because what he transplanted in there was like it's like a hard thing that you can actually get surgeries where they basically do lipos. They do lipos.
The problem is this, man. I hate to start this conversation, but I think
You don't want to talk about dicks?
Yeah, it's not that, but I think Gio's gonna get pissed if we keep this conversation up.
Do what?
I think Gio's gonna get pissed if we continue this conversation.
Okay.
I mean, we should continue talking about some flat some.
We'll get back. We'll get back to the timekeeping pieces.
Like, what do you think, man? What like in your life, bro? What's the most important thing in your life?
I would say the people around me, my relationships, and my daughter.
Right. So why is it that we have this situation where like money makes a difference on how happy we are?
Well, because you got to have the standard of living, right? You got to have the wages are down and they're kind of shit all around. So you gotta put in a lot of effort to make decent money. And in order to live as an adult and do things like go out, have vacation,
Right,
you know what I mean?
The thing is this though, like you say that the most important thing for you is family, right? And like regardless how much money you're making and shit like that, when you do hang out with your family and crap, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, but you're still stuck in a job 40 hours a week though, typically.
I mean, if you have to be, I think that whole 40-hour week job shit kind of folded away after COVID.
I mean, there are a lot of people working from home.
Yeah. I used to work from home all the time, bro. And like when I work from home, like I work like what, maybe an hour a day.
It depends. You know, I go in a lot of people's homes for what I do, and you know, I've talked to quite a few people who do some kind of like banking from home. They've got like a computer set up at their house from the bank that the bank gave them, and it's like a secure system, or like tech support for let's just say Amazon or something like that. But that's also isolating too, right? Like there's pros and cons with the job. Hopefully, it's more good than bad. But like if you're working at home, it is kind of isolating, which I think's a bad.
People just need to find a job that they enjoy doing. You know what I mean? I think people like they get caught up in this whole fucking game of like making money and shit instead of just fucking finding a job they enjoy.
Yeah. I mean, if you can find a job you can enjoy and get by, and you know, it's especially different depending on where you live. If you live in a city, there's a lot more shit to do that's cheaper. You can go out and have a lot more social interaction, you know, in a cheaper fashion than if you live.
Bro, like it's not about social interactions and all that bullshit, right? Like what I'm trying to say is like fucking. Why do people fucking go down these routes of fucking greed and fucking jealousy and all that bullshit, right? When all they really want is a simple job that satisfies their needs and they enjoy doing. I think the most important thing about the job is that you enjoy doing it.
Yeah.
Why is it that people fucking pick jobs and shit they don't enjoy just because it earns them a little bit more money?
Well, they probably don't pick it originally because they're kind of probably picking it thinking, well, you know, I'll make it work, right? I'm not gonna hate it less, you know. I'll make it. I would assume most people, unless it's a lot more money, they're not gonna pick a job that makes a little bit more money. That's gonna make them less happy.
Dude, like
But
I left a company once, right? Like fucking, I was making like about 100 grand, right? I left the company to fucking make 135 grand, right? And fucking, it was the worst decision of my whole fucking life, bro. Although, no, not really.
Oh, yeah.
It was a good experience, but like, I don't know,
what,
man.
just
Sometimes greed over money and shit is bullshit.
just what the corporate culture was dog shit, just really competitive. People were dicks, cutthroat type shit.
That dude, it was more like it's just I don't know. There's something that we as people like. There's a greed within us, and
Yeah,
until,
I mean,
until we can like get rid of that greed, like we can't be free, man.
yeah, I mean, there's definitely something to that for sure. You have to have a structure for that though, right? You have to have like a really big family, or just like a big religion that you can be part of, like Buddhist monks in a temple or
That's funny,
something.
bro. Like I read fucking the Gita, right? And there was one line that struck out, and I was pissed. I didn't like the Gita because that one line, and it was like Krishna said, you should. So Krishna said, "Fucking you shouldn't try to get a job above yourself. Just stick with the fucking same shit you're doing, right? Don't try to find a better job than what your fam does and all that crap." And I was like, "Nah, fuck that. I don't like this fucking line because I want money and shit." And then I realized afterwards what that fucking line meant. Like, sometimes like your upbringing and shit is who you are. There's no fucking benefit of being rich and shit.
No, not after a certain point. Once you have the basis taken care of, a house, food, money to do things, you're totally right. But if you don't have that, then money, is kind of what makes your world go around, because you've got to figure out how to get it. You got to figure out how to pay bills. Like it's a hell of a headache. So I think that's kind of what it is, because a lot of people start off like that, right? Most people don't start off rich; they start off middle class or poor, and even middle class people have trouble with money. So that's kind of how it starts, I think. But yeah, I mean, I've often said, like if I had a choice, like if I could go live on the desert island with just like a group of 20, 30, 40, 50 people, no technology, just fucking fishing, swimming, laying on the beach, climbing up some coconut trees, hanging out with some monkeys or whatever, I would pick it. I would pick that over modern society. I think you'd be happier.
There's part of me that wanted to go whole fucking
For a
homeless.
few weeks.
There was part of me that thought that fuck this bullshit. I just want to go fucking homeless.
Go homeless?
Yeah, I was thinking about it, man.
I mean,
Going from some motherfucker that makes bank a year to going for homeless, man. I was like, I just want to be pure. You know what I mean?
my brother talked about doing that. He's like really, really hardcore Christian. He talks about doing that. His whole thing was, the Lord will provide. That would definitely. I mean, regardless of good or bad, it would definitely be a hell of an experience, a hell of a memory, and you learn a lot of shit. That's for sure.
Dude, like I used to hang out with homeless people all the time, like fucking my parents and shit, my brother and shit. They didn't realize why, man. I was in San Francisco and shit, and they're like, why the fuck you hang out with these fuckers? Because they're homeless and shit. And I was like, nah, man, they're the realest motherfuckers. They're so fucking. I get along with them better than you cunts because they're real.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Trust me. There's a really hilarious clip of this guy rolling up to a homeless guy like in Los Angeles, talking to him, and he's like, "Oh man, what do you need? Blah blah blah. Do you need some housing or something?" He's like, "Nope, I'm happy right here." He's like, "What? You're happy right there?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm just, I got my shit right here. I'm chilling. It's a nice day. I'm fine." And and the guy he gets like pissed, and the homeless guy, you can tell he's quick, witty, smart, and he gets the last line in, and it's fucking funny what he says. And then the guy pulls away, and he's like, "Oh look, that motherfucker, that homeless guy, he's so entitled. He thinks he can just, sit on the street." It's hilarious, man. It really
Dude,
is.
like the dude I used to hang out with in San Francisco, right? Like fucking And I checked him out too. I checked his story out afterwards. And like fucking this motherfucker is a descendant of the Kodak family, right? And he could have a shit ton of money if he wanted it. And instead he said, fuck this. Done with living a rich life, and he just fucking went homeless.
Yeah, I mean, there's that thing too. When you get to a certain level of wealth, all your interactions become some sort of like financial transaction, right? All your relationships are kind of fake. So if you do remove money from the equation, you can get rid of that too. So I like I said, man, I'd probably pick to go live on an island somewhere if I could. I think that'd be dope as shit.
It's funny though, man. Like we used to go fucking like hang out in the fucking on the beach and shit, right? And we used to fucking chips the fucking hottest women, right? It's funny.
I used to be a lifeguard, man, when I was 17, 18. And it was pretty fun. Not just a kind of small town USA, lakeside. It was gravy. Best job I've ever had. Probably least paying job I ever had too.
I mean, I think that fucking money don't mean shit, bro. Like, I hate this fucking greed crap going into like fucking where like everyone wants this. We're in a rat race to become rich and shit. I think that like I was in that rat race. I didn't understand that. You just need to be content.
Yeah, a lot of it is 5 days, man. For me, like if I could get a 4-day work week, even working 10 hours a day, like that would be so much better. In Europe, they were doing like some protests. I think it was like a year back, and really, really trying to push hard for a 4-day work week. And just that, like 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, that's just a lot, man.
It depends on your job, but like, yeah, I get it, man. Litigation is what it is, right?
Yeah. I mean, they go through changes. I mean, it's hard to figure out what you want, what really makes you happy. I'd recommend some mushrooms. You know, anytime I've kind of lost touch with kind of what I feel like is important, I'll take some mushrooms and hang out. I usually do them with my brother, right? And they really do kind of help you realign and look at like what's really important. They're starting to do that shit with people who have cancer, like end of life counseling. They'll take them and they'll give them mushrooms and have like a therapy session and shit, because it kind of helps you open that window and figure out, just figure some shit out, some deep shit out. Weed can do that too, but it doesn't really stick with you. And weed is more of like I don't know, kind of a trigger for I don't know, laughing or like insight or uh some kind of artistic, shit gives you some fucking inspiration.
Yeah, I purged the other day, bro, but it wasn't through mushrooms.
Oh yeah.
Like mushrooms are cool and shit, but like, um, sometimes you go on a bad trip, it turns your friends against you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I had a buddy who had a bad trip in high school. He never ate mushrooms again. You take too much. That's the problem. Is people take too much, and you can, if you ever had a bad trip and you ever think about doing it again, just don't take anywhere near a large dose. Take what would be considered a small dose, and even that, like you won't see any visuals, and that can help you get over that fear again, dude. Because I'll tell you right now, man, I've done some crazy psychedelics. I don't mind admitting this now, but I had a buddy who used to go to raves, and I would grow like pounds and pounds and pounds of mushrooms, and I'd make DMT for him to take with him to these raves and sell. And
The mushrooms, bro, like,
dude, they're easy. They're so easy.
you're gonna send me some spores one day, then, because I need to grow some, man.
Yeah, that's all you need is the spores. That's basically, if you can get the spores, all you got to do is pressure cook cans of coconut husk.
Then all you gotta do is fucking create an environment and fucking let them grow.
Yeah, and that's really not that hard to do. It really is. It's pretty basic. You just, I mean, I could write out a list of like 10 steps anybody could follow. Yeah, dude. I think he used to bring me back. Like, he would bring me back like $5,000, and I just, like, anytime he'd go to one of these festivals, and I just had to deal. I had to deal.
To microdose some shrooms, bro.
Yeah, people do that shit. It really does. Like, no bullshit. Like, that's a very unique class, right? It's so different than anything else, and it's so different now that the medical fields are starting to take notice.
Yeah, definitely, bro. Like shrooms is like now it's like there's fucking places where like they treat depression.
Yeah, you've heard of ketamine, haven't you?
They're treating a lot of depression and shit like that through fucking shrooms, right? Because it opens up your core reason for being depressed.
Exactly. That's why people go do ayahuasca in South America. I'm sure you've heard of ketamine. Ketamine is like a really hardcore dissociative psychedelic.
Like I got some ketamine the other day, bro, and it felt like shit.
Yeah, I've had it once. I thought I died, to be honest with you. I was just floating through space for like 6 hours.
Like, it just felt like it felt like it didn't feel good at all.
Yeah. And nowadays, man, you really don't know. It's like, it'd be hard to know that it really was ketamine, unless you had experience with ketamine in the past that you knew was actually ketamine, and you could tell from just its effects. But you might not know this. Like, you can go to a clinic and they'll give you an IV drip of ketamine for depression, and it's supposed to like reset your brain chemistry. And there you are tripping balls for like 2 hours.
God, I should shut the fuck up now. He's a little bit too drunk.
Yeah, I'm a little too sleepy.
But you know what, though? The interesting thing about life is that people give too much fucks about it.
The ego?
Yeah, not even that. Like, I think we just all need to fucking relax.
Oh, I'm so with you, dude. I'm so with you.
We need to relax the fuck out and just fucking enjoy life. What is this bullshit where we all fucking on a stupid rat race, right? To like fucking like be better than the next man and shit and fucking all this crap. Just fucking enjoy life and be you.
Yeah. I think why people get on here and like kind of talk shit back and forth. And, like, one, we crave human interaction. Two, if you're gonna, that like something like this, you can always kind of spark up a topic because people will love to argue about shit. But I kind of got on here specifically to kind of do the opposite. It's like, because I saw these like things popping up in society that were so extreme, like extremist movements, and I'm like, dude, everybody needs to chill the fuck out. Like, I'm gonna go and prove to myself that I can talk to any group of people that I kind of view as extremists or have an extreme point of view, and just be able to talk to them as a human and learn to chill and learn to just interact human to human. It's that ego, though, dude. It's that ego's fucking with people.
I think it's ego. I think it's ego, greed, and jealousy, and fucking hate. No, not even hate. Hate and love is the same. I think it's jealousy and greed, bro. Get rid of those two, and you're good.
Yeah, man. I didn't used to be jealous. I have over the past like year or two. I kind of become jealous a little bit. Like just I don't know, because like I'm not rich. I'd be considered like I don't know, maybe upper middle class. But like I see somebody driving around like a $90,000 car, and I'm like, dude, like I want that, which is weird because I really know like it's not gonna make me happy.
Bro, I used to be the bitch that drove around a fucking $90,000 car, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really do that much for you, does it?
Yeah, I
Maybe
know.
for
My fucking $9,000 car just sits in my fucking garage now, bro. Like, I don't even
yeah.
fuck with any. Like, it doesn't even have fucking batteries. And like, you know what though? I'll tell you this. Like, you got love for a car. Like, when you drive a car around, you fucking feel love for it, right? I
Yeah,
miss it, bro. I miss it because I had so much love for that motherfucker.
yeah, if you worked hard for it, and it's unique. The part most of it I think is working hard for it, and also if like you're like a unique kind of guy and you like a unique car, right? Like I'm thinking about buying a RX-8, which has got a rotary engine because they're just super unique, but they're kind of a bitch to deal with maintenance wise. You got to know how to keep up with them. And they're older cars too. Like I think the last year they made them was 2007, but yeah, man, just, taking pride in something. That's a good. I think that's a good thing, right? If you got a nice car and you're taking pride in it, and that can bring you some happiness.
But the way shit, like, the neighborhood I live in right now, like I can't drive my fucking Audi around in that shit because like the people that live in my neighborhood, they're not. It's not like that neighborhood.
Oh yeah,
It's not that type of neighborhood. You know what I'm saying?
but they're probably jelly.
Yeah, but I don't want to be that motherfucker that stands out and shit.
Well, you sell that whip, dude. Sell the whip, man. Get you something more normal.
I
That's
love
what I would do. That's what I would do.
You know the thing is, like, don't you feel the bond with a car? Like when you got a car, right? You feel bond with it.
Well, shit. I mean, depending on how much your car is, you probably sell it, get a car and a car, a cheap motorcycle. All right. I don't know how much you still got
You
left
only sell
on
a
the
car,
note,
motorcycle.
huh?
You only sell you. I'm just.
Yeah, you don't want a motorcycle. You wouldn't ride a motorcycle. Too dangerous for you.
I should do that. No, I'm too. I don't know.
Oh, it's a blast, dude. But if you live in a city, it's a no go for me. I live, kind of outside of Nashville, right? And I would never ride my bike in Nashville.
Dude, I lived there for a bit.
Yeah, it's an interesting town, man. All kinds of different people.
You know Franklin?
Do what?
You know Franklin?
Franklin, yeah.
Yeah, man, I was in Franklin for a bit.
Oh yeah, yeah,
It's a
man.
fucking beautiful fucking city, bro.
It is, and it's just it's so unique. It's such a heart of the United States because it's in the country, right? It's the well, I guess there's some big cities in Texas that are country cities. I think that's where you get the most kind of like normal people. Even in cities, they're friendly. Like a lot of times, if you go to like bigger cities like New York or Boston or Chicago, right? They're not as friendly, not as personable. So I think like a big southern city like is my favorite spot. Really.
Alright, I'll go take a shit. I'll be back, bro.
All right. I might be crashing, man. I might be here.
Yeah. I'll talk to you later, man. I'm gonna take a shit real bad though.
All right. All right, man.
Later.
Hello.
Hi.
I just had a very productive conversation with a person I've never met before who works in the pharmaceutical industry. And I changed his mind, I think. I wasn't even trying to. It's pretty tight. Changed his mind about some stuff. What's everybody doing? Why is it so quiet?
I'm not sure. It's just quiet, I guess. I got a used Hero 3 GoPro off eBay, so I'm trying to figure it out.
Oh, dude, you could have just that's tight, dude. I have a fucking GoPro that I haven't charged in like 3 years. I don't know if it's still good or not. I don't even know what footage is on there. Probably some crazy stuff. I'm actually getting ready to take a little trip tomorrow. Not really sure where I'm going either. I just know I'm going. I might need the GoPro for that, actually. Well, I'll be back. I'm going to make a phone call.
Alrighty.
Quickest phone call ever.
What? No answer or busy signal?
Nope. Just got the answer that I needed. I'm waiting. I got to do a little night mission tonight. I was waiting for the go ahead. I just got a little impatient and just called them. You guys, does everybody in here, or I guess it's just you and me, Jesse. I didn't hear anybody else responding, but do you brush your teeth with fluoridated toothpaste?
No, I don't even use toothpaste.
Neither do I, dude. What do you use?
Water.
Oh, interesting. I use hydrogen peroxide and baking soda. Um, it works really fucking well. I haven't had to buy toothpaste in years. My teeth are nice and clean. My gums are healthy. You know, they say if you have like a mouth infection, to go swish with hydrogen peroxide. Oops. So I was just like, all right, well, I'm just gonna brush with it every day, see what happens. Coach, are you there? Yeah, I tried the charcoal powder too. I didn't like the results either. I'd say the biggest game changer for my dental health was switching to raw milk, and yeah, the taste was terrible. Dude, the cool thing, or dudette, I don't know what you are, Rince. I just called you dude. Dude, the cool thing about hydrogen peroxide and baking soda is you can like brush your teeth in the morning and go drink fucking orange juice or coffee, and it's not gonna taste like mint. You can pretty much just rinse your mouth out with water afterwards and have no like fucked up weird taste. And if you're brushing before you go to sleep, I noticed that I would wake up and my breath would smell like I don't know if you've ever smelled baby breath. Like babies have this like very clean smelling breath, and that's kind of what my breath was smelling like. I was saying after brushing with hydrogen peroxide and oh yeah. I thought you were asking a question. Right? I mean, dude, drinking orange juice after brushing your teeth with minty toothpaste is literally the worst. It is like, oh, I'm gonna pay for this terrible experience. Oh, I love orange juice, dude. Slam orange juice, and so like making my orange juice taste minty, that's the worst.
Well, now, isn't there an orange mint flavored ice cream or something out there?
Maybe it's not for me though. I'll tell you that much. All right. Or milk after brushing your teeth with minty stuff. That's insane. Why would anyone do that to themselves? I'm fucking spending almost $20 a gallon for raw milk just to ruin the experience. Ugh. Yeah, that's all I drink is raw milk. Like if I'm fasting, um, to make it like a true fast, I won't eat anything, and then at the very end of the day, usually after like 9 p.m., I'll just drink like half a gallon of raw milk and go to bed. It's a complete protein. It's designed to get a calf to 1,200 pounds. So I'm sure it's got all the good stuff, you know. So how about those boats going over the horizon? No, nobody's gonna fall for that. I shouldn't drink it on the regular. Well, I actually used raw milk to help me lose 40 pounds. So if you're interested in what I did, you can DM me and I'd be happy to tell you how I lost a lot of weight in a safe and healthy way. And I have an 8-pack right now, and I can do muscle ups. I can do a frontside air on a skateboard, you know. Yeah, I weighed 189 pounds. And I dropped it all, dude. I might have even lost more than 40 pounds at one point, but I'm not trying to be a fucking a badass. Oh, did they do that freaking galactic space launch today? Does anyone know? Did they go to space? Let me guess. It got what was it, Virgin Galactic? You know what? I'm just gonna look at the stock price and see if that tells me. I'm guessing they fucking didn't go. Oh, it says they went. Why did their stock price go down? That doesn't even make sense. Oh, nice. We got video footage too. Oh, let's pick this apart. Should be good. Dude, somebody just went on my Instagram and liked every single one of my videos. What a fucking Chad, bro. That like really warms my heart. I put out five reels today, and it took me a while to edit them all and get it just right so that they'd all fit into a minute and 30 seconds. It's like a little 5-part series. I'm so stoked. That's tight, dude. I was talking to somebody today, and they just voiced a really amazing idea about a documentary about flat Earth. Maybe the world's not ready for it yet, though. I did write a little storyboard for it, though, which I thought was pretty cool. I think I'm gonna actually. I don't even know if anyone's listening, but regardless, I'm gonna do a little presentation, probably in about 30 minutes. I have a whiteboard. I have some things written on it, and I'm gonna riff. Just gonna riff for a little bit. But I gotta run some errands first.
Hey mate, yeah, I'm here. I'm listening. I'll listen to it.
Badass, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna live stream my camera. I'll do a little fucking presentation. I might even put on a lab coat so it's legit, you know.
Yeah, when in Rome.
I got all kinds of fun costumes. Nice. Gonna be about this fucking missing submarine, what it all really means, and a little bit about James Cameron, a little bit about demons. It's gonna be interesting. All right, boys and girls. Mission is a go.
You off on your important mission?
Yes, sir. Just got to put my seatbelt on. So it'll stop beeping at me. I have I have 2 broken ribs right now.
Literally?
Yes, literally.
How did you do that?
I fell a couple months ago on a skateboard, and I thought that I had maybe like rib or something. I definitely had some rib pain. I didn't really like press on it to like feel what was going on or get x-rayed or anything. And then last week I was in the gym doing muscle ups, and I go and do this muscle up, and as I'm coming down, I hit the bar with my ribs on the side that I had hit like a few months ago, and I was in a lot of pain. It was incredible. Breathing, sneezing, thing, lying on my side, getting up out of bed, everything hurt. It still does. But I didn't. I was just like, oh, I just popped this rib again. Dang. I decided to like lay down and lift my shirt up and have like suck my diaphragm in and have somebody look at my ribs, and they were like, oh yeah, those are broken. And then I started like pressing on them, and I could feel the break on 2 of them. So could they. So you gotta be fucking shitting me. My fucking garage.
You're kind of breaking up. We're not hearing you now. Your green circle's lighting up, but we're not hearing you.
How about now?
Yeah, you're off the edge of civilization, I think.
Jeez, I'm getting attacked right now, guys. Fucked up. All right, you should be able to hear me now.
That's better.
Yeah, I was just coming out of my parking garage, and we have an automated door that just got fixed. Like you guys, I was in the chat when I was hot micing, thanking the repairman for fixing the garage door. Just now, as I'm fucking leaving, that bitch just came down on my car. Luckily, I don't care. Like if my car gets a dent in it or anything, it's kind of a sleeper. But I think I just fucked the gate up. I don't know. I can't believe that just happened. That's ridiculous. But yeah, the point of my story is I have these broken ribs and a lot of pain. So sleeping is not really an option for me right now.
So what are you gonna do? Get a body cast?
Nope. Just gonna live with it. I've already lived like 2 weeks with it. So how much
So
worse can it get?
is that gonna heal, or is it just gonna grind and grind until finally it's a permanently split rib?
I'm praying for a healing. I'm praying that they'll connect back together. They're like the little bottom. They're the ones that like towards the bottom, kind of. Not the very bottom ones, but close. I don't know.
Are you gonna hold off on your muscle ups for a little while?
I mean, I was at the skate park yesterday for like 3 hours. As long as I don't fall, I'm fine. But I do enjoy my pull-ups and my muscle-ups, so it'll probably be a while. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it too hard. Like I was trying to change. My buddy gets these giant glass jugs of water. There's like a water dispenser in his house. They're only like a gallon of water in a giant glass jar. Maybe it's a gallon and a half. I don't know. But I could not lift it high enough. It's so fucking painful. I had to have a buddy help me to like put it onto the dispenser. Jesse, have you ever heard of methylene blue?
Yeah, isn't that used like as a dye?
It's been used as a dye for medical techniques. It's originally used as a textiles dye, but it has been found to have some anti-parasitic, antifungal properties, antioxidant properties, anti-malarial, and I believe they've done some studies that show it's kind of like a preventative treatment for Alzheimer's. I don't even know if preventative treatment makes sense. I'm not a doctor. But people who are like prone to having Alzheimer's in their family will take it and whatnot. I'm a big I'm blue dabba dee dabba die. Let's just say that. Big in the methylene blue. It's changed my life. It's changed a very close family member's life that was like just absolutely suffering from migraine headaches my whole life that I've known. And yeah, I would recommend it to anyone. Honestly. I don't know about children, but definitely any adults. I've found that my energy levels are way higher. My mood is better. Not like as cranky. Um, my memory's pretty decent compared to the fucking absolute smashing that I've given my brain over the years. Do you take any supplements or anything, Jesse, or are you just all natty? Or are you just like steroid maxing or what?
What's that? You're pretty faded out sounding.
I said, do you take any supplements? Do you take any what's your health regimen look like? How many push-ups are you doing a day?
Oh, pretty much just magnesium, calcium, and D3.
I'm on all three of those things. Very impressive. Very nice. Which is the stinky one? Is that the D3?
I never noticed any of them stinking.
Oh, I might be thinking about the CQ10. There's something I have in my cabinet that just smells like so bad. Since day one, I popped off the seal. Oh, that smells terrible. Just change this every day. People still use like Siri and Alexa. Is that a thing? So I want to do conspiracy theory Jeopardy pretty badly. Jesse, do you watch Jeopardy? Anybody here watch Jeopardy?
Not me. I don't watch TV.
Jeopardy's not really TV. It's like trivia, but I get what you're saying. I also don't watch TV. I have like some normie friends that like to watch it, and I don't want to like poop all over their parade. So I'll watch it with them and get like answer questions that I didn't even know I knew the answer to. It's pretty fun.
Just to change directions here, in CBR1 here again. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic cost the United States $16 trillion. Right, it's a $16 trillion mistake. What else was said about that? It created 500 new billionaires, a billionaire a day. 30 and the existing the billionaires that were there before the new 500, they increased their wealth at 30%. The middle class lost 40% of their businesses, went to the wall, and this would include like the two generation of what they called sweat equity businesses went to the wall. What do you think about all that so far? You know, it cost the current war situation is costing $8 trillion. That's a $24 trillion loss so far, according to Robert Kennedy Jr. That's my source.
I think Robert Kennedy Jr. is saying all the right things to get somebody like me to put my faith back in the government. To put this idea in my head that Robert could run for office and win and change things. And that is fucking retarded. That is never going to happen. You are never going to see a political candidate that is running for office in the United States fucking get voted in and change everything. I don't believe that's possible. So the fact that he's saying all the things that would lead me to believe that he would be the one to do it makes me think that he might be like the greatest deceiver of our time. I'm very, very wary of that man. I actually have already started like looking into his personal life and some of the, the people that he's involved with. Well, JFK was, well, for lack of a better term, he was just a straight up homosexual with Lem, his best friend. Pretty sure Marilyn Monroe was a dude. Not really sure what was up with the whole assassination thing, but Robert.
So I would have to say what you're saying is just wild speculation. Now let's get more serious. He was assassinated. He was assassinated, really, and his brother was also assassinated. That would be JFK's brother. Yeah.
Well, these people like to fake
and then
their
JFK's
deaths.
son also dies in an aircraft crash right outside Martha's Vineyard. They almost killed Ted Kennedy.
Why are those real assassinations as opposed to the obvious like fake ones? You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is way too convenient to me. It's just too convenient.
Well,
Have you seen Robert twice?
Look, let's be realistic here. Everything that Robert Kennedy has stated in his campaign trail is all facts. I mean, you know, he hasn't lied in any way, shape, or form. So, you know, I mean, he's singing. He's currently got 20%, running on 20% at the moment. Biden's on 60%. Not, you know, not that he's going to be. I mean, he's never going to be elected as president of the United States. But the fact, because we know it's been rigged ever since they took out Kennedy anyway. You know, he's his uncle. So, you know, it's been a rigged elections all the way. The fact is, he's trying to do something, isn't he? Trying to wake people up to those facts. You know, and why would he be doing that? Why wouldn't he just keep his mouth shut and let Biden take it? Uh-oh.
I mean, I don't really subscribe to the idea that politics is ever gonna create any real change. So it's just hard for me. Like I look at that dude, I look at his wife, and I'm like, oh, that looks like a dude. There's some weird deception going on here.
I don't even know why you would think that. There must be something wrong with your
because
brain.
because JFK was with Lem.
Again, we don't know that. We don't know that for sure. That's speculation. We don't have any evidence to corroborate that.
Do I need to start posting the pictures?
I
need to start posting the pictures of JFK and Lem like holding hands with puppies.
Pictures can be deceiving, can't they? As you well know.
Do you have any pictures of you with another man, like holding hands and dancing on the beach and like wearing short shorts and stuff?
No, I don't have that. But then people
right,
do
because
funny
you're not
things
like
when
that.
People do funny things when they're intoxicated and in funny situations. We can't read into that. That's really not going to convince me that he was gay. That's not going to be it. I need to see a cock in his mouth, and then okay, right, or he's bumming somebody. Okay, then yeah, right. So let's get real here. The fact is, you know, he was assassinated. His brother was wiped out. And now the nephew, the son of Robert Kennedy, is now singing the songs that people need to hear these days. It's a toilet where you are currently. It's all gone.
Oh, I know it's bad. Don't get me wrong. I know how bad it is out here.
Right.
But I got duped. By. Go ahead.
No, go on. You got duped. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just starting up my vehicle here. It makes a lot of noises. She's old.
Go ahead. That's okay.
I've just been duped so many times with the whole we're going to change things by voting. I didn't even vote in the last election.
Yeah, that's the correct position to take. That would be the correct position to take as a flat earther. You don't vote. Don't vote for your demise. Obviously not.
Okay, so sell me this Robert character. Tell me why I should care about him.
No,
really quick. Just keep in mind that there are certain things that we can't say. So try to use like different words if you're going to talk about the V or the. You know.
He's highlighted all the problems. That's all. He's highlighting all the problems, and he's sounding like his uncle and his dad. That's all. When these people are men of honor, as far as I'm concerned, they have integrity. So that's what's good about it. Unlike Biden, Obama, Trump, Clinton, Bush 1, Bush 2, Jimmy Carter, Hoover, Nixon, all those scumbags, all of them were all the way along. You know, you got to, do you understand what I'm saying? That's all. That's all I think. You know, he's right. You know.
Yeah. No. Would you call him a politician?
Who?
This Robert guy.
Robert Kennedy Jr., a politician. I just think I would call him more of a humanitarian and an environmentalist activist. And a humanitarian. Yeah, that's it. That's what I wouldn't call him a politician, but he has those qualities because he has been successful in winning, I think it's $16 billion for those who have been harmed by Monsanto, and they're still counting. There's still more court cases to come, yeah? So thus far, he has won for the plaintiffs $16 billion. Okay, so he's done quite well.
Okay.
I'm going to those
He's
grounds.
he's facilitated a massive transfer of wealth, no doubt. No doubt.
Yeah.
You're gonna make some enemies doing that, I'm sure.
That's right.
So why haven't they killed him yet? So why haven't they killed him yet?
There's still plenty of time. There's still plenty of time, and if we are right in that the system's rigged anyway, yeah, he'll ride that because he's not going to make it there anyway. But he's highlighted a few problems for people to notice.
Well, here I agree with you. I heard his full interview on Joe Rogan. It had me absolutely livid to just be reminded of how freaking bad these people have treated us, how destroyed families' lives have been as a result of their children becoming sick. He was, like I said, he said all the right things to get me to put my faith in a political solution.
Yeah, he said
I don't
that
believe in
America
political
needs.
solutions.
He said America needs a peaceful revolution. I say no. You need a noisy fucking one. Everybody's got to know about this. The whole world. That's what you need. I've been saying it for years. Revolution well overdue. Looking at the clock ticking
You're a
away.
general. You're like a general in the Flat Earth Army, and it shows. You're very militant. You're very. I'm not. These are not bad things.
No. I know that. I
want you on my
I'll
side.
be in the front. I will lead that revolution because I've done my life, and it's for the others to come and enjoy it. So it's a worthy way to go, as far as I'm concerned. Take that revolution to them. Definitely. Because that's what's necessary. Been saying it for years. That's why I keep myself in good physical condition so I can strike hard intellectually.
Me too.
Yeah.
I got broken ribs right now. Otherwise, I'd literally be in the gym if I didn't. I've been wanting to go to the gym all day and just do some muscle ups or hit the bench press or I don't know, some burpees. Just wanted to work out really badly, but I can't. I can hardly even cough.
Yeah, burpees is going to be difficult for you if you've got ribs, bad ribs, man. You're not burping at all. Laughing.
No, dude. I have to get up off my bed by rolling onto my left side and then scooting off the edge. It's so fucked.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. I'm glad I've got no injuries, so I'm lucky there. No injuries for now. But I do keep myself going. Got to keep it going, man. And I particularly love the warm months, the summer months, and that humid and that, because that's where my body excels. I can really detox, sweat, and feel alive. But I just think it's an interesting mix now. Robert Kennedy in the arena there is quite an interesting mix amongst all this mayhem. My only question against Robert Kennedy Jr. is what about the space budget? Why are you not talking about that black hole that's wasting money there, Robert?
Well, I think okay. that's a great question, don't you? I mean, if you're going to take on big pharma, why not take on big space?
Yeah, because he's taking on the military-industrial complex. He's saying that he wants to bring all all the 800 bases that they've got across the world, everyone back home. America is not supposed to be the bully, but the leader, he said. And, we should be showing our economic might, not our military might, he said at one time, which is what I think his uncle said, and then his dad also said that. So, So he's saying that he wants to take on the military-industrial complex. We'll take on the space agencies as well, because that's another black hole right there. Yes.
I'm a little fuzzy. Did Kennedy ever say that we went to the moon? Did Kennedy? I feel like I hear Kennedy's voice in my. We put a man on the moon. He didn't say that.
JFK was killed before that happened. You know what I mean? I mean, he wanted us to go there, but obviously he was assassinated. I didn't hear Robert talking about man on the moon. And Robert Kennedy Jr. I'm not sure. I'm trying to think. Did I hear him allude to space? No, he keeps saying the word planet. That was it. He used the word planet a lot. Well, a few times. Not a lot, a few times, that's all. And I thought, that's when I thought, planet. We don't live on a planet. Oh, yeah, what about the space budget? That's why I formed that, that question popped up, because he kept saying planet in one of his interviews and that. And I thought, hang on a second, if you're talking about Earth as a planet, are you not aware it's a flat Earth? And what about the moonlet? Ah, yeah. Are you not talking about that? Are you the space budget? Yes, because that's a massive, hole there. It's a waste of good money.
Are you picking up any background noise from me right now? Because I'm driving with my window down.
Not really. No, only when your indicators were going. That was all. When you turn, your winkers.
Gotcha.
That was all. That was all.
Okay.
What vehicle are you driving, by the way?
A Toyota, Japanese.
Toyota.
Only way to go.
Yeah, Toyota. What is it? A Corolla?
Oh no, I drive the Cruiser, the FJ Cruiser.
What, the Land Cruiser SUV thing?
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, you got a very good car there, then. Yeah. How old is it? You say it's old. How old?
My odometer says 287,000 miles, 597. 287,597. Yeah.
Not
so a little
bad.
over.
What year?
I think it's an 06.
Okay, that's a lot of mileage for that time, really. 06.
Oh, I've been.
But that's still the engine is only just running in there at that mileage you've got there. By the way, the engine block itself and the cylinder and the pistons and that. That's the engine that's a bomb-proof engine you've got there. The things you want to be worrying about are like the suspension and external stuff. But the engine itself, the lump and the gearing and the shaft drive and all that stuff, that's all beautiful. Even at that mileage, you've got no problem there. And it's only 2006. Mine is 1996 with about 300,000 miles on it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And mine is a Nissan Pathfinder. So very old in that sense. Yeah. And all I've done in that time is change the head gasket. I've changed the water pump. That went. I also had to do, the rubber boots that you get from the wheel differential into the engine. Yeah, you got those rubber gaiters. I had to change those because they perished. The same with the suspension. I've changed the suspension struts, but not the coils. The coils were fine. I resprayed the coils. That's all. Cleaned them off and then resprayed them so they're red and they're yellow. Yeah, and then the struts are red. Just to give a bit of colour down there. And a couple of bush linkages because it was ratting a little bit. And that's all I've done in the time that I've had the car. 26 years old. It's lovely. Engine is no problem. Starts on as soon as you put the key. It's ready to go. V6 3.3 3.3 engine.
Nice.
Yeah. So, but your Land Cruiser is good. You see, the Land Cruiser is Range Rover's closest rival, together with the Mercedes-Benz and that. So you got a good car there. If you're going to have an off-roader and you don't want to spend silly money, then you get yourself the Land Cruiser that you've got. Because it can do everything those expensive vehicles can do, but you're saving a lot of money. And it's ultra reliable. And if it goes wrong, it's going to be cheaper to repair as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing a little off-roading over the next 10 days. There's a military base, or it's a naval base in Southern California called China Lake Naval Base. It's the largest naval base we have.
All right.
And from Google Images, you can see some really weird stuff out in the desert. And I figured out a way to get out there without having to pass any checkpoints. I was thinking about checking it out.
Yeah. Well, you should do that. Yeah, that's a nice little adventure there. You see. Yeah. The
Yeah,
thing
they
I
got
like about
like this thing out in the desert, and it looks really alien shaped. There's like all these tanks around it.
right.
Yeah, it's interesting. But I did do a little research. It might not be the best idea.
Well, yeah. Yeah. What you mean? Because it's a base, and there could be some legal connotation going on. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if I get caught, that's one thing. But like, let's say they're just like dropping bombs in the desert in the middle of the night or something. Like I don't want to get caught up in that.
Yeah, so you might want to do just a little bit more research as to what is going on down there, if there's information available. Then you can go up on that adventure, because there's nothing more exciting than going to somewhere you've never been before, and you've discovered it for yourself, and you planned the route, and and you're going to explore it. I mean, that's so good. Yeah. I do that a lot. Yeah, I do that a lot, especially with the SUV. Yeah, I've discovered a lot of places that way where I take the family to go canoeing, fishing, hiking, and that. Yeah, through the adventure spirit. So yeah, I do like that.
Yeah, it's on the way to a friend's farm that I'm gonna visit next week.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna. He doesn't. There's no like house on the land right now. There's just animals and plants. So I'm gonna do a little car camping and go help him out.
Yeah, sounds good. What I like about my old car is there are times when we go like skiing. Okay, now when we're about to leave, we're all leaving round about the same time, so you're definitely going to be caught in the queue of leaving the ski resort and to go out the gates, and then it's slow winding down the mountains. So there is a traffic flow, isn't there? A jam. Okay, so people are running their engines, like trying to warm up, and I say to them, no, don't do that here. Turn your engine off, because you're polluting the air we have to breathe in. And I'm shouting it out like a sergeant major. Turn your engines off, because you're polluting a pristine area. This is a natural area, not meant for your cars to be there. You're going to be in a queue. That's when your engine will warm up. And then I point to my car. There's my car there. Yes, 26 years. That's the car. Yeah, my engine's not on. I've been skiing like you. So turn your engines off. Do you know what I mean? And then you hear the engines go off. Because I say to them, nature's number one, as you all know. So turn your engine off. When you're in the queue, you're going to be warming up. Yeah, fucking fools, got no idea. So yeah, I'm that guy, in the mountains, wherever it's pristine. I don't want to see you using your car as an air conditioning. I don't want to see your car warming up. Now you do that outside. You drive your vehicle. Don't pollute the air I'm breathing right where I am. You can't do that. I don't do that. I never do that. So I'm that kind of bastard, you know what I mean? And yeah.
Well, I'm assuming this is happening in Japan, right?
Yeah, in Japan, yeah.
Yeah, the Japanese are amazing. They are so organized and respectful and clean. I imagine you would almost never even need to do that.
Yeah. Well, but they do forget themselves, and they need reminding. Because in England, it's the same story in England. If you're caught in your car sleeping with your engine running, you get a ticket. Unless you're on private land. You're on private land.
Are you familiar with cart narcs?
Familiar with what?
Cart narcs.
Car tax.
No, I'm sorry. 1 second. I'm gonna roll up my window here. Hold on.
Yeah, you're breaking up there. I'm not sure if you said car tax. I'm not sure if you said that. Wasn't sure.
No, I said cart narcs, like a narc. You know what a narc is?
No, familiarize me. I'm not sure what that is now.
So, okay, so like a narc would be somebody that like tells on people or reports people to the authorities for like somebody smoking weed or something.
Right. I'm with you. Go ahead.
A cart narc is basically this guy who goes around parking lots in the United States. He does go to some other countries, but he's mainly based in the United States. And he finds people that have taken their shopping cart, unloaded their groceries or whatever it is they purchased into their vehicle, and then they leave the cart in a spot or in the handicap spot, or they'll roll it over anywhere but the cart return. And so he goes and he's got a a badge cam or whatever, and he just tells them to put their carts back. And a lot of times people do not want to put the carts back, so he has these big magnets that say, "I don't return my shopping cart," like a Lazy Bones or like Lazy Bones on board.
Yeah, give him a little sticker. Yeah, I can imagine it.
Yeah, so he does that, and he's had people threaten to shoot him, threaten to beat him up, call the police on him, but he's not doing anything illegal. And so recently, he went to Japan, to the largest Costco in the world, I guess, to try and see if he could catch any Japanese people like not putting their cart away, and everyone puts their cart back.
Right.
It was unbelievable how clean and just
it
was very
tidy. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, but there are times that it does happen in the smaller supermarkets. You do get these bastards that do leave the trolley right where you want to come into, reverse in, and they've left it there where you've got to get out the car, remove it, and then and then use it, of course. But now you've got one, haven't you? You know what I mean? So there you go.
well. The returning the trolley carts is kind of is like the ultimate litmus test for humans.
Yeah.
Like if you can't do that, you're probably I don't know where you are in the world at that point.
Exactly. I've always said that to my kids as well when we used to go shopping together and that. Because we used to go to Costco and I said, look here, please put that trolley back for Daddy while he puts this here. Go on quickly. Yeah, look for the cars. Yeah, we always put it back, And I always say to them, whenever you take something, always return it there. Don't put it in somebody's way. There is a place to park it. Put it back where you got it from. Always, yeah, boys? Okay. And that's what we always did, yeah. So, it's just logical, isn't it, really?
Well, it's just the right thing to do.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just the right thing to do.
It's been provided for you, so you may as well put it back, you see. That's the thing. In England, right, what they used to do is you would need like a dollar, it was a pound coin. So you put the pound coin in and then it detaches from the one in front. And in order to get your coin back, you'd have to go back and park it in and then put the key back in there and then you'd get your pound back. You see, that was the way they used to do it in England.
That's not bad.
In the 90s. Yeah, back in the 90s. So people would return their carts back to the parking bay there and you get your money back. But yeah, no, I'm that kind of guy, if you're going to start polluting where I'm going to be, you're not going to do that for long, but I'm just going to say, turn your engine off. We get them out here as well. Where I have, I've got a restaurant and people go out to have something to eat and end up drinking more than they should. So now they can't drive their vehicle. So what they do is they call the special taxi service that comes along. There's two of them in the car. One will drive your vehicle and then the other guy gives you a lift home. Yeah? You see what I mean? Yeah? But they come round there and they leave their engines running whilst they're waiting for their customer and it's bloody noisy. So I have to say to them, can you turn your engine off? Because you've got an old lady that lives there. This couple here's got babies. My kids are trying to sleep. Can you turn your engine off? Okay. Is the customer coming out yet? Well, no. Well, turn your engine off then. You're wasting petrol. You're causing noise. It's air pollution. Yeah? 3 negatives there. You must be a rich man, but turn your engine off. Once or twice I've had to put my arm in and turn the key off because they weren't compliant. I've gone that far. Prepare to fight for it.
You're that kind of guy, huh?
I am that kind of guy. I'll say that